ice. After 48 hours, I had to dig it again because it was frozen back over. Now, when I make a hole in the ice, it grows by itself.
Emmanuel and Gilan are saying goodbye to Yoru and Joanna, but they are not leaving Greenland. For a fortnight, they use the island as a base before heading into the passage. They must wait for the right weather window while preparing for their dives. Marcel Koken has joined them aboard the Y. He is a biologist and a specialist in natural fluorescence. This phenomenon is hard to see. It requires special lamps and some juggling with light wavelengths and filters to reveal it, if it does actually appear. It has never been observed at either pole.
What is interesting is that in the polar regions, which are gigantic regions on a global scale, everything is yet to be discovered. And today, while we spend lots of time exploring other oceans around the world, the polar regions, the Arctic and the Antarctic, are only just starting to be explored. But can fluorescence, which is found in all the other seas around the world, be found here? What's it like here? Will it be different? Is there much of it? These are some of the questions we have. Just before we get into the water, we're going to try and rake over the whole area. And afterwards, I'll follow you. And we'll do it area by area. And each time we establish an area to work over, we'll do it thoroughly. UV and blue. Okay, is that good for you?
Yes.
Getting ready to dive in the Arctic takes a lot of preparation. Between 2 and 4 hours to put on at least 80 kilos of equipment to survive in water at 0 degrees Celsius. It takes a good 10 dives to set all the parameters correctly. Gilan and Marcel dive together. One of them is rediscovering the sensations of diving in polar waters. The other is discovering them for the first time. They are only a few meters down. Gilan is familiarizing himself with these new tools, getting used to seeing through the yellow filter in front of his mask. All the blue of the ocean is absent, absorbed by the filter. This way, he can better observe anti-fluorescence, which is a transformation of light into another color. Only the algae react to the beam from his lamp. In the blue beam, they display red fluorescence. But fluorescent algae are nothing new. Gilan and Marcel Koken are looking for fluorescent creatures. For now, they are just reflecting back the light. But on a vertical area, where life has developed more densely than elsewhere, something seems to be reacting.
At what depth did you harvest the bryozoan?
40, 45.
that's called really blind look. Really blind look.
Okay, that's good.
Have you found anything emitting fluorescence?
Yeah, we got several things. And there's one that looks really good. There were lots of them.
Yeah, but they weren't all fluorescent.
That's the same as the one you brought up, isn't it?
That's the one we brought up. It's the same.
When I do dives like this, I realize that this is where everything we do makes sense.
In the mess room on board the Y, Marcel sets up a tent to block out the daylight that permanently floods the boat.
This one was emitting fluorescence quite well underwater. We've seen them several times.
Guillain harvested some bryozoans, microscopic creatures that live in colonies attached to a surface. Subtle traces of fluorescence appear.
What we see underwater is that the whole body emits red fluorescence, and the tips of each branch emit white fluorescence.
Yes,
But here we can see all these little dots, which we can't see underwater.
little dots, yes. We can see each individual, and I think that every little fluorescent dot could be an individual's mouth. What fascinates me in these fluorescent signals is that the organisms have patterns on their bodies that look like that. But they see them like that. They see all these colors that we don't see. They use them to communicate. They serve to tell their friends where they are or to warn predators not to eat them because they're poisonous. And for now, there are 4 or 5 instances where we understand these signals, and there are thousands and thousands of organisms that are fluorescent. So the goal is to understand the behavior of these organisms and to understand why they have these signals.
What's Marcel doing, Robin? What's that? Wow.
What's that?
It's like the animals you see at night.
Please call customers.
The light's gone, so you can't see the fluorescence anymore.
A photo card displayed your vehicle cannot be driven message.
For 2 weeks, ship's captain Emmanuel analyzes weather files and ice charts to decide when they should leave the Northwest Passage.
Update not successful. Unfortunately, a recent software update was not successful.
Even if we went around,
Cannot be driven. Please call customer support.
even by the north coast, it would have to open up a little more.
I think it's melting, and with a little luck, we'll have cleared by the time we arrive in 3 or 4 days' time.
This year has been very cold, and it won't necessarily be the easiest year to go through the passage. We'll see.
This is not EV car, but still some fancy car unit.
Is everyone here?
Because every car right now has a software system.
Yes, so we've checked the weather and the latest ice maps. The conditions are excellent, so we're going to set off.
The Y sets sail. It's not the sailor who decides when to take the Northwest Passage. It's the passage that decides for the sailor. Emmanuel thinks it will take them 3 days to get there, by which time the ice will have melted a little and be less compact at the entrance to the passage. The crew is leaving Greenland for Canada. They cross the Atlantic to Pond Inlet and Albert Harbor, the symbolic gateway marking the start of the Northwest Passage.
Everybody has their own opinion, but a car, there's only one role, right? As a car, okay, like rich people can think about the car is for their status, trophy,
All the colours here indicate a concentration of ice. And you can see just behind Pond Inlet, it's red, so it's totally impassable. Where it's yellow, there's still a lot of ice. Green means that usually, when the weather is calm, we can get through and we can make our way through there.
Right? If you cannot drive a car,
We should start hitting the ice around midnight, when the wind should start to drop.
Actually, as a car, it's already safe.
We'll take stock then.
This is my theory, so it might be wrong. So they want to drive athletes.
For the Y to sail into the ice, clement conditions are required.
We customers have to bring our car to that platform.
Damn, this is not what the forecast said.
In these remote areas, well north of the Arctic Circle, the weather forecasts are not always reliable and often underestimate the reality of the situation. And for everyone, their arrival in Canada is underscored with tension.
So my theory is
They keep watch around the clock. Ice floes are starting to appear around them. They must avoid the growlers, which are like baby icebergs. They are hard to spot.
There, port. Hard to port. There's one straight ahead, right in front. Hard port.
The growlers can damage the hull. Their ice is very often hard and sharp. The wind has dropped. The ice is becoming scarcer, and the Y is now entering the first inlets marking the entrance to the Northwest Passage. The austerity and isolation here make it feel like a virgin land. But they need strength to appreciate it.
I didn't sleep much last night. I'm tired. Tomorrow we have to dive. It's midnight. The weather's crappy. We don't know the area. And our anchorage is terrible.
But from their mooring in Albert Harbor, the first dive into the passage is wonderful. It's very steep, with vertiginous overhangs. Moreover, there is an explosion of life here unlike anything Gilad has ever seen in the Arctic seas. Rich, abundant life. At different depths, the divers hold up a 50-centimeter frame and take a picture to count the species later. They take samples of some of them. It is only by diving like this that they can explore these otherwise inaccessible areas. But for those waiting on the surface, the dive is taking a disturbing turn.
Gilda, for Erwin, do you receive me? Erwin, Gilda, I hear you.
Veronique, a doctor on board, is on the alert.
A parachute came up with the alarm signal, like the flag of a tag that was still attached, which is a signal that there is a problem underwater. Maybe it's just an oversight, but when in doubt, we have to do whatever it takes. They just let us know that everything is fine. They're both there and everything is fine.
Message received.
False alarm. Encumbered by his wetsuit, one of the divers triggered the wrong signal. But that was the only negative during this first dive in the Northwest Passage.
I think that was one of the most beautiful dives I've ever done in the Arctic.
Yes,
That was crazy, huh?
magnificent. To die for.
Nobody's ever dived here before, and probably nobody else ever will. Nobody dives here. And we just went on the most amazing voyage down there.
The site is exceptional, and they need to explore it for traces of fluorescence. A lumpfish swims into the beam of the lamp. Any traces of fluorescence are very slight. The red fluorescence of algae lights up the rock. There is something magical about this vision. Then, two small fluorescent spheres appear.
That's beautiful.
A fluorescent shrimp. Its eyes glow under the microscope.
C'est vraiment la crevette la plus... Je dirais même l'espèce.
It's really the most captivating species. It's particularly remarkable, the way its eyes are staring at us. And here, what are you interested in?
In this instance, the type of fluorescence.
The type of fluorescence.
Yes. The goal is always to find new types of fluorescence that can be used in medicine, or in biology, or in industry, or by the police. There are plenty of applications.
One of the aims of their research in the Arctic is to identify new fluorescent molecules. The first one was observed in jellyfish, and for the past 20 years, we have been searching for them in all organisms. These molecules have revolutionized the biomedical field. For example, they make it possible to color a cell and monitor how it changes. The potential is immense for these molecules that render the invisible visible.
As we move forward, the landscape becomes austere under an increasingly grey sky. We are in Lancaster Sound, and now I have a better understanding of what Amundsen said when he first arrived here. He said, "The north of Devon Island we are passing has none of the beautiful lines of Greenland. Huge, bare and desolate plateaus with large humps and gibbosities here and there. This country is not an engaging one."
This country is not an engaging one. These few words, uttered by the Norwegian explorer Roald Amundsen, the first man to cross the Northwest Passage, and the first to reach the South Pole, quite accurately reflect the harshness of this place. Lancaster Sound is home to Beachy Island, a symbol of loss, suffering, and tragedy that contributed to the legend of the Northwest Passage.
Finalement, this quest for the Northwest Passage starts here. It starts at Beachy Island, which is the start of the Northwest Passage, and was at the start of a tragedy, that of Franklin's Lost Expedition. Franklin's Lost Expedition was crazy. It symbolizes those great patriotic expeditions. But it resulted in a huge death toll. It was a terrible tragedy, probably one of the greatest tragedies in the history of polar exploration, even in the history of all exploration. It began as one of the most important and prestigious expeditions ever, but in the end, all hands were lost.
There are several graves on this island. 3 are for members of Franklin's Lost Expedition, and 1 is that of a member of an expedition that came looking for them.
It transports you right back into history. Even if it's difficult on a bright sunny day like today to imagine what it was like for those 2 boats over winter, in the night. And then those terrible losses. All those young people who perished like that. This was right at the start of the expedition. It wasn't until later on that it became about survival.
The Franklin expedition had set off on 2 boats, the Erebus and the Terror, to find a gateway to the Northwest Passage. They had planned to be self-sustaining for 3 years, but all 129 men died of hunger and cold. From 1848 onwards, several expeditions were organized to find them. On Beachy Island, the discovery of the graves was key. But nobody ever fully established what happened to the Erebus, the Terror, and their crews. These expeditions led to a more extensive mapping of the region, demonstrating that a passage was possible, and many stories were told about what happened.
The difference in the ice that they talked about and what we see is amazing. Really.
Absolutely. In the stories, they talk about an ice shelf 3 or 4 meters thick. 3-4 meters is really big. That's what we have today in the south, on the Canadian coast of the Arctic Ocean. But there's not much sea left that's 3 or 4 meters thick anymore.
The ice shelf is not like it was during that heroic time. The Northwest Passage has opened out over the years, encouraging ship owners to dream about this route that slashes by 1/3 the distance between Europe and Asia. But navigating it is still unpredictable. Conditions vary from year to year, sometimes almost blocking it completely. Historically, the trickiest parts of the passage are on the way to Joa Haven, in a corridor of water called Peel Sound. This has always been the case.
We know that now our problems will begin. The ice is there. We decided to leave while it was still there. But you can't just keep waiting until it's completely clear. So we decided to leave for Goa, while Peel Sound was still very icy. But we're hoping the wind will push the ice somewhat to let us through. We'll see.
You can go 10 degrees to port. Well, that's the best I can do. There's a big sheet on the port side.
Okay, understood.
About 10 lengths. Then it's very dense until we reach the point. able to see if we start heading into the compact stuff.
Okay, let's go then.
Let's go. Okay, we're going to start pushing ice cubes now.
Can you tell me whether to go fully to starboard and then back to port?
Yeah, for now, maybe a little turn to port. Okay, you're touching. You can push.
It's impressive. You have the feeling of heading straight for a wall of ice. It often feels like it's impossible, and then,
Another 10 meters and then it's really blocked.
well, I was going to say that often we make our way as best we can, and we manage to find channels that are free, but maybe not. We'll see.
Okay, my dear. Go for a ship's length, and then there's an ice cube to push.
The Y stops, stuck in the ice at Peel Sound. Now they have to wait for the shifting ice to clear a lane. It could take days, or it might not happen, and they will have to overwinter, stuck for the whole season in the ice. The hours go slowly by, punctuated by the creepy sound of the pressure of the ice. Diving is suspended, and the crew suffers along with the boat.
Two o'clock. 2 hours, 300 meters.
For now, we can't see anything,
2 hours, 300 meters.
but now it's action stations. Everyone has gotten up to look for the bear.
On the ice shelf, there's a thick spur. It's after the water hole.
Oh yeah, I see it. Fabulous.
Watching the bears makes us forget for a while how we're stuck in the ice, and we don't know when we'll get out, and it's a worrying time. It also reminds us that there are many bears in this area, and that if we are to spend a lot of time here, we'll have to take that into account. I don't know if it's because the ice is relatively thick, but they're really lovely, big and healthy. I think it must be the cub's second year, because they're already very big and fat. I think they'll soon be leaving their mother to live their lives on their own.
The size of the ice shelf makes Peel Sound prime polar bear territory. In summer, when food is scarcer, they also venture onto the cliffs to look for bird eggs. After 72 hours of waiting and monitoring, it looks like a passage will soon open up.
It's been raining for a few hours now, and that's good for melting the ice. And we can see it melting from hour to hour. It's breaking up. It's the ice that melts in August and that reforms as early as September. It's a very small window for passing through. That's the Northwest Passage for you, and it remains very thick. The ice flows surrounding us are mostly between 1 to 1.5 meters thick, and some are much thicker. So it makes the crossing difficult.
The ice melts, the sheets move, and channels open. As the Y starts to move for the first time in several days, it feels like deliverance.
The crazy thing is that although we've been sailing in the ice for years, I realise that there's no rule book. Each different kind of ice and each geographical location has its own particularities. And it's really different from one year to the next, and from one place to another, from one type of ice to another. This is no doubt why the Greenlanders have 100 words for ice. It's right there in front of that slab of ice. Look.
Do you see that lump of ice there?
Look, Robin. It's right in front of him. Can you see it?
Yes. I'm cold.
Do you think he's cold in the water, Robin?
No, it's me who's cold.
A last bear accompanies the Y as it finally leaves Peel Sound. Emmanuel, Guillain, and the crew have just crossed the most problematic area, the trickiest section of the Northwest Passage. A nascent nighttime starts to intrude into the constant day as the village of Joa Haven appears. Joa Haven, a legendary place in the Northwest Passage.
It's a small victory to be here after such a complicated trip. This is where Amundsen wintered and lived for 2 years as he attempted to cross the Northwest Passage. And it was also here that recently Inuit oral tradition helped identify and reconstruct part of the history of Franklin's lost expedition.
Joa Haven takes its name from the Joa, Roald Amundsen's boat. It was from this sheltered bay that he embarked upon the first crossing of the Northwest Passage. It took him 3 years and 2 winters here to finally connect the Atlantic to the Pacific in 1906. In Joa Haven, Emmanuel and Guillain are very keen to obtain authorization for a dive to explore the wrecks of the Franklin expedition. In the community center, they're greeted by Bob Cheatham. He is in charge of local development and works with Canadian archaeologists.
So here you are looking down into the rear of this. So you can see it's been pretty torn apart. Still pretty much together there, but I mean It's worn through the wood.
10 meters deep. And what's the ground? It's just a small piece of rock.
This looks like sand to me.
Yeah.
The 10 kilometer by 10 kilometer by 10 kilometer area
Prohibited.
where the Erebus is in, and you're not allowed anywhere in there with any craft or swimming or diving.
Emmanuel and Guillem's dreams have been dashed. The discovery of the Erebus in 2014 and the terror in 2016 have had a considerable impact on the English-speaking world. For underwater archaeologists, this discovery is one of the most important of the last 50 years. Searching of the wrecks has only just begun. Between Franklin and Amundsen, Joa Haven is now home to the two most symbolic stories of the Northwest Passage exploration.
There is a historical basement that such an opportunity for Guillaume.
There's a foundation of history, and with having both of them, as you mentioned, and such a change from one to the other. One where people didn't survive, and that's very tragic. Another where Amundsen was here, and Joe, and called the community after him. And he learned from the people by living with the Inuit how to survive. These people have been living in this Arctic area for over 4,000 years, and they've survived all those years, so there was a lot to learn.
The Y set sail again. They need to make up for time lost in Peel Sound. Emmanuel and Guillaume have one goal now: to avoid at all costs the great storms that can hit from mid-September onwards in the Bering Sea at the exit of the Northwest Passage. The Y leaves the protection offered by the Canadian islands and starts a long voyage open to the winds, and where finding shelter is problematic. More than 4,000 kilometers to the Bering Strait, where the need to make progress becomes more important than diving. They see fewer animals now. The landscape is monotonous. The sea monotonous. The dives, becoming more and more scarce in this race against the clock, are monotonous. There is no seabed, just muddy flats for thousands of kilometers. During these trying weeks, the permanent day is no more. Night is falling more and more. And with the night come moments of grace along the way.
Oh my! Manu, look!
Their progress is marked by breaks in the weather. Strong winds are expected. So, the Y seek shelter in a flat archipelago of sand. This feels like the middle of nowhere. But two Inuit hunters come to greet them.
Oh, hi. Nice boat. There is an old boat somewhere over here. You can see it right there. It is just part of the boat.
Do you know what this is?
Yeah, they tried to come over here from that island there. It was in the 19-something. 19-something. I forgot the year. I don't remember. I was young.
I think we're going to dive in to see.
By chance, the Y has dropped anchor beside a wreck. It has neither the prestige nor the dramatic history of the Erebus and the Terror, but nonetheless, this wreck bears witness to how tough it is to navigate the seas in this part of the world. It is about 50 meters long and beautifully preserved. Gila is cautious.
Is that the boat? West side, stuck a car, west side, stuck a car.
A wooden ship trapped in the ice in the 1950s. Her crew abandoned her, rescued by the hunters. The ship eventually gave way to the pressure of the ice. Then she
West
sank.
side, stuck a car.
The Inuit forgot her name, if they ever even knew it. Nature always flourishes where there are wrecks. They act as an artificial reef, and life seeks refuge there, developing and thriving. This is all the more the case here in the great north of the Americas, where the seabed has so little to offer. Fluorescent mold appears in the beams of their lamps. Other organisms are also glowing, like some sea urchins. Chilam takes a sample. Then he studies some places he finds next to the wreck.
What was that gangster?
I was waiting for you to come up. I was a little worried when you were down there because it was really stirred up.
How long have you been out?
For me, it's been half an hour, I think. So this will be our wreck. Given that we couldn't have the Terror or the Erebus. But I'd like to know its history. It's a bit mysterious.
I tried to look at the bow on both port and starboard to see if there was a name. I looked at the plates, I looked everywhere, but there were some clues. The plates came from England, and there were a lot of pumps that came from New York.
What did you find?
He found a sea urchin which seems to produce fluorescence. He didn't say where or how. We'll take a look with a magnifying glass.
Great. Let's do it.
There. So he has a small...
It's producing a lot of fluorescence.
It's lovely.
Were you expecting that, Marcel?
No. Well, I've never seen a sea urchin do that.
Really?
West side, gangster.
Why would a sea urchin transform light? Of all the species collected in the Northwest Passage, Marcel Koken identified this property in about 20 of them. In the Arctic, fluorescence would seem to be a rare phenomenon. Among these 20 species, this sea urchin is the only creature in which fluorescence has been observed for the first time. This leads them to hope that it is being produced by an as yet unknown protein. The Y swallows up the miles as it continues on its way along the northern coast of Alaska, passing the northernmost point in America.
Do we continue following the coast?
This is the last stage. The conditions are sometimes difficult and uncomfortable. But never as difficult and as uncomfortable as they are when they reach the Bering Strait. The wind grows stronger, and the waves climb even higher.
It was supposed to be calm this morning. And there's absolutely no shelter. We hoped it would be a little calmer when we arrived, but the sea is rougher than we'd imagined.
We're reaching the end of this great navigation through the Northwest Passage, which has been very varied. There was a lot of ice at the beginning, and now we're ending with weather that's truly worthy of the Bering Strait. You often hear people say that the Northwest Passage is open now, and that it's almost easy to cross. But our trip this year has shown that that's far from being the case. It remains a long and difficult voyage, requiring real commitment. The day is yet to come when we can cross the Northwest Passage like we do the Panama Canal.
It's nonetheless a legendary voyage. It's legendary because it's so tough. And our trip confirmed that. I wouldn't say it's a rite of passage. Maybe that's a little too cliched. But there's something of that in it. Makes you older and wiser, perhaps.
The Bering Strait
Doesn't have
is the
what's a
smallest
group,
exit
sir?
out of the Northwest Passage. But their story continues onto the Aleutian Islands, which they reach after 3 months of sailing from Greenland. When suddenly, austerity gives way to abundance.
Look! Whales, Robin! Over there! Over there, beside us! There!
Look at that!
Look at that! They're going to come out in front of the boat, Robin. Look.
And Emmanuel and Guillaume, their children and the crew, finished their journey to Kodiak among the whales. They have traveled 8,000 kilometers in a polar landscape that is constantly changing, and carried out dozens of dives that nobody has ever done before. They discovered some evidence of polar fluorescence, which may offer a source of hope for the scientific community. But above all, each of them emerged from this exceptional adventure as a slightly different person.
Emerging in the middle of the South Pacific, like an oasis in the heart of a maritime desert, the islands and atolls of French Polynesia are reserves of life and a paradise for diving. This is the perfect destination for the underwater explorers Emmanuel and Guillaume Baldou. After a decade diving in the waters of the Arctic, they're headed for the South Pacific with their children Robin and Tom, and their collective Under the Pole. In Polynesia, they plan to explore one of the most mysterious ecosystems on our planet. Deep corals.
Moi, j'ai complètement
I totally flipped out when I saw that.
ça, ouais, c'était
It's insane.
dingue.
Little known and rarely observed, these marine vertebrates live at depths of between 30 and 150 meters.
We never thought we'd find this coral at such depths when we started. It's incredible.
Over 12 months, the Deep Hope mission will work alongside scientists to study them and find out if there is any hope for the world's coral reefs, which are under so much threat.
It's amazing and totally unexpected to find something like that in Polynesia. I can genuinely say I didn't expect it at all.
12 months of full-on adventure in the unknown depths of French Polynesia. 12 months of exceptional diving. 12 months of joys, of doubts, of discoveries, and of records to observe the coral reefs in a fresh light. But when you go where no one has gone before, you must expect to experience things no one has ever gone through before. On board their boat, the Y, Gila and Emmanuel Bardou and their group Under the Pole are specialists in deep dives. For the past decade, they've been carrying out pioneering expeditions in the depths of the Arctic. The photos which surround them illustrate the joy and camaraderie of this harsh life. The waters of the South Pacific are more welcoming, but the duration of the Deep Hope program and the number of dives at 120 meters make the mission both ambitious and demanding.
Le risque, en fait,
The risk of this kind of dive is that a small problem can soon become a major problem,
un gros problème,
and you can quickly accumulate others. And that's where training and experience are absolutely fundamental.
et l'expérience sont absolument fondamentaux. Voilà. C'est des voyages
We can make extraordinary descents thanks to the rebreather and the propulsion scooter. Magical dives.
des plongées qui sont magiques qu'on fait là.
But that demands a great deal of rigor.
Ça demande beaucoup de rigueur.
Over 12 months, the crew will undertake hundreds of challenging dives in the 5 archipelagos of French Polynesia, namely the Society Islands, the Tuamotu Archipelago, the Marquesas, the Gambier Islands, and the Austral Islands. The crepuscular corals have never been studied in Polynesia, so the Deep Hope mission is about to explore unknown territory. But to begin with, they're going to start out in shallow waters.
We're going to do a little dive in the appropriately named aquarium to show the corals and fish to Robin.
Let's go.
On a envie que cet environnement perdure.
We want this environment to last.
Toute cette vie,
So all this abundant life we observe here still exists decades from now.
dans quelques dizaines d'années, dans quelques années,
So our children can dive here too.
The coral reefs are precious. Along with the rainforests, they are the planet's richest ecosystems. But They are in danger. Under pressure from climate change and pollution. The corals form the basis of the reef. These creatures are astonishing in the diversity of their forms and distribution. Their structure provides refuge for a multitude of species. They are very well documented, down to a depth of 30 meters. Beyond that, in the twilight zones that scientists call the mesophotic zone, little is known. Gila and Emmanuel sailed to the Creole at the end of Ootd Bay. The Creole is a research center for coral ecosystems, where Letitia Edouin works.
This is the whole aquarology zone where we can keep the corals alive. There's some here and behind. It's a new platform. Then we've got some small containers. We can modify the environmental conditions like the pH and temperature.
When she arrived in Moria in 2010, the reefs were in a terrible state. There were practically no corals left. But just 8 years later, they've made a major comeback. Letitia wonders if the crepuscular corals were behind this recovery. The Deep Hope program, based on the theory of refuge, came into being.
What we found so inspiring about your project is the refuge theory and the solutions which this could bring to the coral reef.
The refuge theory is the idea that the deep corals could generate larvae which come up to recolonize the surface. And if that's the case, it's extremely important for their protection, where the depth is really a critical dimension, which should be incorporated in studies, in management, in preservation. But we here in French Polynesia, we don't know because we don't have access to that zone.
It's amazing to think that for the first time in French Polynesia, we're going to observe and take samples on a vast scale of species and individuals that we don't yet know. We're going to try and understand how they live and how they interact. It's going to be like our own Cousteau dream.
This collaboration is a golden opportunity. At the start of the expedition, Letitia guides them into the coral world. Michel Pichon, global specialist in coral identification, accompanies them. Today's agenda, a dive to 120 meters on a site at Moria that the Creole has been studying.
We're quite familiar with the zone from 0 to 30 meters, since that's a zone we study. Beyond that, it's true it becomes a bit more vague. But Michel has made this little sheet on which he's noted the main species we expect to find out there. What's the maximum dive time at 90 and 120 meters?
At 120 meters, that gives us 3 hours diving, 3.5 hours. We'll be in that ballpark.
20 or 25 minutes, that's not quite the same dive time. At 120 meters, each minute will significantly increase the decompression time.
And that includes the descent too.
If there's any snag to deal with when you're down there, 3 minutes more is 45 minutes extra decompression. It starts to add up. 1 hour's decompression for 4 minutes.
Every minute spent at depth has a cost in terms of decompression time. The divers then have to spend several hours underwater.
Wasn't it so gangster?
Is Gillen's diving partner. Together, they share the same risks. For this initial dive, Gila is hooked up to Letitia Edouin and Michel Pichon, Via a camera, they want to see the coral species living in this crepuscular world and see how abundant they are. They each have 80 kilos of equipment, a rebreather, 4 bottles on their backs, 2 big ones on the side, lighting, tools, the propulsion scooter. Going down 120 meters is an exercise in itself.
8.64, 200 bars, inject.
190 bars, inject.
Intermediary, 2040, 250 bars, closed under pressure.
These guys are great. I love them. I love them.
Open under pressure.
Bye now.
La descente, on essaie de la faire.
We tried to descend as quickly as possible.
Okay, still okay.
On arrive à 40.
We get to 40 meters. There are a lot of fish. There's a genuine underwater city living in and around the corals.
Puis en quelques minutes,
in a few minutes, we'll change universe. It's an extraordinary sensation.
Extraordinaire. La
The
lumière
light dims, the gloom grows. All my senses are on alert.
J'ai une partie de moi-même basée
There's a
sur
part of me based on the automatic reflexes of diving and survival in the deep. Equilibrium, breathing.
toujours un
I
regard
always keep one eye over my shoulder to check there are no sharks around.
dans les parages. J'ai toujours un œil.
I always keep an eye on Julien, and I know he's keeping an eye on me.
Tout le temps est compté.
The clock is ticking.
On a quelques
We have a few minutes to make this trip and bring back these corals from the depths.
ramenés de ces profondeurs, ces coraux qu'on est venu chercher.
Guillaume and Julien move along the drop. At 120 meters on this site, there is no coral. But in the zone around 90 meters, they are present. The coral covering is even quite significant for this depth. Certain corals attract their attention.
I find it quite unique to discover this at the same time with him, seeing him underwater, sharing this. I would never go down to 120 meters, and to do this with him is an experience. We can see that they've come up a bit, but we can see that there's quite a bit of life at this depth. We should tell him to take that acropora.
Milan, if you're receiving me, take the acropora just above.
They send their samples back to the surface. Now it's time to resurface. And that means a long wait, around 2.5 hours of decompression, to reduce the nitrogen or helium accumulated in the body and avoid an accident.
Quand on fait de la plongée profonde,
When you make a deep dive, you have a limit.
la profondeur,
It's not so much the depth, it's the time.
c'est pas la machine,
It's not the machine which limits us, it's the person.
c'est l'homme. C'est le froid,
It's the cold,
c'est la fatigue.
fatigue.
Et ici, à
Don't stop here at 6 meters. We're nearly there. The surface is right there, and we can see it. And yet we're 6 meters down. And it's been several hours,
ça, c'est
and there's no way around it.
infranchissable.
On the surface, the scientists wait patiently for the divers. Meanwhile, one of the samples brought up from the deep has especially attracted their attention. a coral of the genus Pachyceras found at 90 meters.
This is the Pachyceras from 90 meters. We think this is a record in terms of depth for a Pachyceras. Do you know if you saw a lot of them at that depth?
It was at the start, but yes, there were loads. They appear all at once. We were going along the bank and boom! At 90 meters, we saw the first, we took it, and then we looked around, and they were all around. And there were other colonies, and there were others which were even more extensive than that.
For us, knowing this exists at 90 meters suggests it might serve to recolonize shallower areas.
This is a major discovery. It tends to support the refuge theory, the idea that deep corals might recede the surface of the reef. The boat leaves Moria. It sails through the Society Islands. 3 islands will be explored in each Polynesian archipelago. 2 sites are selected on each island, with 6 docks on each site. This is a sizable undertaking, involving at least 6 divers every time. They divide up the different depths, from 6 meters to 120 meters. They collect samples. They photograph the deep coral colonies to record their diversity and their quantity. They also install luminosity and temperature sensors to understand the physical characteristics of this twilight world. Each dive is a journey of wonder.
We move through these environments and we know things are going to happen. I know I'm going to make different observations every time.
Qui sont à chaque fois différentes.
The boat becomes a laboratory. The samples accumulate on deck as a hidden world starts to reveal itself.
First samples gathered are always a surprise when we open the sachets, when we finally see what they've collected. We have lots of discoveries, seeing all these previously unknown species which managed to colonize this little-known mesophotic zone.
And the biggest surprise so far goes by the name of sample number 805, a coral never previously observed in Polynesia or elsewhere. Amazingly, the divers frequently collect this unrecorded species of coral in the twilight zone. Michel spends endless hours studying them. He identifies the genus, but not the species. And it's such a rare genus, he can't believe it.
Is this a totally new species?
Absolutely.
Is that an incredible discovery?
Yes. It's one of the highlights of the expedition. Pearl of our own. It's totally amazing and unexpected to find something like that in Polynesia to begin with. Honestly, I can tell you I wasn't expecting that.
On the list of unexpected surprises on this expedition, there is also an island. Since it is so exposed to the wind, it has been little explored to date. But the conditions are clement, so they decide to make a halt.
We're arriving on Makatea, to the south of the Tuamotus. I don't think many people come to this island. It doesn't feature in nautical manuals, except in the official French book. To me, it's a bit like Robinson Crusoe's island, due to its isolation and its Virgin Island appearance. We have to try and make a stop, have a look around, and if all goes well, carry out a dive.
Makatea is a rare island. It is a raised atoll, one of only 3 in the whole of the Pacific. Its 80-meter cliffs make it an ocean citadel. Mooring points are very challenging for navigators, and diving is tricky. Makatea is a largely forgotten island. Only 90 people still live here, including Julian May.
Hi.
How are you?
Unbelievable.
Wow. The history of Makatea left its mark on French Polynesia. The vegetation hides a scar. The island was exploited, then abandoned.
Makatea is not a Polynesian word. It was a word that was later turned into the Tahitian language. Makatea is a scientific word. It just means white coral. All the atolls in Polynesia in the Pacific, which have the same configuration, scientists call them Makatea. Makatea is special on every level, unique on every level.
For 5 decades, from 1917 to 1966, phosphate was exploited here. It was extracted from these cavities. At the time, Makatea was the economic engine of Polynesia. Then it all stopped. Today there are new projects underway on the island. Notably the resumption of phosphate extraction. But phosphate exploitation is detrimental to the corals. The crew want to know what state the reef is in today. It's an opportunistic dive. A few photos, some samples. It was not part of the initial program. But the most unexpected of landscapes unfolds before the divers. At a depth of 90 meters, there are corals everywhere. An incredible carpet at such a depth, as far as the eye can see.
Puis on voit bien la profondeur.
You can clearly see the depth from this blue. It's well in the 90-meter zone, perhaps even deeper. They're on top of one another. It's a blanket. We didn't take any photos, but 80 to 90, even 100%. I'm mesmerized, and I was mesmerized down there.
Yes, I saw you were hanging around. And the biggest, more than 1 meter.
Does that make sense to you, Michel? That kind of coverage at those depths?
For coral reefs in general, honestly, no. Even in more shallow reefs, a rate of coverage that high over such a wide area is extremely rare. To me, that is something altogether exceptional.
They only stay 3 days in Makatea, but they plan to return one day.
I think we will see each other again.
Yes, it's a very small world.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Bye.
These initial extraordinary observations call for more dives and further study. But that will have to wait for another time. The exploration program must stick to its course towards other islands, other archipelagos. The voyage is punctuated by some intense moments. For Emmanuel, swimming with a whale is a childhood dream and a promise she made to Roba.
When we arrive at the spot where they're supposed to be below us, they're already coming up. Just in front of us, I see Robin, who's not afraid of them, who even tries to get closer. At one point, I even thought he was going to get on the whale's back. In a few seconds, we fulfill the dream. All three of us exchanging glances with these whales.
That was incredible.
Oh yeah, he was in total apnea.
It was incredible.
Did you see that? How many were there? How many did you count?
I didn't count.
You didn't count? I think there were 4 of them. I think it's one of the best days of my life. No exaggeration.
Bora Bora. The mood is buoyant. The expedition is fulfilling all its promises. The fervor for diving is proving contagious.
Well, are we going to dive or not? Are we going to dive?
But when this involves deep exploration, diving where nobody ever goes, they can expect to experience moments that no one else has ever experienced.
Aujourd'hui, c'est Julien.
Today, Julien is due to bring in the sensors we left in a column of water. Here at 120 meters.
Ici à 120 mètres. Puis après,
Then at 90 meters, and so on.
c'est la fin de.
And that's the end of our mission for this dive.
That's the
We've
West.
got around 2.5 hours of decompression left.
Gila and Julien start to swim up slowly, respecting the decompression stops.
Arrivé à 80 mètres.
When we get to 80 meters, I see Julien stop, intrigued by the behavior of a grey shark. The closer I come, the more this shark's attitude catches my attention.
L'attitude de ce requin m'interpelle. Si on sait
You know, sharks can swim to intimidate.
ces requins peuvent avoir une nage d'intimidation et qu'il faut
But
parfois.
I've never seen a shark behave like this.
J'ai jamais vu ça.
It was an extremely slow, jerky way of swimming, swinging 90 degrees to the left, 90 degrees to the right. Not like anything I'd ever seen before.
The shark moves away, then turns around, passes in front of Guylain, and swims towards Julien.
I'm in open water. There's still this shark swimming against the current. He's coming in my direction, and he leaves the wall at that moment. So we meet in open water.
À ce moment-là, moi,
At that point, I'm thinking, wow, this is great. This is really incredible. It's really quite rare to find yourself in such a setting with these creatures so close.
à 80 mètres de profondeur,
At a depth of 80 meters in this magnificent blue, I witnessed an almost unthinkable scene.
quasiment impossible.
Je sais pas, I don't know exactly what happened. I dropped my camera.
Je vois Julien.
I saw Julien. He'd lost his mask.
Je sais pas.
I didn't know the extent of the damage. I just knew it had bitten. And I thought, okay, I have to react quickly. He'd bitten through my strap, so I've got no mask. I can feel that the water is going straight into my loop. It's much harder to breathe. I put myself in front of his face and give a big okay sign.
On est face à une situation.
We were facing an extremely grave situation, since it looked as though he'd lost his rebreather.
I absolutely had to stay calm. If I panicked at that point, at that depth, it's simple. You end up drowning. It's over. End of story.
In such moments, life flirts with death. Julien puts on his emergency bottles. The shark has gone. Julien seems to be handling the situation. But what about his injuries? He still has to undergo 2.5 hours of decompression. Returning to the surface would be fatal.
Je vois Julien qui saigne.
Yeah, I can see Julien's bleeding. There's a big cloud of diluted blood around his head, coming out of his hood.
Et là, je comprends qu'il est blessé.
I realise that he's been injured and that he's bleeding quite profusely.
I had to not bleed out in the water. If I lost too much blood, I maybe wouldn't be able to complete the decompression. So I've got two problems. I'm injured and I've got blood loss. So it's tricky.
I'll pass on the info so they can prepare what they need to patch him up, because it's possible his head is going to need some stitches.
If it's a deep cut, can you stay 2 hours in the water?
He doesn't have any choice. He has to stay down there.
He won't bleed to death?
The crew rallying around Julien. They're all worried he may pass out before he makes the surface.
Julien,
Julien is in shock. And even if he tells us everything's fine and he's handling it, he doesn't look his usual self.
il n'a pas le même regard que d'habitude.
The stop is interminable. Guylain remains vigilant. Every minute that goes by reassures Julien, and the bleeding seems to have stopped.
I still can't quite step back to realise just how much worse it could have been. I'm just relieved to have come through it.
Okay, come on.
I'm fine.
Where exactly does it hurt?
I took a blow here and one here.
Yes, there were some marks on your right.
I can feel I've got a couple of cuts there.
Does that hurt?
No, it's fine.
Did you feel there was any violent compression of the skull?
No. I felt I was held, but not at all compressed. He was too small to get hold of my whole head. I had a vision like in some B-movie where the shark comes along and opens its jaws and then it all goes flat. It was like that, because I ducked my head, I saw its gaping mouth, I thought, damn. And then it thrashed around for a couple of seconds, and then it had hold of me. I thought, this damn thing is actually trying to eat my head.
A dozen stitches and the incident is over, at least on the physical level. The consequences for the crew are more profound. That evening, they gathered to watch the footage to review what happened, each diver having had a partial view of events. The shark is swimming in an intimidation pattern, exhibiting territorial behavior, but the way it is swimming is so slow that it's unusual. The divers didn't know how to interpret it.
It goes straight for the head and it's on target.
You can't even see that I tried to fend it off, but it didn't work at all.
On n'avait pas mesuré, je pense. I don't think we'd fully appreciated how far these deep dives were going to take us into wild territory. On allait évoluer dans un monde sauvage and end up bringing us face to face with some behaviors very different to those you might imagine.
Qui sont très différents de ce qu'on peut imaginer.
That has unsettled the crew a little bit.
At these depths, sharks are not used to encountering humans, as they might in the shallower channels and lagoons. What's more, diving with a rebreather means the diver does not release that long column of bubbles familiar in dives using bottles, which give the diver a greater stature, impressing other marine creatures. But the accident does not halt the program. The study of the crepuscular corals continues, but no one is left unscathed by the attack. They all react in their own way, dealing with their anxieties.
I wasn't very comfortable down there. I really wasn't at ease.
Perhaps it'll help you get over it.
It's the fact that it was a sort of lair. A sort of lair. A bit like the last time. Weirdly, it wasn't underwater that was most stressful. It's more before. You imagine all kinds of things. You picture scenarios. You relive the accident. You relive like it's happening. You relive it in the first person, wondering, what would I have done? How would I have gotten through that? Because I don't have as much experience as Julien. I'm not as calm as he is. Maybe I wouldn't be as lucky as him when the shark struck here and not lower down on the throat, for example. You start reliving an accident in the first person, and it's really anxiety-inducing.
Ever since that day, I find it hard to relax when I dive. There's a before and an after. Because there's that moment when I thought we were going to lose someone. And there was that hour and a half of decompression when I reran the images in my head. I thought about the children, Gila and me, and I asked myself a lot of questions.
Emmanuel has taken a step back. Having taken part in all the dives, now she goes less often. But in Rangiroa, on a site alongside the Tiputa Channel, a world-renowned paradise for divers, she rediscovers her taste for gathering underwater specimens. She once again experiences the powerful emotions of a deep dive. The stops are spent in the channel, a wonderful moment of release, when diving once again becomes a pleasure for the whole crew.
That's amazing. Little dolphins.
2.5 hours of dolphins. From the start of the dive to the end.
They hardly left our side for at least the whole first half of the dive.
Time has worked its magic. The anxieties have evaporated. And the data obtained during the expedition now makes the accident a distant memory. They put together the largest collection of crepuscular corals ever assembled. Above all, they redefine our knowledge of this environment, observing that the species capable of thriving at great depths are more numerous than previously believed.
One of the major learnings of the collection we've made so far is the observation that most of the coral species we found near the surface are quite capable of living at depths of 100 to 120 meters. That's really something we were not expecting. That fuels the refuge theory, according to which corals are able to live in the depths and be in a way protected.
This collection forms the basis of a new hope that the deep corals may be capable of repopulating the surface reefs that have suffered so much. The data gathered by the sensors also yield some surprises. At 120 meters, the scientists discovered that the corals only receive 4% of the light, and yet they need it to survive. How do these creatures manage to live there? And just how deep can they go?
There are some islands where we could envisage carrying out deeper dives than usual, going beyond 120 meters. We go down and down as long as there are corals. Obviously, we couldn't do this everywhere, but there are some islands which lend themselves to this more than others. Have you got any ideas about where there are isles where we can stay down longer?
It's true, the Marquesas is not the right archipelago.
We go to the Gambier Islands for several reasons. On the one hand, as I often say, it's the archipelago at the end of the world, at the extreme southeast of the whole chain of the Tuamotu.
Lying 1,700 kilometers from Tahiti, the Gambier Archipelago is the most easterly in French Polynesia. Its geology, temperature, the clarity of its waters, and its little-known coral ecosystems make it an obvious choice to attempt some very deep dives to probe the limits of coral life. In Moldova, one site seems ideal.
Do you know how deep Julien and Gaël are going to go today?
20 meters.
More, Robin.
120 meters.
Even more.
180 meters.
A bit less.
170 meters.
Something like that. Check.
The casual tone adopted with the kids belies a certain gravity. Guylain and Julien are going to go down as far as the last coral on the slope. They have never before descended so far.
We start out on the slope and begin a descent that gets increasingly vertical, and the depths tick by. 130 meters, corals all around us. 140 meters, 150 meters, they're becoming more scarce. 160 meters, we can still spot them here and there. Julien and I stop at 170 meters. We're a long way from the surface. We've never been so deep before. We turn towards the rock face, and there in front of us is a coral.
A coral is thriving at a depth of exactly 171 meters. This coral is exceptional. It is the deepest ever recorded. The previous record was 165 meters. But this was simply an observation made from a submarine in the archipelago of Hawaii.
Depth 171. Yes. Well, Michelle? 171 meters.
A new record.
What do you think of that?
It's the deepest coral sample ever taken anywhere in the world. We've pushed back the frontiers of reef corals. And that's very important because it shows that the lower limit is much deeper than was previously thought. It's extraordinary. It makes me very emotional. I've been working with corals for nearly 60 years. This is a crowning moment. Excuse me.
We're really happy to share that with you. It makes us really happy and proud. It's very touching to see Michelle so moved by this discovery. And for us, it's true. We never thought we'd find a coral at 171 meters. At the start, we never thought we'd dive that deep. Michelle's really over the moon.
We thought of you.
It was really emotional.
We even showed that in Polynesian waters, corals can be found that live at depths at which they've never been found before. So the whole vision we had of the reef and how it functions has been thrown into question because today you can't ignore these deep ecosystems and their contribution in how the reef works.
The Deep Hope mission has brought fresh light onto the coral reefs, demonstrating how depth is a key dimension in the survival of this fragile ecosystem.
They're down there, hanging onto the rock face, isolated in the half-light, yet thriving. It's an amazing discovery, and that alone justifies everything we've done. For me, it's a magnificent symbol of the meaning of underwater exploration. In the great Canadian North, at Nunavut, Resolute Bay is slowly awakening after a long polar night. This Inuit village was the legendary base camp for the conquest of the North Pole, just as it will be for our expedition. The dream of a lifetime is coming true. Here I am with a fully prepared team. Our goal, to explore the hidden site of the glacial Arctic Ocean. We load up in an hour at 4 p.m., and that's it. Don't forget anything. Then we're on our way. 176, that's a lot. I'm Guilain, the one who started this crazy project.
I can take a little.
That's Manu, the only woman on the team. That's Alban, with the red cross on his cap, always cheerful. As for Sam, he's sort of our genius handyman. The other four, Clément, Benoit, Pascal, and Vincent, are all experts. Mountain climber, photographer, emergency medic, cameraman, and last of all, Kayak, our bear detective. You can't tell who's who because we're all dressed the same. For Manu and me, this flight towards the pole is the accomplishment of 2 years' work. In this no man's land, the pilots eventually find a safe landing site. Then we are dropped off on the frozen ocean at 40 nautical miles, roughly 70 kilometers from the geographic North Pole. Valentine is our logistics expert. She's heading for Resolute Bay to take charge of base camp. She'll be in touch with us daily through the satellite phones. The DC-3 leaving without us. How I've dreamt of this.
Not one familiar mark to guide us. Ahead of us, due south, 800 kilometers of ice field to cross before reaching land. Our main objective, to do about 50 dives between the pole and the Canadian coast.
What I suggest is that we take it easy. Don't rush. Take all the time you need to get ready. We have to be careful and watch out for frostbite. Rule number 1, as soon as some part of your body feels extremely cold, you say so. Hands, eyebrows, cheeks, whatever. So do whatever's left to be done, and when we're all ready, we start off. Okay, Kayak, let's go. He traveled with us all the way from France. Taking our young husky along was no easy matter.
This apparently motionless ocean is an immense ice field that drifts according to winds and sea currents above a depth of 4,000 meters. The first kilometer confirms that all the training in the world will never give you the feel of the real terrain.
From now on, the sun will stop setting. My hands feel terribly cold, and I know this isn't always going to be easy. But it's my responsibility to bring everyone back safe and sound. It's cold. I feel something. Yeah. But you still have to be super careful. How is it? It hurts. Well, that's a good sign. But it's still numb, and I've been at it for 5 minutes already. Give it a good rub with your hands.
Yeah, I tried that. It worked pretty well.
Yeah, that's what you should do. Now we have to get our bearings.
See? It just takes a little while.
Well, it served as a good warning. So, it's cold. We're complaining about the cold. In a month and a half, when it gets hot, we'll be all wet. We'll complain about the heat. Let's just concentrate on getting some sleep now.
When we woke up this morning, we all felt groggy, as if we'd been anesthetized by the cold. It was minus 40 degrees Celsius last night inside the tent, but no one really wants to make a big deal of it.
Oh, you guys being bitches?
We're getting into a daily routine. The University of Alberta asked us to take some measurements. The only way to evaluate the thickness of the field, which the satellites are unable to detect, is to measure it on the spot.
It's March 29th. This morning, it's precisely minus 39 degrees centigrade. So Manu and Alban, get ready. I'm happy to give them the privilege of the first dive under the pool.
The inflows are set at minimum. I tightened them. They're at minimum and they stay that way. If you open it, it's because you need more air.
Are they good and tight?
As tight as possible for a minimum amount of air to avoid any frost.
Good, because the joint is going to be very cold.
I figured out why it took so much effort. It's because they're frozen. Go ahead. Go on.
I can't breathe. You've got to warm it up with the heat gun or it's impossible.
Well, I can't say it's too comfortable.
Let's try it again.
Go for it.
1, 2, 3.
The feet feel okay. All right, I feel great.
The spit freezes right away.
You okay, Manu? I unfroze it a little while ago. No problem.
Making my way into this formidable world is a bit frightening. The water is so clear it makes me dizzy. It feels like I'm floating weightless in space. The lifeline is all that connects me to the surface. I've never held on to it as tight as at this instant. Above, they have no idea of what I'm going through. In this mineral world, we never expected to come across any traces of life so soon, barely out of the polar night. Perhaps the first rays of the sun awakened this school of krill. The ice is bright, the cold biting. The shards are razor sharp. Despite the frost in the mask, I can see blocks of ice crystals appearing. A shrimp trapped inside one seems to be waiting for a ray of sun to release it from its icy abode.
Yes, there are enormous crystals. Colors are extraordinary. Blue, turquoise, white, it's stunning. The visibility and clarity of the water, it's amazing. We really get an eyeful. So many wonderful things to see that we'll have to come back tomorrow. We always dive 2 or 3 people at a time, just as we do in cave diving, and we double up on vital equipment, regulators, tanks. The teams take turns at each site. Sam has gone to measure the temperature of underwater ice. Seawater in the Arctic generally freezes at about minus 1.8 degrees centigrade, depending on its salt concentration. The temperature of the ice on the surface is much colder, closer to air temperature. Minus 1.6 degrees is water temperature, and minus 1.7 is ice temperature. I'm giving you my jacket. My gel off, my tights. It's okay, I feel good.
I'm okay.
We continue our way south through the whiteness of the day. Compared to regular expeditions, we carry a lot of weight. Tanks, compressors, a generator, fuel, a heat gun to warm up the diving equipment. All the essential technology reduced to an absolute minimum. We had planned to cover an average of 12 to 15 kilometers a day. Because of the wind, it's drifting at a rate of 0.3, 0.4 kilometers an hour. We're advancing at an average speed of 1 kilometer per hour. We've gone 6.5 kilometers in 6.5 hours. After all that effort. Let's not spend too much time on this damn ice pack.
We still have to keep pulling the sleds.
What's my name?
Oh my God, wow! That big chunk just turned over.
It turned over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that could happen.
If you'd been on it just then.
Bad luck.
Okay, let's go. The first leads appear. To negotiate these channels is exhausting. We rapidly understand it will take an immense team effort to overcome these obstacles and continue on, but no one complains.
Dinner! The simplest gestures accomplished in a temperate zone take considerably more time here. It takes an hour to melt enough snow for our cooking and water consumption.
That's why I always carry energy bars. We're going from minus 35 degrees to minus 20 degrees. It'll cost us. We lost 13 millibars yesterday, and since then we went from 1,038 millibars to 1,002.
Which means if it's less than minus 30 degrees tomorrow, our clothes will be freezing. And it'll be chaos on the ice field.
We're ready for it.
Just a mess.
We lose too much time morning and evening, especially in the morning. This morning we left 1 hour and 15 minutes too late. There are always 2 to 4 people who slip out of their tents after the others, and it makes us late. Our timing is completely off, so no lounging around in the morning. I'm just like you. I don't feel like getting out of my sleeping bag either. I'd like to stay in another 15 minutes or so, too. So, whatever it takes, departure time is 9 a.m.
We'll try to be ready by 9.
We all have to be ready by 9, and that's that. We have to stop losing so much time. We keep losing time, and that's a problem. We just cannot afford to. Could you explain what you're doing with that little bottle?
First, I pee into it. Then I check to make sure it's closed tight. I tip the bottle over, like absolutely sure. Then I put it against my feet.
I don't believe it. You keep it on you like that?
Sure. When I feel a cold, it's like a hot water bottle and it warms me up.
We've lost Michel's.
Good night, then.
Despite the heavy lateral wind, we still maintain our course southward. 10 years ago, there used to be multi-year ice here that was several meters thick. Today, there is only young ice that's never more than 1.5 meters thick, which is easily deformed by the winds and ocean currents. The old ice has almost entirely disappeared, a sign that the ocean will soon be completely free of ice in the summer. Sometimes I feel a little lonely. I haven't told them, but we lost 5 kilometers yesterday because of the drift.
We've got to get over the ridge and onto some good pack ice. We won't make it before 7. It's better to go back 200 meters and knock off at 6:30.
Or we knock off at 7 and get up at 10. We can sleep an extra hour. It's up to us to get organized and keep moving.
If we didn't have to cross this thing, I wouldn't mind, but it's going to be very difficult, and I think this is a really bad time to do it.
He's right. I don't feel good about it. This way is slowing us down even more. We can't go around the lead. It'll take us too far east. We'll have to go across.
I think we should use the rafts. We don't have much choice.
Yeah. We'll slide them in there, from where it's easier to step in, and then we cross where there's the least ice in the water.
That's 7 night, west side.
It shouldn't tip forward too much.
No, we'll keep it centered.
Good. It's well balanced like that. Perfect. Let go, let go. I could use a paddle.
You have to have sailing skills if you go to the pool.
Hope there's no submarine about to surface.
Bring another raft to help them out.
1, 2, 3.
Easy, easy. What I didn't know was that at that very moment, at base camp in Resolute Bay, Valentine was consulting maps and satellite images, starting to worry about our slow progress. Then she discussed it with Wayne Davidson, a prominent polar meteorologist who has lived here for 30 years.
They're too loaded down to make it to the coast. The ice conditions are the worst I've ever seen. With what they're hauling, they should have left much earlier. The ice conditions would be bad for anybody, no matter how light they traveled. Everything is changing. The temperature will be more comfortable for them, but ice conditions will get worse. The ice is going to start moving more and more, and it will be difficult for them to get very far.
What do you see from up there?
It's a mess. Chaos everywhere. There are several compression crests that look like super diving sites. Right, Sam? We have to go down and see if the ice isn't too thick to drill a hole.
Exactly. It will take us 4 hours to travel 1 kilometer to the good ice where we camped tonight.
It's a little bit chilly, I'd say. How about my back?
Luckily, we're in good spirits. It's funny, but the brush turns out to be the best polar tool there is. The beauty of a gesture repeated over and over. Morning and night, it can take as much as 2 hours to brush off the icicles formed from our breathing and sweat, as well as the frost in the tents and sleeping bags. Valentine?
Hi, Valentine and Skila. So we're at 88-19-47 and 48-32-06.
Okay, you've drifted pretty far south.
We walked too, 5.63 kilometers southward. It was quite cold, beautiful, but cold. This morning it was minus 40. It's chaos on the ice field. We're making very slow progress.
Tomorrow, there's a violent blizzard heading your way at an incredible speed. In the afternoon, you can expect winds at 20 to 30 knots. So Wayne suggests you get settled on good pack ice and build walls of snow and ice to protect yourselves. It's going to be extremely violent.
Valentine wasn't kidding. Violent is definitely the word. Rather than keeping warm under the covers, Alban, Sam, Manu, and I get up the nerve and give it a try anyway.
It's opening up.
And closing too.
It's starting to close up.
One thing for sure, we can't go too far.
Could you get through from where you are?
You okay?
Yeah, but it sure is thick.
I wonder what is going to be time for you, bro.
Whereas the first site was predominantly flat and angular with sharp crystals, here it's like the shock of the titans. The packs and crests seem to tumble over each other as in a ballet of petrified giants. The underwater relief is 8 times what's visible on the surface.
Like frozen cumulonimbus clouds. The word exploring takes on a new meaning for us.
In the Middle Ages, sailors feared this sea more than anything, a sea of darkness where they risked reaching the edge and falling over.
Here we have clearly fallen into another world, as demonstrated by this giant salt concretion, a new sort of icicle.
We decide to explore even further and penetrate into the heart of the labyrinth. A maze of hollows, one narrower than the other. We stay alert for the slightest shift of the ice packs, listening for the smallest creak. Are those my heartbeats that I'm hearing?
We continue down to 40 meters, like Arctic manta rays sliding through an abyssal void.
Let me see your face. Do it some more.
Is it better, Guillaume?
Not too close.
Better. It's just like it came out of a swimming pool.
That's what happened to me yesterday.
Am I very white?
A little, but the color's coming back. You really have to rush out of that water.
And when you come out into a blizzard that's whipping in your face,
Yeah, you have to go fast. There, it's getting back to normal.
that's how I am.
We shouldn't be faced with this type of terrain so soon. It isn't really water or really ice. It's too dangerous to venture out on.
You got through.
But all 7 of us won't make it.
No, the idea is that I take a rope and pull you over. I'll trace a way through and you float across. It's ideal.
Or go alongside it.
That's going too far out of our way. It's much shorter to go this way.
Okay, so somebody puts on a wetsuit, breaks through, the others follow with the rafts. The wetsuit will do the trick.
The problem is that it's frozen when we get into it.
Okay?
Yep. I go in this direction?
Yes? Alban has to cover 300 meters this way. It's not every day you see a human icebreaker.
I should have tied it better. Careful not to lose the rope. Right arm. Don't drop the rope.
It's gonna kill him. Meanwhile, get the sleds ready because we're following right behind it. And sometimes, if I insist we push through like this, it's because all this has been slowing us down, along with that damn drift that's working against us. Hi, everybody.
Good morning. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Sleep well?
Yeah.
So did I. Thanks for asking.
By now, we've all adjusted to camp life. We each fill out our daily physiological chart for the study on sleep patterns and physical exertion under extreme conditions.
It's time for your pill.
Another study consists of swallowing a nanotechnological capsule which records our body temperature even during the dives. Okay. Is it rising?
Yeah, 34 degrees.
Is there a microchip in it?
That's right. Check this at the end of the dive to make sure it's working.
Okay.
hours. Today on This Old House, we start a new project, restoring the Victorian charm to an 1895 suburban home. We'll trace the history of home heating in this one basement. And see what other secrets are hiding right here in this old house. Hey, Kevin.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, nice and easy. Everybody together.
Oh, yeah. The right plant in the right place. Good. It's state-of-the-art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
All right, here we are, Norm. New project in a new town. This one's near Boston. It's called Belmont.
Right. It's a bedroom community that sprouted up about 150 years ago along the commuter rail lines. In fact, the old train station is still a central feature in downtown Belmont.
Another great feature of this town is the housing stock. A ton of old, beautiful houses.
Oh, yeah, the architecture is great. And it really represents the styles of the late 1800s, which is the revival period. You see a lot of Greek revivals, Italian things like that.
And in the case of our project, Norm, Victorian.
Here we are.
All right. Let's have a look at what we're working with. Hey, Murat, good to see you.
Hey, Kevin.
So it looks like it is moving day finally.
That's right. They're moving out, so Tommy can move in.
All right, can you use some help? Yeah, that'll be great.
Well, you guys do that. I'm going to go inside, see Catherine, and give up the plan.
Sounds good.
Hello. Catherine?
Hi, Kevin. Come on in.
Hey, good to see you again.
Good to see you. It's moving day, so it's a bit chaotic, but we're happy to show you around.
Well, that's a good sign, right? No turning back.
No turning back.
Everyone's going, and I've got a husband. Together?
We have 2 kids, 2 and 4. We didn't want to be around with all the construction tasks.
Well, that makes sense. So tell me the story of the house and how long you guys have been here.
Sure, we've been here 6 months. It's an 1895 Victorian, obviously,
Sounds
shingle
like
style.
fucking in it.
And it was built by a prominent local lawyer. He lived here with his first wife, and after she died, later his second wife. The story goes she came up from New York, was excited to move to Boston and live in a colonial. When she pulled up and saw that it was a Victorian, she was not pleased. So she set about taking out many of the Victorian details.
Okay. She wasn't a fan of Victorians, but how about you and Ron?
We love them.
All right. So specifically, the plan for you guys, what do you want to change?
One of the first things we hope to do is take down this wall. When you come in through the door, you immediately see this wall and you don't see any of the house.
Yeah, you really see this is right in your face.
That's right.
So that comes down.
So that you can see straight from the front door through to the back of the house.
Right. Sort of open this all up.
That's right. And expose some of the nice details like this carved dual post in the stainless.
I mean, these things are beautiful, so why wouldn't you want to show those off? All right. That's a pretty good decision. And throughout the rest of the house, what are you guys thinking?
Well, let me show you. Take a look at these huge, beautiful windows with the original wavy glass.
Nice.
We hope to restore those.
Okay. I like the clipped corners too. Creating some day out front there. That's nice.
Right, and we were thinking we might be able to play off of that with 2 cabinets here on the sides to make this room octagonal.
So sort of an angular built-in in each corner.
Yep.
That's a pretty cool idea. You're going to probably want to get to the bottom of the staining though before you start putting things back over here.
This house had a pretty rough winter.
Well, it doesn't have layers.
Well, I want to tell you about the front porch. We're really excited about that.
When you say front porch, you mean the little one going up to the front door?
This house actually used to have a front porch wrapping all the way around.
Second wife?
That's right. The town assessor's map still shows it, so we're hoping we can just put it right back on.
Nice. So everything she took off, you guys put back on?
Yep.
Wow, look at this room. It is huge.
Yeah, we love it. It was one of our favorite things when we first saw the house.
I can see why. You don't often see rooms of this size in these old houses.
You don't, and it actually used to be 2 rooms. You can see where the molding's been cut.
Oh yeah, a little patch right there. Okay.
So we were thinking we might put a couple of little dividers in here.
Not a full wall, just maybe some little wing walls.
Right.
One on either side?
Yep.
Okay. And the fireplace, does that work? You burning wood in there?
Somebody's been burning wood in there, but we're going to convert it to gas. We're we're also going to reface it with a Victorian mantle.
Yeah, that's not really sort of in keeping with the style of the house, but it'll be nice to have a working fireplace
Right.
in a room that's elegant like this.
And we're hoping that we can put another one over here.
Second fireplace.
Right.
Oh, this is going to be the showroom. Terrific.
Yeah. And take a look at these medallions.
Yeah, you want me to have them?
But you can barely see them because that light fixture covering it up.
So what's the thought? Fixture goes?
Fixture goes, medallion stays.
Sure. All right, good idea. And in the back of the house, your current dining room?
Yep, using this as a dining room. But the problem is the kitchen's in here and it's just so cut off because it's only just a little doorway.
So what are you thinking to do about that?
I'm going to take this whole wall down and make one large eating and cooking area.
We hear that a lot. People want the open floor plan.
That's right.
All right. And what do you think of your kitchen itself?
Well, it's pretty dated, and look what we're using for food storage.
You can do better than that, for sure. All right. So we've got two walls in play, right? You're saying this wall right here comes down all the way to the back of the house?
Right.
And then part of this wall comes down as well.
Right, so we'll have better views to the backyard.
Okay, so a couple walls coming down. Let's see what you're saying about the dated kitchen. It's got to be 20 years or more. So when you take the walls down and you get rid of cabinets and appliances too?
Yep.
You're talking just a clean slate back here. Fresh start.
That's right. So I have a little surprise I want to show you.
Okay. Surprises? What do you have?
Take a look at this.
We're gonna fuck.
A staircase. It's a staircase.
That is very cool. Hey, Kevin. What are you doing up there?
Checking out the setting.
So, Norm, what do you think this is for?
Well, it wasn't unusual in houses of this era, these Victorians, to have a servant staircase. The servant would have a separate space upstairs. And they would go down that stairway, generally into the kitchen to start preparing for the day. But looking at the condition of that stair, I don't think it was used very much. It was closed in a long time ago. Interesting. So what's the plan for the second floor?
Well, let's start with the bathroom. This is the only bathroom we have on this floor. As you can see, there's no shower, so we're going to add another bathroom.
So you're thinking of a total rehab here?
Yeah, that's the plan. We do want to save a couple of these items. One is the this beautiful tub.
And these are nice and very popular. And we want to do that, so I think that's great. But the fixtures, they're very modern, so you might want to change those to period fixtures.
Okay. And the other one is the marble vanity tub.
But this countertop is in great condition. I don't see any chips on it. It is a little bit dirty, but that can be cleaned up. And I would suggest some new fixtures.
This is our bedroom. As you can see, it's a pretty small room, so we want to turn it into a master suite. I'm going to start by taking advantage of this sleeping porch that we have here.
Okay, so originally back in the days, this would have been an open porch. When it was hot inside, people would come out and sleep here.
That's right. You can still see the shingles, which we want to keep. But we want to see if we can add some air conditioning and heating to this area.
Right. You want to condition the space. And how would you use this space?
We'd like to use it as a sitting area right off the bedroom.
Nice idea.
So we're going to open up this wall here and put in a walk-in closet and a master bath.
Well, that wish list is definitely a master suite.
We're going to convert this bedroom into a part of the master suite. This is where the walk-in closet will be.
A nice closet right here.
That's right. And the rest of this room will be the master bath.
It's going to be quite a bathroom.
We hope so. The tub, if we can salvage it, will be right here.
Those windows, perfect.
And this will be the rain shower where you're standing right now. We'll have a double vanity right in the corner.
Nice. You're going to keep the hardwood floors in the bathroom?
No, we'll have tiles, but they're so beautiful that we'd love to repurpose them if we can.
Oh, believe me, Tommy will save every bit of this flooring. Patch it.
Great. Now the floors are great, but let me show you a problem we've been having. So what do you think?
Well, this is a clear sign of water infiltration. And we just came off a record-breaking winter. Lots and lots of snow. This is caused by ice dams. Now, ice dams are formed when you have an attic that's not very well insulated, or a roof that's not very well insulated. What happens is heat loss starts to melt that snow. And the water runs between the snow and the roof. And when it reaches the eave, which is generally cold in a little house like this, it freezes. It does that over and over again until it creates a dam, a thick piece of ice that actually creates back on the roof. And then the water starts to run up under the shingles. And if there's nothing to stop the water, this is where it goes, right down there. So I can't tell you the exact solution to that yet because we'll have to explore it a little bit more, but we'll try to take care of it.
That's good.
So what's going to happen on the third floor? You have a third floor here too.
Well, it depends on our budget, but the plan is to open up the whole space.
and we are going to create a guest suite and probably update the bathroom. Overall, I think it's a good plan.
Hey, Richard. Hello there. Good homeowners, got an old Vic that's pretty good upstairs. I find it down here.
Welcome to my museum. It's so cool. This house was built in 1895, right? And a lot of the stuff is still in place. In 1895, there was no electricity. So to light this place, it would have had gas lighting. Like, you turn this on, it would have been a mantle right here. Somebody had to light it. It would have given a nice light right here. This is long abandoned. They went to knob and tube electrical right here. You can see that is also abandoned.
Modern day wiring right next to it. It's literally the evolution of lighting.
That's right. What's still in evidence is the original heating system right here. You can see there's two big pipes right here. These are still in play, still sending heated water up to radiators that are still in place.
So those radiators that are upstairs, these hot water, they've been there since 1895.
Absolutely. So now that original system, though, remember, no electricity. So it would have worked completely different than the modern one with the pump. It would have heated up that water. When you heat water, it gets lighter. So now you want to rise up through the supply pipe, gently go up through all the radiators. Once you get up there, the heat from the radiators will be given up to the room. It would make the water cooler. It would be heavier. It would fall right back down here, and the cycle would just keep going. Any pump at all.
Not good as a guy who designed that.
Do it right the first time.
Sure, that's right. So when I see gas for the lighting right there, does that suggest that we were making the hot water using gas as well?
That was only for lighting. Actually, the first fuel in this building was coal. This is a coal bin right here. And somebody would shovel coal into this window. The coal supplier would come in here, close the door, and the dust would be unbelievable. There's still some pieces of it here.
I mean, you literally have this big mound of that stuff.
That's what coal looks like. You don't see much of it nowadays.
Okay.
So now, the coal's here. Now we have to get it to the boilers. So somebody had to come with a shovel, like this, carry it here, and then dumped it into the bottom of that boiler and stoked it up and heated it.
How long does a shovel for last? A day, 2 days, half a day?
You might have to stoke it twice a day. Once in the morning, once when you go to bed at night, and you hope that there's still some embers the next morning when you get up and do it again.
Sounds like a lot of work to us, but for them, this is the height of modern use, right?
Really need a fireplace. So then electricity comes. And now electricity, you can think about a thermostat, but still with coal. There might have been a thing called a stove. I have a bin right here, a hopper. You fill it with a day or 2 or 3's worth of coal. And now thermostat goes on, a worm here drops coal down to the bottom.
So you're not shoving coal.
That's right. So the next fuel, I can see evidence of is right here. This is an oil tank. Number 2 fuel was available. Now it would have fallen down into a burner. Same boiler, but instead of having the coal grate at the bottom, it would have a burner right here that would be working off that.
When does the oil show up to replace the coal?
I gotta guess it was post-World War I, probably in the 20s and stuff like that. And that was really that time of innovation stuff.
And then what comes after? Or are we still working on the oil?
No. The next thing was probably a gas line right down the street. Oh, here's the next newest thing is here's the gas line here. And now, if this was fully convenient, you didn't have to store coal, you didn't have to store oil.
It just keeps coming pumped into the house. Right. That's right. All right, pretty cool. So that is the past, right? That's a little lesson there. What is the future hold? What are you thinking of doing?
Well, this is a cast iron boiler, gas fired, 4 zones, 4 different circulated pipes.
Yeah.
Radiant substance. We're not touching those radiators. We just leave everything the way it is. Right. But I'm told the homeowners want the radiators to go, and they want the radiation. Okay. So we do that. Now we'll have ductwork up there. Now we can actually put the equivalent of an automobile radiator in the air stream of this ductwork. Still use hot water. Hydro. That's what we're doing. Thank you. I'll be here in my museum.
So is this the pump or is
this the tank? Well, Catherine and Marat chose Matt Cummings as their architect. He has a lot of experience in designing remodels for houses even older than ours. Hey, Matt. Hey, no. So you've been chosen as the architect, and I know the homeowners want to restore the Victorian flair to their house. Yep. How are you going to do that?
Well, what we decided to do was to add a porch on the first floor level, and that's certainly what was on this house at one time.
There's no porch here now, but you look down the neighborhood, and every other house has a porch.
Absolutely. That's one of the first things we look at when we work on historic homes, at least at the exterior, is what's going on in the neighborhood itself. In almost every one of these homes, not only have towers and beautiful shingle gable ends, but they have porches of all different types.
Right, so that's the cue to what you want to do. So what happens next?
So in this particular house, what we did is we studied every one of the moldings, both the interior and the exterior of the home. And what is for certain is this is a shingle style Victorian.
So you want to match the style, and then what comes next?
Well, now it's time to design it. So Murat and Catherine really like the idea of shingle piers. They have seen some of that in our other projects, and also to some of the neighborhood itself. There's one down the street as well. So we have wonderful shingle piers on top of the porch deck, and they flare out and they match the architecture of the house at the second floor level.
Right, and by that you mean that area just above that molding in the second floor that flares out.
That's right, and that flare is also a detail that wraps around the house to break down the scale of the house itself as well.
How about the base, the footings for this?
Oh yeah, so masonry is a big deal. So today we just pour concrete. Back then they made a thing out of the foundation, and the brick is what we selected for this house. It's far more decorative than stone at that time. Right? So
the brick, shingles, and the flare. How about the columns?
The columns are more decorative. So typically on shingle style homes or Victorians, the houses get more decorative as they get to the top. And the porch, that is a central piece, and that'll be the piece that people notice more often. So those homes are in colonial style, but the detail is called an attic base. It's just wonderful.
I was looking at some of the details, and the railings have that nice deep drop. It's beautiful, but that's not off the shelf millwork. And you're going to have that custom.
Oh, right.
Absolutely. Every one of those details is really, really thought out, and they match the architecture of the home.
It's all about details. I'm sure it's going to look good, but you're also going to do a little bit of a footprint addition on the side, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the Victorian era, people didn't have 29 pairs of shoes, 9 jackets, and 16 umbrellas, which is the reason and the need to have a mudroom on this Victorian home.
Right, so we're going to put a modern idea on a beautiful Victorian. How do you do that?
Well, the best thing to do with this Victorian is to take a mudroom and pull it outside the footprint of the existing home. And what we're going to do to make that happen is to have a rear entry at the end of the driveway off the back deck. That's going to enter a porch, and that porch will be enclosed on 3 sides. Of course, the house side, a door you'd enter, but on the driveway side, that would have glass. So where you're enclosed on 3 sides would be a very wonderful, cheery space to be in.
Right, and I imagine it's great in the winter when the snow is blowing or it's raining, you're protected in that space.
Absolutely. And then from there, you would enter the mudroom. Of course, it'd be a seat, a place to hang a jacket, a place to put your shoes.
And you also included a powder room.
Sure, that powder room not only allows people to use it, of course, from inside the home, but also from the yard space from the exterior without entering the home. On the exterior of the mudroom, there's some wonderful details. There's a stained glass window, some trim that matches the architecture of the house, and a custom trellis that's on the facade of the mudroom to break down the scale and fit into the architecture of the landscape of the home.
Without taking up any extra space in the house, you created a whole new area that's going to function very well.
Thank you.
Homeowners moved out. The house is yours. House is mine. Our work begins. Start right here with this gentleman, Dave Greenwood. We are going to save all of our old windows. All of them. All of them. Homeowners love the glass. They love the That's your job, Dave. I assume you love this idea.
Oh, big fan of restoring the windows.
You think the word saving, right?
Very much, yeah. I mean, it's an old house. You put new windows, they don't look the same as the old ones. I mean, these are great windows. I mean, it's an old house. The house is 100 years old. And these windows are going to be reconditioned. You can see all the putties coming off them. It's got the old gray lit putty on them. So that's where air is getting in. So we'll take all the glazing off and restore it. Kind of.
But nothing beats this original look. I mean, you can even see the wavy glass, right?
Oh, no. You get a new window when you put it here. It's not going to look like just a new window.
Okay, so that's the case for keeping it. In case it gets those, the work that goes into it.
It's a lot of work.
What do we have to get you to do?
Well, first of all, my guys will come here. I'll have a couple guys come here and we'll start. What they'll do is they'll score the new stops, take all the glazing out of it, take the button out of it, and take the screws out, pop the stops off, And then once they pop the stops off, then the thing is, we lift up the windows, we'll cut the ropes, get the ropes out of here. And then we have a weather strip in here, an old galvanized weather strip, and that has to come out before the window comes out. So once we take out those here, we pop the windows out, pop the bottom sash out, then take out the party view that separates the two windows, and take that there out, and then the top sash will come right out. It's all done. 20 minutes.
And there's a lot of windows.
So we'll probably have 40 windows in the building.
Then back to your shop, and that's when you get into really the hard work, which is
once we get it back to this shop, we mark them, we get them over to the stripper room, and then we start to restore them.
So, Tommy, I mean, honestly, what are we talking about in terms of the work that we have to do stages versus putting in a new window?
Depends on the window that you replace it with. You can put in a low-end replacement window or front-end. If you put a good quality replacement window, cost of refurbishing window, that's the same.
That's one way to say there. And then in terms of efficiency, with all new windows to be nice and efficient, nice and tight, what kind of efficiency do you have?
Well, if you look at this window right here, now here's a window that hasn't been built, it hasn't been done yet. It's loose, it's drafty at the meeting rail, it's drafty at the bottom because of the weather strip. When Dave brings the window back, it's going to have new bronze weather stripping on the side, it's going to have beads across the bottom. When you lock this together, that meeting rail is going to be nice and tight.
We're going to have a nice tight window. We're not going to have a lot of air.
We're not going to have a lot of air.
All right, well, I love we're going to save the old stuff. Are these ready to go to the truck?
Those are ready.
Tommy, if you want to take a walk upstairs, we're going to issue it.
Oh, great. All right, Dave, you don't even have to tell me. I can see it right away. You say walk on the road. The space here in the window tells me that this window is sagging right down. Pretty common with day windows and full windows. You see the wall? Oh, look at that. That's definitely different. All right, so what's your plan to fix it?
Well, I think the best thing to do, I mean, you can take out the outside, but it would cost a fortune to fix this. So I don't know if the homeowner want to get into that. So I say the best thing to do is just put a shim on the top, from like about 1 inch to nothing, epoxy it, down it in, then we prime paint it, you won't even know it. And that will square it off. Because even if you push this up now, you still have a big gap there. Yeah. Same thing for the bottom rail. Do the same thing and same thing for that window over there. So we do the both together.
All right, well, we have a couple of good options. I'll tell the homeowner each one, let them make a decision on it, you know. Perfect.
Thank you. Hey, Roger. So, what do you think of our newest project? Beautiful old Victorian. Yeah. Not a lot of land to work with here. No, but next week I'm going to come in, take all the plants out of the front so that porch can get built. Perfect. All right. Tom, what do you think about for next week?
Next week, demolition begins.
All right. So until then, from Belmont, Massachusetts, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
I'm Tom Silver.
I'm Roger Cook. And I'm Richard Stewart for This Old House. Get in the truck. Ready to go? What can I do? Grab heavy ones? Oh, come on, pain! Next time on This Old House, we'll decide which plants to save to complement our new porch.
Demo starts on the first wall so we can open up the kitchen. This wall right here is a bearing wall for the interior of the house. This wall right here is a bearing wall for the second floor.
Oh, two bearing walls. Yes. So when they're both gone, what's going to hold the house up?
And I'll dig into features that attract buyers to Victorian homes. That's next time on This Old House.
Today on This Old House, we'll decide which plants to save to complement our new porch.
Demo starts on the first wall so we can open up the kitchen.
And I'll dig into features that attract buyers to Victorian homes.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, everybody together.
Oh, yeah. The right plant in the right place. Good. It's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Hi there. Welcome back to Belmont, Massachusetts, where we are about to start work on our 1895 like shingle-style house. Now, part of the plan here is to return some of the original Victorian charm to this house. And we'll get to that soon enough, but apparently today we're starting with landscaping. Hey, Catherine. Good morning, Roger.
Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Kevin. What you guys working on? Well, we have a new porch going on the front of the house that's going to extend out to about right where we're standing. Right. That means all these plants have to go. Gotta go, but we could maybe save some of them? Yeah, we're going to save some. Perfect. All right, well, I got to head inside, but I'll check back with you guys later. Thanks.
See ya. So what are we going to save?
Well, we're going to look at the plants and evaluate them and decide which ones we can bring back in and which ones are worth saving. If you look, there's a little Andromeda here that has a white flower on it. That's a good plant. This rhododendron should be fine. We'll save that. But here we have a big old juniper in the front. This is really hard to transplant, and they're not an expensive plant to buy. If we want to replace it, we're going to buy a new one. We're just going to rip this one out.
Good to know.
Another nice looking azalea that we'll save. And this is what I really want to save. This is a Japanese black pine. It's all contorted and twisted. Beautiful green needles on it.
Wow.
This is a dwarf Alberta spruce. It's a really nice looking plant. Hard to transplant sometimes, but we're going to try to save it.
Okay.
One thing we're not going to save is the pack of sandals. It's hard to keep out of the ground and then bring back. It doesn't do well, so we're just going to let it go and get crushed here.
All right.
But we're not going to crush this. This is a flowering dogwood. You take a look. See these little buds?
Yeah.
They're almost ready to pop. We're going to take it carefully, take this one out, and save it, and bring it back, and it'll be a specimen for us when we put the landscaping back in place.
So tell me, I don't really understand what you mean by save the plant.
I am literally going to dig these, ball and burlap them, and I'm going to take them off-site and babysit them until we're ready to get back. Because no offense, you have a posting-sized lot here. If I leave them anywhere, they're going to get crushed.
Well, that's great. Can I show you the backyard?
Sure.
So, Roger, I want to show you back here. I have a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and I'd love for them to be able to play back here. So, what are we going to do?
Do they like playing in the mud?
Kind of.
Well, that's not all we're going to have back here. Right now, we're bathed in sunlight, but it's a little deceiving because none of these trees are leafed out yet. Once they do, this is going to be total shade. Mother Nature's telling me by all the moss I see growing back here, we are not going to be able to grow grass.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, let's get a little creative. Maybe we can do some shade-loving ground covers and perennials. Let's put a plan together and see what we can come up with.
Great.
Hey, good morning, Sonny.
Hey, Kevin, how are you?
All right, we got plastic going up, floor protection going down. It's a demolition day, right?
Demolition is going to start, yeah?
And look at you protecting it corner to corner. A little more protection than you usually put down.
Well, you know, we have to protect the whole house. All of the floors will be finished before they moved in.
That's literally like just 6 months ago.
Yeah. And the other thing is, Barat and Castle was told by the flooring guy that he doesn't know how many times they can refinish the floor, even too thin.
All right.
And I also don't know if they were original to the house. We'll be able to tell that information once we rip the floor up in the bathroom upstairs. We can put a tile floor.
Original or not, the parquet looks beautiful, so let's cover them up.
Cover them up and protect them.
Where's demolition start today?
Today, it's going to be in the kitchen. It's going to be a messy day. So we're going to take this wall down right here.
That's my boy, Sticker Guy. Sticker Guy, Sticker Guy, Sticker Guy, what's that?
Walls perpendicular to each other. One of them's got to be bearing, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, this wall right here is a bearing wall for the interior of the house. This wall right here is a bearing wall for the second floor.
Oh, 2 bearing walls.
Yeah.
So when they're both gone, what's going to hold the house up?
Well, right now we have 2 beams spec'd for those locations. But what we need to do is open it up and verify that they carry what we think.
To be determined. So Catherine has told us that the cabinets and the appliances here serve their time. They're going to come out. What's your process for demolition?
Well, think of the demolition as building it first. The last thing
Because
is
I'm
the
no.
first thing that's going to go.
Because
Start
I'm
with the cabinets. The cast iron sink, pretty good shape. Well worth saving, I think. These cabinets are probably about 25 years old. They look like they're in pretty good shape. You should ask John, our salvage guy, if he wants them. Now, we know that this kitchen was probably renovated 20, 25 years ago, so we really didn't have anything to worry about. But this house was built in the late 1800s. Right. All right. So there's a lot of things we got to be concerned about and what we might uncover. Right. You know, so everybody's in suits. We have respirators. We've got the doorways covered. I got a negative air machine over there. And you know, if you look up here, the first thing I look for are the layers. You can see that this ceiling is the one that was probably done 20, 25 years ago. This is wallboard. Above that, you can see this pillars and 2x, and this ceiling right here is a masonite. Above that are the 1x and the old horsehair plaster ceiling.
That plaster lamp is probably original way back in the 1890s.
Absolutely, that's original. And that's going to be messy.
We're going to act like an archaeological dig all the way back to the first layer.
Exactly.
So we're suiting up too?
We're suiting up. Now the first layer is wallboard. The nice thing about that, we can almost pull it down with our hand. Now the cases around the doors and the windows are original. We might not use them, but let's save them just in case.
Our project house is in Belmont, Massachusetts, a town filled with revival-style homes. Joe Cornish is an architectural historian and part of the Historic District Commission. Hey, Joe.
Hi, Nora.
So Belmont is such a beautiful city. Tell me how it developed.
Well, Belmont was open farmland in the early 19th century. And then when the trains came in the 1840s, the farmland was subdivided and sold in individual house lots.
So once they were subdivided, how were the houses designed?
Some of them were built on spec, and some homeowners could select styles from catalogs.
Well, there's certainly a lot of different styles here in Belmont, but there are a lot of Victorians. And what are the key characteristics of all Victorians?
Well, the Victorian period is the period of Queen Victoria's reign in England, so it's from the 1830s to about 1901. And the Victorian style really celebrates industry and the ability to use steam power to carve woodwork. And Victorian homes were really distinctive in having torches, having complicated roof systems, and a variety of materials.
Now, there are similar characteristics to Victorians, but there are many different styles. I mean, from my eye, this one looks like a Queen Anne.
You're right, this is a classic Queen Anne style house. And what distinguishes a Queen Anne style, you have the intersecting gables at the roof and the complicated roof system. You have the conical roof at the corner tower. You have a variety of cladding. You have clapboards being used in the projecting bay above the porch. And then you have these decorative shingles being used at the tower. And then you have the classic wraparound porch.
Here you see where the industry comes into play. You've got beautiful balusters on the porch, a lot of decorative millwork on the outside of the house. Let's take a look at another one.
So this is a Gothic Revival style house.
A lot more dramatic than the Queen Anne we were just looking at.
You're right, the Gothic Revival style house, the typical elements are the board and batten siding that you see at the second story. The paint color here is really typical of what you see in a Gothic Revival style house, is earth tone. You have the steep pitched gable roof too.
Now looking at that gable, the steepness of it, it looks like they took some influence from church architecture.
You're right, the Gothic Revival style is based on the cathedrals of medieval Europe. And what we see borrowed from that style are the arched windows and the decorative dormer that you see at the roof.
Right. Are there any other Victorian styles here in Belmont?
Yes, I'll show you. This is a Second Empire style house. The Second Empire style of architecture is based on French architecture during the time of the Second Emperor Napoleon III.
Right. Completely different look from what we've seen. No steep pitched roofs or gables lined up on gables. No turrets. It's a mansard roof. Almost a perfectly vertical roof with a very low pitched roof on top.
Yep, the mansard roof is the key element of Second Empire style architecture, and those decorative roof slates are also an important feature. The 2/2 window sash and the large window openings on the first story, we have floor-to-ceiling windows.
Right, well, a different look, but a lot of detail nevertheless. Well, our project house is like shingle style Victorian. And back in the 1990s, we renovated a shingle style right here in Belmont. I'd like to show you. Great. Well, here it is, and I got to say, I hardly recognize it. The color has been changed. The wood shingle roof that we put on the front of the house is gone. Looks quite different.
Well, it's definitely and shingle style was influenced by colonial housing. Here's the sidewall of the house. The asymmetrical roof, also the built-in foundation.
Right, we did some work on that, but I got to tell you, it looked nothing like this when we first walked up to it 20 years ago. It was covered with asbestos shingles over the wood shingles. That happened frequently around this area. They didn't want to paint, so they put on these terrible asphalt shingles. The homeowners wanted those removed, took them off, and properly disposed of them. And most of the shingles were in pretty good shape, but there were some areas where they were a little bit tough and had to be replaced. We showed the homeowner how to remove the bad shingles and put new ones in place. And we got pretty good at it. There's one more thing I want to check on, the kitchen. That was a big part of this project. Now this is starting to bring back some memories. When we started this project, there was a tired old kitchen back here. There was some walls. It was a very small space, and the homeowners wanted a new kitchen. So we said, well, you got to do the demolition. And we taught them how to do demolition, and they took care of that for us. And once it was done, we did some electrical work, some plumbing work, and installed these beautiful painted cabinets, tile countertops that were installed by the Ronnie brothers. It looks like they even have the original appliances. And I gotta say, this kitchen has held up pretty well for the last week.
Well, it's great seeing these Victorian style like and the fact that you retained the original weave.
Right, well, that's something that the homeowners wanted. So, Joe, gotta thank you for Victorian 101. We learned a lot today. Welcome.
All right, Tommy, so now that you've got this opened up, what are you seeing? Well, I see a couple of things. I noticed that back here on this part of the dining room is actually a flat roof. You can see these joists right here. They're actually rafters that are supporting this flat section of the roof right here. I can tell that by this tar and gravel roof. All right? But it's interesting, the rafters are resting on top of this plate, which is a single 2x4 plate with no structure underneath either one. When they did an addition upstairs over this dining room, they needed to support that added space. So they added this piece of angle iron, about 8 inches high, 6 inches across.
And you're saying that's carrying a second-story addition right now?
Second-story addition on top of this, and that span is 14 feet.
So that's what we've got going on now. What do we need going forward?
Well, what we need to do is we need to take down this wall right here across here, from front to back. Now we have to have a beam that's going to run from that corner, and it's going to run all the way to this outside wall over here, which is about 13 feet.
This wall, all these 2x4s down below, these are all coming out.
That's right. So that beam has to carry the joists that run across the house this way, the second floor above it.
It's starting to sound like a pretty big beam.
Oh yeah, but remember, this wall right here is going to come out all the way to that window over there. And above that is a second story.
So this is carrying all that weight up above.
Correct. So there's going to be a beam that's going to go in here, and we have to make the marriage between this beam and that beam.
Ooh, lots going on in this whole corner right
now. A lot going on.
So based on what you're looking at right here, can you size the beam, pick what kind we need, or?
I can tell you what I would use, but unfortunately we need to have a stamp from an engineer to verify the size, so that's why we need to get the engineer here to tell us what we need.
So we're waiting on the engineer.
Now we gotta wait for the engineer.
All the sash have been removed from our old windows and sent out for restoration. And today, Dave Greenwood and his guys are back again to take a look at the frames and the pulley systems. So Dave, this is one of the most important steps in my mind. If you're going to spend all the money to restore the windows, you want to make sure the frame and the pulley system is in good condition.
Yeah, this is a very important step. What we did is we removed all the sashes from the house. Then today we had one of the guys come there. They take and they pull the rubber stripping off the gallery rubber stripping. That's all they stuff. And then they scrape all the paint off the window stops, the sides, the line stops, and so they get all that paint off. So they get all that paint off so we can assess the window. This window here is in excellent condition.
Okay, so the frame is good, but you're going to have to inspect the pulley system and what are the homeowners looking for here?
You know, we have the rope here in the dashboard, and you know, we need to give the option of a chain on the dashboard. These homeowners prefer the dashboard. The house was originally there.
All right, let's get working on it.
First, I'm going to pull the rope down, cut it, let the weights drop down to the bottom. Now I remove the screw to open up the pocket. Take the weights out of the pocket.
So there are two weights on each side because we have an upper and a lower sash. And since we're putting the restored windows back in, these weights are going to be fine in terms of how much they weigh. How much are these? 6 pounds. 6 pounds. So 12 pounds for each window.
This is sufficient for these windows.
Now the pocket where the weights go, it's not very big. It's not deep. There's plaster sticking in the way. So trying to get this board down in there. It's not easy.
It's not hard for us. What we do is we take the pulley out and then we stake the rope through the pulley. After we stake it through the pulley, then we have a counterweight, which we put at the end of it. And we put this through like that, and we put a little knot on it. So then we put the counterweight through the hole where the pulley is.
So it's important that the knot and the weight be no wider than the wood is for the pulley. Wow, piece of egg.
Now just store the pulley back in. Now I'm going to attach the rope to the weight.
Look at catch. A very big one with that.
Working good now. All right. So how long do you think that cord will last? Probably about 100 years. That would be good. So 3 more on this window, and how many more windows?
Get a total of 32.
Wow, so you're going to be here for a while. You're going to be here for quite a while, right? But once those are all restored, you'll be ready for the sash, which you're actually at your shop, right?
You're at my shop being done at this.
Can I get a look? Okay. All right, you'll see me there. Thanks, Dave.
Hey, John, good to see you again.
Kevin, how are you?
All right, so I'm a good salvage guy. Always snapping pictures, looking for stuff to take.
There's a lot of stuff in here already that I can see.
Well, it's good to have you back with us. We got a great old house, lots of stuff that I think you can probably take back to your shop.
Definitely. We just walked through these doors. They're great. The brass hardware is really neat.
The brass is nice, huh?
Even the casing around the outside, the fluted casing.
You take these?
Yeah, the bullseyes up there. All right, it's great. You know, somebody could buy this door with the original trim and reinstall it. It's beautiful.
I'm not positive those are going, but if they are yours. I am positive that we are updating the fireplace, so at least the mantle. Does that interest you?
Yeah, definitely. It looks like there might be a shelf in there that can be saved. This trim and the brick is probably going to go away, but there's definitely a shelf in there that we can save.
Okay. So what generally are you looking for? I mean, is there a certain date, a certain condition that these things have to be?
Really, anything that can be reused.
Yeah.
People expect that when they're buying things from us that they're going to have to dust them off a little bit, but as long as it's legal to be reinstalled, and we think that there's some kind of a market for it, we'll save it.
So it can be reused. These glass shades here, our homeowners think there's no market for them in this house. Would you take something like that? Yeah, absolutely. We've got very low standards and no taste. So we could definitely reuse those. It might only be $5 at the store, but you know, it doesn't have to be thrown away. It can be reused. You are in the right business. Yeah. What about radiators? I mean, are you guys just awash in these things? Because we pull a lot of them out. I suspect other guys do too. We actually sell them pretty quickly, especially when that's really popular because older homes like this, they've got a lot of windows, a lot of low windows. It's not very ornate, but you still want something like that. We're not just talking about vintage old stuff. Yeah, it's, you know, we look a lot for function, and we also measure our success by the volume of what we can divert. So this radiator has the same volume as something very ornate. Well, you know what? You came on the right day because we just demoed the kitchen. I got some stuff out back I want to show you. Let's take a look. So, John, we had a kitchen that was, we figured, maybe 20, 30 years old, still working before we took it out. Here it is. Kitchen sink was sitting there working about 2 hours ago. Yeah, this is going to be a great piece. The enamel looks like it's still in good shape. The faucet might work as well. And we'll sell that for $15, $20, and somebody will have a brand new kitchen sink for very little money. Now, how about the cabinets? The drawers work, the doors work. I think we might have lost the countertop, but everything else seems to be in pretty good shape. Yeah, I mean, like I said before, we measure our success by the volume of what we can divert. And this cabinet set is going to have all the utility that it ever did. It's going to go into somebody's house who's got rentals. They might have a three-family house, and they've got to do an affordable repair. And this will be a great upgrade for them. Now, how much do you think you can sell the cabinets for? It's going to be pretty inexpensive, maybe $500. That's not bad, though. Yeah, I mean, if you were to buy a new, it might be triple that easy. All right, well, you can have both of them. We're glad that you can take them away. Have you ever took an entire staircase a couple seasons ago? That's how we like to do it. I have a little secret to show you. All right. This house used to have a back staircase. You can see the profiler right there. Yep. They buried it at some point, and we didn't even know it was there. Through that door. Check it out. That's so crazy. I've seen a back staircase, but I've never seen a hidden one like that before. What do you think? You see one that you can actually use? Yeah, absolutely. It should just give us the stringers and the risers and the treads all in one piece. You don't even have to take it apart. I think I can get it out in one piece. Terrific. Perfect. And always good when we get the old stuff away. Thank you. So, Tommy, next time maybe the staircase is out and all the demo is done? Hopefully the demo will be done because I want to start bracing the basement. All right. Well, until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor. And I'm Tom Silver. For This Old House. Next time on This Old House. It's going to be a master bathroom, so the wood floor is going to be a tile. Okay, so up this comes. I want to save it, reuse it in some of our bathroom. Just down the street, I'll show you one of the earliest houses to bring the bathroom indoors. Look at this, Gary. This would have been a very big deal back in 1850. And these fixtures are worth saving, so we'll pull them out and get them restored. That's next time on This Old House. Today on This Old House, it's going to be a master bathroom, so the wood floor is going to be a tile. Okay, so up this comes. Just down the street, I'll show you one of the earliest houses to bring the bathroom indoors. Look at this, Gary. This would have been a very big deal back in 1850. Looks pretty bad right here. Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work. Nice and easy, everybody together. Oh, yeah. The right plant in the right place. Good. It's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work. Hi there. Welcome back to This Old House and to our 1895 Victorian here in Belmont, Massachusetts. And the last time we were here, demolition got underway. We started taking out this kitchen, all the cabinets and appliances, and we had a staircase buried here behind the wall. You can sort of see the remnants of it right there. We were hoping to get it out in one piece, Tommy, so that we could save it and reuse it. Any luck? We were able to get it out in one piece. It's actually outside, leaning up against the building, so they can come by and pick it up. Perfect. All right. So, what do you guess? Not level? It's not level. Surprise, surprise. It's an old house, and old houses settle around the perimeter.
The inside of the building will also set. If you look right here, the floor is dipped.
Yeah, I mean, it really falls off significantly.
Now, I can't check how far that is down with the level, but I can check it with a string line. So what I did is I measured at 4 feet down there on the center of the house.
Yeah.
I then came to this outside wall here, and I measured 4 feet up.
Okay.
Right. So now, when I come over to the low point in the kitchen right here,
I really feel it drop off underneath your feet.
Measure up right here.
49 1/4. So we're down 1 1/4 inches in the middle of the house. What's causing that?
Well, let me show you what's going on in the basement. The center of the house is all supported by these steel columns.
Yep.
Now, sometimes they're wood posts or a steel column that's filled with concrete. But these are hollow.
Okay.
All right, so what happens is the column is sitting on the concrete floor, and that's always moisture. So that attacks the steel, and it rusts just a little bit at a time.
It's causing this house to sink a little bit.
Exactly. So let me show you the base of this column.
Oh, toast. Look at that.
It's all rotted.
Gone, huh?
Yeah, so we have to change that. We're also going to add another beam right across here with a couple of more columns. What I want to do is jack that beam up and this beam up. Hopefully that'll take the dip out of the floor. It'll also take the pressure off the house so we can move this out.
Start jacking it?
Yep. Jack's taking pressure off the old columns so they can be removed. As we jack, keep your eye on those alley columns. They could fall out. Hit that hydraulic jack just a little bit. There you go. Okay. Alright, that looks pretty good. Let's go up the stairs and check it. Man, it already looks a little straighter. Oh, we did.
We got it. It's your spot.
There. 48 and 8.
So we've come up more than 1 inch.
Yep. I think it's perfect.
Okay, what's next?
Well, the last thing we have to do is cut one more hole in the basement floor, install the last footing, and then we can start installing some columns. First, we'll hammer out the old footing, then remove the last column. The hole for the new footing goes down 1 foot. Concrete is shoveled into the hole. Then steel rebar is placed in about 1/3 of the way up from the bottom. Then connected with ties. All the new alley columns will go on these new footings once the concrete cures.
Okay.
Up here on the second floor, the owners want to save some of the antique fixtures like this marble top and this tub. Clockwood tubs were most popular about the time this house was built. One of the earliest tubs was marketed as a horse trough or a hog stall. As an afterthought, the manufacturer said you can add legs and turn it into a bathtub. Now ours is in pretty good shape, but as you can see, some of the enamel is worn thin. So we're going to take it out and have it completely restored. Guy, give me a hand. This thing's heavy. I think I can slide it this way a little bit. The other way, the hooks are already cut loose. And then you can slide it to the door, but when you get to the wood floor, we should lift it. The owners want to save this marble top and install it in the new powder room. So we're going to take it out, have it cleaned and refurbished. All right,
Yes,
this is going to clean up nicely.
Hey, Tommy, now that this demo's done,
Being
the
them
walls
on
have to
pivot.
come out eventually. We were waiting on the spec from the architect of the beams.
Yeah, the engineer has spec the beams. Now remember, this bearing wall right here, it's the outside wall of the back of the house, carrying the second floor and the roof. That's got to go. This dividing wall right here, all the second floor, third floor are resting on this and some of the roof load.
Right, So when these walls go away, you're talking about a beam to go in here to hold that.
Right, and another beam from this beam all the way over to this window.
So what do you spec? What do you tell you we need?
He said a flitch beam.
Flitch beam, not an I-beam.
Not an I-beam. An I-beam, if you look at it from the end, is actually a letter I.
And it's all steel, right?
All steel. A flitch beam is a combination of wood and steel put together. So let's take a piece of steel like this. Stand that up beside a piece of wood. Have another piece of wood between them. Now there's your standard flitch beam right there.
Just a sandwich of wood on the side of steel.
We're going to use the deluxe model. We're going to add another piece of steel and another piece of engineered lumber.
So does this roughly approximate the size of that beam?
Our beam's going to be about 8 inches high, and it's going to be 13 feet long.
Ooh, big beam, all right.
That beam is big enough and heavy enough. But this beam right here that's going to run all the way across to carry the load above also has to carry the end load of this one.
Yep.
So that has to be even bigger. The size of that one is, we take these down, stand this up, steel like that. Now remember that this steel has to be the length of the beam. Take a piece of engineered lumber, down here, middle.
So now this 1 cent. Wow, that's a monster right there. Now how tall is this?
This is 14 inches tall by 13 feet long. Remember, we have to make this beam up. We have to bolt it all the way through, cinch everything nice and tight, and get it into position.
And so when this is all put together, how much weight do you think?
When this beam's all put together, it's going to be close to 900 pounds.
So
you got to feel good and strong that day, Sonny.
Well, wait a second. Do we have to put this up when it's all put together, or can we build it in place?
Well, actually, the beauty of a flitch beam is we can actually build it in place one at a time. But it's very important that you have all of your holes lined up. You cinch it together.
All right, so we'll build those, and that means that these walls can come out. Rob's going to have to do some bracing. Have you thought that through?
Yeah, we're going to have to put a brace wall right across here to carry this floor.
Yep.
I want to put another beam up here and a brace right across here to carry the floor and the roof load.
Yep.
And then we can take this wall down. We're going to brace this wall over here on an angle above this wall so we can have some place to work.
You love this stuff, don't you? All right, so we ready to do that, or we got anything else we got to
Well,
figure out?
we get a couple of days before we get our stock, and then we can start working together.
All right.
Just a few blocks from our project is one of Belmont's most famous houses. Back in the 1850s, this hill was considered to be the perfect spot for a Boston merchant to build his summer house. This is called the Homer House. Now, that merchant was the uncle of one of America's greatest artists, Winslow Homer. Look at this place. Hey, Gary.
Hi, Richard.
Gary Wolf is the architect helping with the restoration of the Homer House. Gary, I'm dying to hear some of this.
Well, there's a wonderful history to the house. As you know, Belmont is a beautiful spot, and these hillsides are wonderful. Mid-19th century, people living in Boston, it's polluted, it's dirty, it's noisy. It's got a beautiful hillside out in the suburbs here. The train comes through in the 1840s. This becomes the ideal spot for us to go.
Well, it certainly is ideal. I tell you, I see these beautiful Victorians, but by the time I often get to them, they're all been remodeled and all the systems are gone and everything's been changed. Not so here. How'd that happen?
It's extraordinary. In 1927, a developer intended to purchase the property and demolish it. This was a teardown.
Wow.
The Belmont Women's Club came together to purchase the building because of its historic significance, and they saved the building. Adapted it for its clubhouse because of its association with the artist Winslow Homer.
Right. We're thankful for them saving this beautiful place. Now, Winslow Homer, I've known about Winslow Homer. I'm a boater, so I know that famous image of breezing up and suggest an afternoon on a great boat.
Absolutely, and those are the great works of his late career. His career began here in Belmont, and many of his early drawings, illustrations, and even some of the paintings were produced right here at this house.
I tell you, it's beautiful. I love the house, but I'm also a systems guy, and I'm told that you have in this house some original plumbing, heating, and cooling.
We do. Let me show you.
All right.
This is a summer house, Richard, and bay windows and porches are critical to that. It's a splendid place to sit, distant view, sunshine. It makes
also know, though, that a bay window like this with shutters is also the beginnings of the cooling and ventilation system. Remember, this was before air conditioning, before household electricity, no mechanical fan. So with this, you could have prevailing breezes from this side of the space. And now you could have windows that let that air come across. But what do you do on the south side where solar gain will just kill you during the day? You close the shutters, open them up down here, and now let the air be drawn in across that first floor to try and cool down.
That's right. But what's unique here is the engine for the whole system.
And I'm going to imagine you have to climb a few stairs for that.
You're right.
Views are spectacular up here, aren't they? Now, we're in a cupola. People see a cupola like this and think it's just a great place to sit. And this is an important part of the engine you talked about.
No question. We're up on the top of the house. It's not decorative. Open all these windows, that cross ventilation you described, all the air coming through, it's right out in the house. This is an 1850s full house back.
So that beautiful stair hall we just came up is really just an oversized dump. You're right. This was pretty high tech for its day back then. I hear you also have indoor plumbing. That was a new thing back then.
That's absolutely right. This is state of the art. It's downstairs now.
Look at this, Gary. This would have been a very big deal back in 1850. All the people they left back in the city, they wanted to do their business privy out in the backyard. This was very big. Here's the toilet. You know, they were really worried about fumes. Bringing the plumbing indoors was very worrisome. People were dying of tuberculosis and everything. They didn't know why. They blamed the indoor plumbing. So this is a modern toilet back in 1850. You see a wooden seat on the top. Now, if I pull that, you can see, here's the bowl, here's a lead water pipe. It had a pole chain to a tank that had been right above us. It would have come down here to flush it. But to make sure those fumes went away, they had a thing right here called a local vent. Now, this didn't go into a plumbing vent like we do nowadays. It would have gone into the chimney, the same chimney that had the fireplaces. When the chimney was on, it would be pulling slightly, pulling air in, trying to keep those fumes in. This would have been China, would have been hand molded, not like the modern toilet we have nowadays. Look at this bathroom. This bathroom. It's not going to be enameled steel or enameled cast iron like we're used to. This would have been copper or tin. It would have been fabricated probably on site right here. We build a frame and then solder, put it into place. Talk about modern convenience. You would have had hot and cold running buckets, not buckets that you keep down the wood stove and carry up here. And to get water pressure, no electricity. It would have been somebody would have a hand pump to pump water from well up to a cistern with pump, or maybe another pump in the kitchen to push the hot water up to here. For the drainage, they would have had the two drains from here and from the sink go right out together, right out to a cesspool. A cesspool is nothing more than a manhole. It would have sat somewhere outside the back, not like a modern space.
But it was all state of the art.
That's right.
And what about this tile? It's beautiful. There's a stained glass window as well. Quite a bathroom for the 19th century.
Certainly better than the privy.
We're going to redo from the tile up in our long condition.
Well, I tell you, I'm not sure a lot of people would think this is a treasure trove, but to me, it's heaven. I hear there's also a kitchen still.
There is. Let me show you. All right.
Look at that great old stove. Is that original?
It's terrific. It's not from 1853. You know how I know that? I'm a scholar.
Oh, and a remodel 25 days later?
That is cool.
What do we got here? Oh,
look at this. Here's our refrigerator.
So before modern refrigeration, we take for granted. There was a day when this was the biggest deal you could ever have. In every local town, there was a whole industry. There was an iceman who would come and deliver ice. There was also a big industry locally. You had these ponds where they harvested the ice all winter, stored them in ice houses. And so this was a very big A.J. Chase's cold blast refrigerator, Boston, New York. These people
they were. I feel like systems, we have one more show. Look at this copper's magic, complete with a copper sink.
That's original. That's great.
Wait till you see what's down below.
Oh, look at this. This is really the vestige of indoor plumbing just coming into a building. You know, they were worried about the streams I was talking about, so we needed a water seat, a trap. We know the modern trap nowadays is shaped like a pig. Well, this is what they built on site called a drum trap. It's made out of lead. That's the material they had available to them. They took sheet lead, molded, heated it up, right a chance to make it tight. You gotta really build it in place. You don't see many, but this is really cool. I gotta thank you for the tour. I'm really glad that Belmont is putting save this chance. Hey, Tommy.
Hey, Kevin.
So, taking up the floor for what's going to be eventually this master bath, right?
This is going to be a master bathroom, so the wood floor is going to be a tile.
Okay, so up this comes.
Right.
And what do you think? I mean, original to the house or not?
No, definitely not original. My guess is it probably went into the house maybe in the late 40s, early 50s. It was to dress up space. I mean, here is your original floor right here.
So at some point, this was just a painted pine floor.
That's right, random widths, and that was how they did it.
So they dressed it up with this, and what is it? Is that oak?
This is white oak, quarter sawn. The quarter sawn is because of the way they run the grain, but they use a veneer because there's a couple of things, and one of them is very important. You have to think about the transition on your stairway. When you come up the stairs, you don't want to have that top rise be really high because you'll trip. So they use the veneer for it.
You can get away with that, no problem.
Get away with it.
Okay, no tongue and groove, hence the face nails right here.
Yep.
And you guys are being pretty gentle. You trying to save this?
I want to try to save as much as this as I can because I want to save it to reuse it in some of our patchwork.
So we'll pull the nails, but I'll help you get this stuff up.
Okay, great, thanks.
Coming up pretty good, son.
Yeah, comes up nice.
Think we'll have as much luck getting the nails out as you do getting it up off the floor?
Well, what I like to do is pull the nails from the bottom out. And just grab it like that, pull it like that.
And why not just tap them from behind?
Well, sometimes when you tap it like that, the nail comes right out. But other times you actually splinter it like you did right there. So that works good.
It was good that to show you the demonstration.
Well, that's why you want to make sure you pull it with the backside.
Yeah, show the whole world.
That was perfect.
All right, well, let's get to these after we get the rest of the floor.
Sounds like a plan.
So, Tommy, when you put this back down, is there enough meat left to sand it? You just got to put it down as is.
Well, we are going to sand it, but we can't sand it aggressively. We'll probably use a buffer, real fine grit paper. I want to get the rest of this floor up so we can go down in the basement and start putting those lollipops in. Earlier today, we poured that footing there. Yesterday, we poured all the others.
So that one's still setting up. You're saying these are all set up?
These are all set up and ready to go. It all starts with taking a measure. On the top of the bottom of the lally, I'm going to use these plates. Right? First thing I need to do is allow for the thickness of these plates when I take my measurement. Down, make sure they're tight together. Up to the beam.
Alright. So you're putting a lolly back in, even though we just took some rusted lollies out.
Right. Well, this is a steel pipe like we took out. This pipe is filled with concrete.
That should do the job. Although, why not wood, right? We've had problems with these ones just go back to the
well, we could use a 6x6 like this, put it on a post base. Not a problem. Probably shot 3 times the money for this post base than a lollipop.
So I need to hear. So let me get that measurement for you. What you say it was?
79 and 16.
And how do we cut this?
We're actually going to cut it with a pipe cutter.
Pipe cutter, really?
Yeah, nice heavy duty one.
Okay.
I'll just slide it onto the pipe. I line my cutter wheel up at that mark. Tighten up the wheels. Rock it back and forth a little bit. Make sure it's sitting good. There. Okay. Now you'll have to hold that with that wrench. I'll spin it. up the end.
Gonna be through there.
It's getting there.
So is this going to cut the concrete as well, or is this going to cut the metal?
It's going to cut the metal. When the pipe is cut, it'll snap off. You may have to just flatten out a little bit of the concrete. Here it goes. Here it is.
Pretty cool. And actually, pretty smooth cut.
Yep, just break that little piece off and we're in business. Get that all right, Sonny? And then line it up with that column. Plate. Stay inside the nubs. Oop.
Maybe a couple. One more. There you go. Perfect. Dead nuts.
All right, there's 5 more to go.
Nice. And so for next week, upstairs with the beams, what do you think?
A lot of work. The steel will be here.
All right. So until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
And I'm Tom Silver.
From This Old House. 5 more?
5 more.
Hold that. I'll go get them. Next time on This Old House.
Now we get squeezed. We'll hang a half a ton of steel so the second floor doesn't become the first.
We'll see some landscape options for a backyard covered in shade.
Oh, it's simple. We want a place for the kids to play, a place to sit,
A place to grill and entertain.
That's it, huh?
Not much,
Small
right?
space, long less. So you could challenge it.
We could do it though.
All right.
And we'll remove a drain line to reveal a hidden space. That's next time on This Old House.
Today on This Old House, now we get squeezed. We'll hang a half a ton of steel so the second floor doesn't become the first.
We'll see some landscape options for a backyard covered in shade.
And we'll remove the drain line to reveal a hidden space.
Looks pretty bad right here. Are you kidding me?
This is nice. Really for it safe. We can do better.
Time to get to work. Nice and easy, everybody together. Oh yeah.
Right place. Good to see it all later.
Perfectly. All in all, good day's work.
Jana Mendez retired from the CIA as chief of disguise after more than 25 years as agency. When she left in 1993, the masks they were making could not be detected in a face-to-face conversation. These declassified photos show Mendez in disguise while meeting President Bush in the early 90s. When she was there to brief the president on the CIA disguise program, nobody had heard she was wearing a mask. Imagine the advances that have been made in the last 30 years.
Wall is gone, and that means you're going to be able to enjoy the land, dual closed stained glass windows from walking in this house. Back in the kitchen, Tommy's solving another problem that was caused when we decided that 2 load-bearing walls had to come down. Tommy, those walls are out.
Right, now this is the back wall of the house that carries the second floor and the roof.
Ran from this corner all the way down to there.
And then we moved all the structure that carries the wall front to back all the way up to there.
So we're bracing in, we're actually clear and open so we can get the beams in, and the architect actually had to decide whether we were going to use an I-beam or a flitch beam. He obviously went with a flitch beam, which is what we got right here.
Right, and we actually have a triple decker. We have an LVL piece of steel, LVL piece of steel, and another LVL.
Right, and so this has to be assembled here on site. What's that process?
What I do is I order the steel, the size, the length that I want, and the holes pre-drilled.
And how do you transfer the holes into the LVL?
We stack our LVL, then we take one of the pieces of steel and we put that on top, making sure it's square, true, and straight. And we drill through that, and I want to make sure that my drill is square in all directions.
So you're actually using the holes in the steel as your template to drill holes through the LVLs?
Absolutely. Once it's all drilled, we take it all apart. Then I sandwich them together.
LVL, steel, LVL, steel, LVL.
Right. Then we square it, through it, drive our carriage bolts through. Then we take an impact driver, tighten up the bolts really snug, and we cut them off with our grinder. Nice and flush.
Then we are left with
this monster right here. Ready to go in? Looks like you got the lift there, so up it goes.
We're going to lift it in place and hopefully jack it over. This thing is probably a little under 1,000 pounds. It doesn't feel too bad right now, but I have a feeling it's going to get worse when we go to that second tier. Oh, yeah. Now we get some weight. Safety reasons, let's slide that stage underneath it. All right? Ready? Oh, yeah. Going up a little more. There you go. All right, hold it there. All right, now we need to slide the beam over onto that angle line on the other end. To do that, I'm going to use hydraulics. I'm going to take this wedge right here, this hydraulic pump, tighten it up, and then we're going to pump it. When we pump it, that wedge will open right up and push the beam over right through. We'll collapse it, hand it up to Dan. And he's going to wedge it in there. All right, Dave, pump it over. Yep, nice and easy. Oh, yeah. Nice. Keep going. That's it. Keep going. Nice. All right, you got to put another filler in that because we jack it over just a little bit more. Go ahead. Jack it over. All right, we're in.
First beam is in. One more to go. Now, 2/3 of those beams are made up of LVLs. They're actually bread in the sandwich. And we use this engineered lumber all over the house. How's it made? See that? You have to go to West Virginia. I'm here in Buckhannon, West Virginia. It's a long way from our Victorian restoration. And I'm here to see how a traditional log becomes a structural beam strong enough to hold up our old house. And it's done right here, one of the largest LVL factories in North America. Lance Miller is the plant manager. Kevin, this is where the process starts. Basically, logs come in from around 100 miles in radius to this site. The species is primarily yellow poplar. It takes up about 40% of the forest in this area. This first stage here, remove the bark. We then cut them to length and then add them into a hot water bath. In the hot water bath, they sit about 8 hours. The purpose of that is to soften the wood fiber and allow us for further peeling in the process. Kevin, this is where wood lays. You see them come out of the bath. We now have hot blocks and we're getting ready to peel. We scan the blocks, looking for geometric center. You can see the laser light scan it. Now we're going to position blocks to lay. How long does it take to peel one of these logs? Depending upon block diameter, it can be up to 3 to 4 seconds. We'll peel 4,000 blocks in 12 hours a day. How thin is the veneer? The veneer is about 1/8 of an inch thick. How long has this plant been here? This site's been here 20 years. We have actually 11 acres under roof here. How many LVLs do you put out of this plant every week? We put out about 30,000 beans. Here's a sheet of the veneer, so 1/8 of an inch thick. You can see it's very pliable, green state. You can't get splinters. There's no danger to touch them. It's still wet right now. Yeah, that's pretty cool. This stuff's going off in the dryer. All the stuff went in the dryer. Here we have the veneer dryer. In this process, we're taking a sheet with about 100% moisture content. It's all on the inside. We're putting it into about an 80-foot dryer at 400 degrees. Over the course of 6 minutes, we're going to take that 100% sheet down to about 3%. Basically, get all the water out of the wood. That's right, Jeff. Wow. In the oven, how are you guys creating the heat? So we take any wood waste that we generate. You saw some of it in the refilling process. We're actually firing a wood-fired boiler to bring the heat. This actually consumes about 60 million BTUs worth of energy from our heat-fired boiler. Serious oven. Yeah.
the Veneer is. Go through a visual grade system, look for any visual defects, and then finally for a moisture meter, which is verify the moisture content of the Veneer. Sound wave, visual, and moisture meter. What are the different grades? You have anywhere from a grade 1 to a grade 4 Veneer. That allows us to mix and match them together in manufactured LVL to make it perform at a certain performance level. So the veneer has been tried, it's been graded. Now we're applying adhesive to it and we're bringing it to a layup. We have about 13 slides to come together at this point. It's going to hit this press at about 400 degrees. Press that wood fiber and clear out that resin. After 15 minutes, you have an LVL billet. Now it's starting to look familiar. That is a lot of work that goes into making that thing. How much stronger is that? Well, let's check the quality control lab and find out how strong it is. Kevin, this is our quality assurance laboratory. This is where we verify our products are tested. So what's your leader, Clayton Technical Director, Brian Wilson? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. So you can test some stuff for us?
Yes, we're going to test an LVL beam for you today. This LVL beam is much smaller than what we manufacture out on the plant floor. This small beam is going to support the load of a full-size car.
This little one right here?
Yes.
All right, fire it up.
Sure, let's do it.
That's going down?
Yes.
What are you guys actually testing for?
We're testing for two things here today. We're testing for how stiff the beam is. We're also testing for how strong the beam is.
Like pushing pressure down right on the center?
Exactly. Got about 800 pounds.
You've got about 800 pounds of pressure on that little piece right there.
Yes. The stiffness portion of our test is completed now, and it exceeded the stiffness test.
Okay.
Now we're going to test for strength.
But I'm just going to put more weight on it to see where it breaks.
Yes.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Sure. That's a lot of pressure, huh?
Yeah.
So it's holding the weight of a car.
Yes.
Oh, there it goes. Holy mackerel. So that broke. What does that tell you?
That was a great test.
Yes, you passed.
We passed.
That is true. All right. Now this one right here, this is the other product that you guys are making for the facility?
Yes, this is parallel strand lumber, PSL.
You're going to test the two same properties?
Yes.
Let's fire it up. Much bigger.
We're going to need our earplugs for this one.
Get a bang out of it?
Get a real bang out.
What's the weight that this one is for?
A large truck.
Oh, that's a break.
That's a break.
Is it also a pass?
Definitely a pass.
This product, that product are all ready to go on the truck to customers. Both are ready for the customer. Brian, thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Well, Kevin, this is the final stage of our mill tour. Now you see a finished product leaving for our customers. And you're going to be shipping this all up and down the East Coast. That's right, Kevin. All right, well, we appreciate you shipping stuff to us, and we appreciate the tour. Good stuff. Thank you. Thanks for coming. That's excellent.
Up here on the third floor, a previous homeowner added a carpet. When he did, it really obscured some beautiful details. There used to be a partition wall right here. Look what it did. It came down and bisected this beautiful rounded window. The homeowner saw that and said, "You just got to have it." So that means the wall came down and that beautiful window is going to be restored. Now, there used to be an opening right here to a kitchenette and a living space right here and a bathroom right here. But this bathroom was added to the model after the whole house was finished. The model had to find a way to get the big pipe from the toilet up to the building. And what they did is something a little different. They used a back supply toilet. So it discharges out to the back. A normal toilet goes down to the floor. This one comes out the back. That allowed them to run their drain line, the hardest line for us to run, above the floor joist, because the joist goes this way. So everything was fine. We used this toilet and the store until we did demolition. We pulled this panel, we looked in and we saw the pipe. That's just fine. We also looked in and we saw a hidden window, another one, and a typo. And the homeowners want both. Tommy came along and opened this wall up here and framed in a new opening. And that's a little bit more carpentry, a little bit more expensive, but for us, it means that we can no longer reuse this drain line. Now this has to go. We have to find a new way to get the drain system of this bathroom down to the building. For that, Abe Tyler's going to give us a hand. Abe, what's the first thing you're doing? We're going to get this hole drilled through the floor for the waste pipe. This is our closet plan. So we typically come off 12 inches off of a finished wall, and 18 inches gets us right in the center of the space. All right, so here's your flange that we go right down over the finished tile floor. Does that mean we get rid of this horizontal pipe now? Okay, good. Alright. Look at that. They're going to be very happy with that opening. Now, this flange, though, is only the beginning of the pipe's journey down through the building. Let me show you downstairs. Down here on the second floor, we're right below that bathroom above. Now with it all opened up, we really understand what the issues were. These joists go this way, so they had to use that backside like toilet. Now here's our new flange right here. Now because it's opened up, Tommy can add these drop ceiling boards. Now it lets us get below the joist and start running horizontally this way. Now we can turn with pitch. Now we turn one more time 90 down to this point. I think we're home free. Right below my feet is the center of the living room ceiling. So now there's another 90-degree elbow. We turn this way to get to the outside wall, and finally to the basement home free. You know what? That hidden window came in place.
When Roger first saw our backyard, he knew it was a tough spot to work with, and he suggested that we get a plan from landscape designer Jen Nawada. As you can see, it's a small space and it is completely in the shade. Now, right now, we're using it to store some materials from the house, but this is a perfect time to get a sense of what it's going to look like eventually. Hey, Ron. Hey, Catherine.
Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So, you brought us a plan?
I did. We have a small backyard here. Grass is difficult to grow, so we have some challenging aspects to the design.
Now, what did you guys tell Jen that you wanted from this space?
Oh, it's simple. We want a place for the kids to play, a place to sit,
a place to grill and entertain.
That's it, huh? That's a small space, long last.
We could do it. Here's the patio surface area. This is a concrete paver patio. We'll have easy access, clean access into both entryways. It's a home for your grill and nice, comfortable space.
Are you the griller, Ron?
Yes, I am. And so is that going to be big enough to have 6 people around the table?
You certainly could have 6 to 8 tabletop there.
Great.
Yeah, all the kids could have their friends over. Here we have natural New England flat stepping stones to travel around the garden. Fantastic.
You're talking in regular shape, something organic looking here?
Yes, like straight out of the ground, but more flattish top, so you're not going to trip on it. And since we can't grow grass, we're going to use a ground cover called Vinca, and it flowers purple in May. It's an evergreen ground cover, and it will eventually cover the whole area and give you the green effect. That sounds beautiful.
You guys okay with the grass?
I think we have an option. I don't think you do. So we have shade perennials, we have astilbes, hosta, ferns. We don't get much sun back here, but it's okay because the foliage on these plants is absolutely beautiful. And I have that surrounding these large boulders that you can sit on. Oh, I never would have thought of boulders for seating. It's fun. The kids can jump from boulder to boulder.
Are they climbers, the kids? What do you think?
I think they're going to love it.
All right, so we got a little play area here. I see a couple things checked off the list, and then continue around this back wall here.
We have more shade perennials, some ginger, some ferns, some Solomon seal, and then traveling back to the patio area, some oak leaf hydrangeas that flower for you late summer. And if you want to get back off the patio and travel back over here, we have this tree fort idea. When I first came into this backyard, I just saw that tree and thought it needed a tree fort. And with such limited space on the ground, you have to build up.
Nice idea.
So I shared some of my ideas with Jen.
Wow, look at this.
Yeah, I wanted a couple of places where the kids could climb,
Enough room up here where the adults could go up and also where the kids could sit and enjoy.
I'll just fire.
So in terms of building this, have you got a plan for this yet, or are you all just going to throw in?
I think we're all going to throw it together. Team effort.
All right. So are you in a position to sort of sign off on this, or do you need more detail to think about it?
Well, we love the plans.
But it's going to depend on the budget. Yeah, it does. There's actually a lot going on in a small space. So you guys work it out, but at least it sounds like we're off to a good start, correct?
Definitely. That sounds great.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, thanks.
So first beam in, second beam mostly assembled, and this thing is even bigger.
Yeah, the other beam was 10 inches high. This is about 14 inches high. It has two pieces of steel that are 14 inches long. So this beam is heavier by about 100 pounds.
Why so much bigger?
Well, think about it. This beam not only has to carry the load above that's running this way, but it also has to carry the load of the intersecting beam.
Because that first beam's going to sit on top of this one.
Exactly.
All right, so are we ready to tighten up these bolts right here?
Yeah, the first thing we have to do is cut off this excess thread because it's too deep to get the socket.
All the way from the temporary posts.
Yep.
What are you thinking about for permanent posts?
Well, think about it. We have engineered lumber holding up our house.
The beams here.
That's right. So we're actually going to use an engineered post to hold up the beams. Now, if you look at the side of this post, you'll see all the layers of veneer going in one direction, long strand. If you look at this side right here, you can actually see the layers of the wood going in the same direction. This tells me that this is very strong. One, it's engineered, and it's really only for a vertical application, not horizontal.
We've got one in, and we've got two more to go in.
Two more to go in. All right, all of our permanent posts are in, and we're ready to take down and remove all of our temporary fixtures.
How about that, huh, Simon? What a difference. Have 3 rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, dining room, and one big, wide open room.
I love space like this. It looks like our beams and our posts are doing their job.
Right. Yeah. All right. So, what do you think is next happen next month?
Well, next week, we hope to start excavating the front porch and the side entry.
All right. Well, until then, I'm Tim O'Connor.
Manny.
I'm Tom Silver.
This little house.
Next time on This Old House, it's time to dig the footings for the new front porch.
The homeowner picks cabinets for the new open kitchen.
Wow, Norm, look at the space.
And we start framing so we can turn a small bedroom into a big master bath.
There'll be a big shower,
Yep.
a tub, and a vanity.
Tub right in front of the front window, huh?
Yeah, that's what they want.
That's next time on This Old House.
Today on This Old House, it's time to dig a footing for the new front porch.
The homeowner picks cabinets for the new open kitchen.
Wow, Norm, look at the space.
And we start framing so we can turn a small bedroom to a big master bathroom.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, nice and easy, everybody together.
Oh, yeah. Right lamp in the right place. Look, it's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
It is time to start digging for a new front porch here on our old Victorian in Belmont, Massachusetts. Hi there, I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House. Our excavating contractor, Jimmy McLaughlin, and Tommy look like they're ready to move some dirt. Hey guys, how are you?
Hey Kevin, how are you?
All right, so Tommy, we got a new front porch going across the front, roof on top.
Right.
What's the plan?
All right, the plan is we have to dig for these 4 piers right here and the 2 out front. So there's 6 out the front, 2 up the side, and a full foundation right here, a couple of piers out back for our side entry.
Yep. Now I know that they were out earlier marking for all the various utilities. We got several things running up to the house, don't we?
Right. Well, before we put a shovel in the ground, whether it's a hand shovel or a machine, you have to call a locating company. You have to locate the utilities that are underground. This is our water line, our gas line,
yes.
Our electrical is up above.
If you were going in with a shovel, I would say no problem. But with a huge piece of equipment like that, how are you going to make sure that you can hit any of this stuff?
Well, you have to hire an operator that knows what he's doing, and that's why I have Jimmy.
Put it on you, Jimmy.
Yeah.
All right. So we ready to dig?
We're ready to go. You ready, Jimmy? All right. Here we go.
Okay.
Tommy, it looks like maybe you found something?
Yeah, we found a gas line here, right there.
Oh, yeah.
It's about 18 inches down.
Pretty much where you expected it. That's where they marked it.
Yeah, they marked it right on.
All right, so how do you handle this?
Well, they're going to hand dig over here where we have to dig our hole for our footing to match this. So the gas line will probably run. We'll get the footing in down below, and then Mark, when he does our block work,
Let me ask you this. Is this gas shut off?
no. So it's shut off in the house, not out in the street.
So hand dig it?
Hand dig it. You don't want to break that.
Nope. All right.
So we also have to deal with the next thing is the water line that's right here.
Hopefully they've been as accurate marking that one as they were with the gas.
Well, I hope so.
And I'm not seeing the sewer line, Tommy, marked out anywhere.
Well, first of all, this is an old house. The sewer line could be in clay pipe, so it's hard to get that accurate measurement. But we think that it's underneath the water line because we looked from the foundation of the house.
Hard to pick up the clay because you use some metal detector to find these lines.
Right, and then the sensor can pick up on that. Back then, they didn't do it.
Each one of these holes has got to go down 4.5 feet. That's a lot of material to move. So obviously, the easiest way to do it is an excavator. But somewhere in here, we know there's a water line. Probably steel, probably 3 inches too, who knows what. So So as he's going through here, you got to kind of nibble away, get as much out as you can, and then at some point, you need a shovel, start digging in there and finding it. You don't want to break it. Break that line, you got to fix it. Wow, look at that. So that's right next to our water line is actually the sewer line, Tommy. So what does that tell you? What are you looking at there?
Well, it tells me a couple of things. First of all, Kevin, I don't like either pipe. They're original to the house. All right. First of all, this is a clay sewer line, 2-foot sections, and it's very close to the water line. This is a steel pipe that's bringing the water into the house. Now, think about that pipe when it went in. The inside of that pipe might have been that big around. That's rusted on the inside, so it may be restricted, and it might only be a 1-inch hole, so they're losing a lot of water pressure.
Today we'd use copper for the water, and we'd be using what, PVC for the sewer?
PVC. All right, so now also the building code today says that these two pipes can't go in the same trench. They have to be separated by about 10 feet.
They don't want sewer next to potable water.
Right? So the other thing I don't like is actually the depth of these two pipes. Neither one of them are below our frost line. That means that the water line can freeze in the winter.
You don't like anything in the sewer.
And the sewer line is going right where our footing is, which means I need to dig our footing lower than the underside of the pipe. So in the wintertime, when the frost gets in the ground, it won't pick the footing up and move our sewer line.
So, I mean, what are you going to do about this? The homeowners don't even know about it. You have to fix all of this right now? I mean, what do the homeowners think about this?
Well, they don't know about it because we just discovered it ourselves. I think what I would do is I would fix this part that's underneath the porch right now.
What you're saying is once this porch goes back in place, the homeowner has good access to roll again.
Not easy.
Right.
Next thing I would do is I would put a sleeve in this trench over here from inside the foundation to outside the porch and mark it.
A sleeve?
A sleeve, so that if they wanted to upgrade the water line to copper later on, they will be separated. They can dig from that PVC pipe out to the street and push the copper line through that sleeve.
Basically, within this first 11 feet where the porch is going to go, you're going to fix what you can and future-proof what you can't fix.
Absolutely.
All right, sounds like a plan.
Wow, Nora, look at this space.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah, it used to be 3 tiny rooms.
Right. Well, it took a lot of work. Tommy and his crew had to put some very serious beams up, and there's a lot of steel here. Once you take away those walls, you still have to support everything that's above it. But now you have a big open space.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Now, Linda, you're the kitchen designer,
I am.
and you're going to help Catherine Marat with the Extreme Kitchen.
That's right.
And looking at the plan, you're locating the kitchen in a different area.
I am. This used to be the dining room, and now it's going to be the kitchen. In this corner here, we have a French door refrigerator with the freezer on the bottom. Here, we will have a sink made out of granite, same as the countertops.
That's a new one for us. I don't think we've ever seen a granite sink.
It's beautiful. It's going to be a farm-style sink. On the left, we'll have the dishwasher. As we turn the corner, we will have a 36-inch range with a 48-inch wood hood above.
All right, it's just an outside wall. That's great. It's easy to fence.
Perfect. As we turn the corner, we end the run over here with a single wall opening.
Is there an island?
There is an island. The island is 36 inches wide by 8 feet long.
So we have the basic layout and some of the materials, but I heard too much about the cabinets. What style doors, what color, what kind of hardware you're going to use. How are you doing on that?
We have a lot of things left to do. We have many samples at the showroom. Let's go. Great.
Sounds great.
Here's a sample of the cabinetry you're considering.
Oh, this is great. You get to see actual examples. Now, there are basically 2 different styles of doors. Full overlay like this, which covers the entire box of the cabinet. When it's closed, you don't see any of that. Maybe a little bit of decorative mold. Over here, you have an inset door, which sits inside of the rails and stiles of the basement. They're a little more expensive because it takes more labor. So what are you thinking on that?
Well, budget is a concern for us, so we've decided to go with the full overlay.
Okay. Now, the panel would be the next decision. You can go flat panels like this, raised panels, you get glass, even bevel glass.
Well, Linda
Yeah,
has
can I
helped us
live
to
in
make
this
some good decisions.
cabinet?
We decided
No,
to
well,
go
then
with
it's out of my
one
budget.
panel on most of the cabinets, but the upper is near the
I'll go with the.
Nice.
I'll go with the one that
Well, let
looks
me show
like
you
a
what we found.
casket.
We found these
Two in
really
one.
neat bin pools at a salvage store. They were rusty and crusty, and they brought them back to life for us.
Look at these. You know where they came from?
They told us from a butler's pantry from 1870.
Wow. Must have been a big pantry. You got an awful lot of these pulls, and they'll work great for our house, but they don't work very well on the doors.
Another decision.
It's always another decision to make. And these are your countertop selections?
Right, this is the granite for the perimeter.
That's nice. It's got some dark gray, a little bit of blue, and even a little bit of yellow.
And feel that texture.
Oh, that's great. That's better than this. What's this for?
This is the marble for the island.
Okay, so you're going to mix it up a little bit?
Right.
Marble is very popular these days, so contrast.
And to top it all off, we have the tile backsplash.
Okay, is the size of the tile you're going to use for your backsplash?
Haven't quite decided, but we'll definitely do a subway style.
I like it. So it's great. Goes well with everything here. Now, the color of the cabinet itself. We've got two different colors here.
We have to get an order going. Have you made a decision? Well, Rat and I don't always agree, but we've decided to go with the bright white instead of the off-white. We think it'll be cleaner and brighter.
Yeah, I think everything goes together really nicely. So I guess the next thing is you have to measure up the kitchen.
That's right.
And order the cabinets. How long will it take you?
7 to 8 weeks.
Well, but they show up. The time you start installing.
I'm so excited.
Up here on the second floor, where the big change we're making is a master suite by combining 2 rooms. And Tommy, last time we were here, we were pulling the wood floors up from this room. We're going to use those throughout the house. We don't need them anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to save as much of that flooring as we could.
So since then, you started opening things up. You made a big opening here between the 2 rooms, and you're taking down some walls.
Right. And the wall that we took down here divided these 2 rooms. It was also a closet for this room and a closet for this room.
Okay.
Now, what we're going to do here is we're actually going to place a wall right up here with a double door that leads into a dressing room closet. It also is going to create a hallway from the bedroom down to the little pocket door into the master bathroom.
So how is the bathroom going to be laid out?
All right, so if you look on the floor, you can see the red line comes across like this, jaws. Right here's the toilet.
Yeah.
Along this wall here, this defines the new bathroom. There'll be a big shower, a tub, and a vent.
Tub right in front of the front window, huh?
Yeah, that's what they want.
Oh, perfect for that. Okay. Getting ready to frame, and I see that you're using the engineered lumber, and we love using them for beams, but here you are using it for 2x stock.
I'm using it for 2x stock to frame the walls. We get 2x4s and 2x6s.
So I was at the plant a couple of weeks ago. I saw it made. Pretty cool process. Right? You end up with a really good yield.
Strong 2x4. What I really like about it is true. Stays straight, wobble, twist, crack.
Now, do you pay a premium for that?
Yeah, but I think it's worth it.
So what do we got going on?
All right, so we have our chalk lines on the floor. So I lay out for my plates, top and bottom plates like this.
Now, wait a second. This is not very good, is it?
No, this isn't a bearing wall.
So why are we using 2x6 here?
Because we have a shower in this wall right here. This is called a wet wall. I have to get my pipes into that structure. So I want to be able to drill through the structure without destroying the integrity of the pipes there. So right here is a 2x4 wall. No wet, no pipes in it. A 2x6 wall, vent line, contour.
And in terms of using them, same as traditional 2x4 lumber, 2x6 lumber, you nail them, 16 inches on center.
Right, that's what the plan spec, 16 on center, nail them, just like we do regular stuff. Just lay it out. First, we measure and cut the studs to length. Lay the wall on the floor and nail it together. Then raise it, nail the bottom. Then we plumb it and secure it. Alright, ready to stand up? Alright, now all we have to do is place it on the line, nail it on the bottom, plumb it up, frame for the header, the pocket door, and we're ready for the rough work.
So, Tom, we've known from the first day we got here that this house had some leaks, ice dams over the winter. And, you can see the staining right here.
Yeah, these brown marks are actually from tanning to the wood. When the water comes through the wall, it looks like rusty water.
No surprise, old house. And it was a terrible winter for ice dams in the Northeast.
An ice dam is really the lack of insulation or poorly done. And when there's a void in the insulation, the heat will go through those spots because heat always wants to go to cold. It goes through those voids and lack of insulation and melts the snow. The water comes down the roof, hits the cold overhang, creates an ice dam. Now you have a water that's going up the roof.
And the shingles don't work that way.
No, right down in under the shingles into the house.
So what was our situation? No insulation or poorly installed insulation?
Well, we had insulation, poorly done. It was blown in, and some of it is falling out.
So we know we can do better than that these days with the foam insulation that we use. What are we going to do to this one? How do we deal with the old insulation?
Well, when you're going to add foam or any insulation to a house, you have to make sure that you have room for it. The first thing we need to do is remove the old insulation so we can blow in the new.
How are we going to do that?
We're going to suck it out with a vacuum. All right, so it's a pretty good sized vacuum over there.
Yeah.
All right, now it's actually a pretty simple operation. We have a big machine in here with a blower, and this vacuum hose is connected to it. And what they'll do is they'll take it upstairs and they'll suck the insulation in through this hole, down through the vacuum, and it go into some big bags. That's pretty much it. Hey, Tom. Hey, Tom. Found it, huh?
Yeah.
All right, so the idea of it is you walk into this bathroom, the doorway leading into the bathroom is centered on the wall. But because of the new layout of the bathroom, where the old toilet is here, up over there, they want to make the toilet over here on this wall. That means we need more wall space behind the toilet. Now, the architect also wants to make sure that this door stays centered on the hall. The only way we can do that is to make a narrower door.
Right, I took a measurement. It looks like we're going to need a 2-foot door. This door is a lot bigger than 2 feet.
Yeah, this is a 32-inch door. Now, we have a lot of old doors around, but none of them are 2 feet. So I figure if we can cut this door down and move the style over, we should solve our problem.
I think we can do that.
All right, if you want to work on the door, I'll give it a jam. All right.
So the door is made up of several parts. We have these vertical pieces on each side, which are known as the stiles, and then they're connected by these rails, and then we have panels and some molding in the middle. Now to make the door narrower, we're basically going to cut a section out of it and move this stile over. So the first thing I want to do is make a cut right down the center of the door all the way through. The next thing to do is salvage this rail. And I would like to take the saw and just run it down this joint line. However, if I do that, I'm going to cut into these moldings, which I want to use when we reassemble the door. So I'm going to have to carefully remove the moldings, especially saving all these verticals.
How's it going?
It's going.
All right, well, the not?
Well, what I had to do is take the moldings off. The way the panels were set in there, it made a lot of sense to just take the panels and save the piece of molding we need, and now it's going to come.
Yeah.
Now, in order to install the molding that we've actually saved, we're going to have to miter the molding that comes across these panels.
So to make that 45-degree cut, I made up a couple of templates to guide us all.
A lot easier than doing it freehand.
Yeah.
Okay, requires a little bit of fine tuning in the end, but when I put the piece in, you see the joint fits well. But I also want to make sure the molding isn't sticking out beyond these rails. So just take this block and check it. There, check it over here. It's nice and tight, so we'll fine tune all of them.
All right, now I'm going to put a little glue on the miter. I don't want to put any on the back of the molding because I want the panel to slope. Push it in. I'm going to tack it right through the back side of the molding into the other one.
With our molding pieces attached, the last step is to join this style to the rest of the door. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to use loose tendons in each intersection. The thing we have to do is make mortises in both the rails and the style pieces. Lined up correctly. Squeeze out. It looks pretty good. I'll have to let that dry overnight. We'll be ready to hang tomorrow.
Right. And next time, we're going to lay the block for the mudroom foundation.
So until then, I'm Norm Abram.
And I'm Tom Silver.
With this old house.
27 inches.
You can be 36 inches in the miter's log, too.
Next time on This Old House, we'll see some design ideas.
I'll give you 36 inches in my style, girl.
It's a lot of flowers.
And create a custom bay window for our new kitchen.
And I've come up with a way to eliminate a structural newel post.
What a big improvement.
You like that? I love it. Yeah, this is exactly what we want. That's next time on This Old House.
Today on This Old House, we'll see some design ideas for the new living room.
What do you think?
I think it's ugly as fuck.
And we'll create a custom bay window for our new kitchen.
And I've come up with a way to eliminate a structural newel post. Looks pretty bad right here. Are you kidding me?
Is this place really worth saving?
We can do better than this.
Time to get to work. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Everybody together. Oh, yeah.
Right plan in the right place. Good.
It's state-of-the-art. Perfectly square.
All in all, a good day's work. Hi there, I'm Kevin O'Connor. Welcome back to This Old House, where work continues on our 1895 Victorian here in Belmont, Massachusetts. Now, last week we excavated and poured some footings for a new porch that's going to run across the front of the house, as well as for a new entrance and mudroom here on the side of the house. We also set into place these precast concrete piers, which are going to hold up a new landing for the back door. The staircase for those is going to come right here. And today, you can see that we're trying to work around the rain. We're going to start building the foundation for the side entrance. And that work goes to our masonry contractor, Mark McCullough. Mark, good to see you again.
Hey, Kevin.
So how'd you get started with this project?
Well, first thing we did was we went off for the footing. We drilled a number of holes to hold our re-rod. That's 5/8 re-rod.
That's set right into the footing.
Right into the concrete, yep.
Sort of spaced them all throughout here.
Every other block.
You got a few in the corner though.
Sure, and then when we come down to the corner, we want to really reinforce it. So we went 1, 2, 3, and we will later grout those solid as we will the whole wall.
Fill the whole thing in.
We're going to fill the whole thing, and then behind me, we're going to fill with dirt. Right, to bring that up.
So right now the process is just continue laying this mortar and keep these courses going up.
That's right. We have probably 2 or 3 more courses left.
All right. I'm just thinking about getting some windows back into our wide open kitchen, Tommy.
That's right. And over here in the kitchen, right in front of the sink, is actually going to be an angle bay window.
All right.
An angle bay window is when you have 2 planes on an angle and 1 parallel.
And they sell those already molded up as a single unit. You can buy one, stick the whole thing in, and done.
Absolutely. They come in about 4 different sizes. One with a 19-inch projection, 16-inch projection, 13, and 11.
A lot of options in there.
A lot of options, but none of them fit.
Oh, really?
Well, we don't want to mess with up here. We don't want to build a roof. We don't want to mess with the gutter. We want this angle bay window to fit under this overhang.
I think it makes sense. Right? We've already got the roof. Why have to figure out that would look good?
Exactly.
So you're gonna make one?
We are, and it starts with this headboard and the seat board.
So this kind of looks like our opening right here, Tom. Sort of a template that you made up.
Well, this is actually the actual seat board, and I laid it out. I've actually got a second one right now. So I need one for the top and one for the bottom.
So what does the layout represent?
All right, so this measurement right here is the center of our window. I then put a 9-inch mark from the base of the plywood back because that's what I want to project.
So this is the outside of the house, and this comes all the way out, so it's inside of that roof line.
Right, that's parallel all the way down.
Yeah.
The second line is the inside measurement of our wall because I need to fasten the headboard and the seat board to the wall.
So once I've got the inside, the outside dimension, the width, I basically am now just solving for this angle right here based on the size of this window.
Right. So I took a window size out of the catalog and placed it down here in the center.
The window's going to be that wide.
Yep. So like that right there, centered on my center mark.
Okay.
I then take 2 pieces and I miter my angle so that the entry point into the wall stops here.
Perfect.
Okay? And I do the same thing on the other side.
Right. All right. So I get the layout. And you're saying they're actually going to use these here for the top seat, bottom seat.
Right, because this is going to hold my frame together. It's going to allow me to fasten the unit.
18, 10, 3.
We're going to cut a second one of these, and we're going to tell all the
9.
Correct.
It's on this side, on the line.
Still have a little bit of work to do to this opening right here, then we can slide the unit in. Then we're ready for it.
Custom opening time. My favorite flavor.
Mine too.
One of the first items removed from our project house were the original windows. The homeowners chose to restore all 33 windows in an effort to preserve this historic detail of the house. I've taken Dave Greenwood up on the offer to see the process. Hi, Norm. Hey, Dave. Great shop you have here. Now, you started the restoration project back at the Belmont house. You removed the sash, the movable parts of the window, and you worked on the frames, cleaned those up, and worked on the window wings. I imagine it's a lot easier to fix the sash back here in the shop.
Then we put a guy removing all the glazing from around the glass.
Right, and you have to be careful with that because this glass is pretty delicate.
This is very, very thin, delicate glass. So what we do is when we take the glazing out, if the glass is loose, we take out the garage, take the glass out, and remove the glazing from behind the glass.
Right, this is a bed of glazing compound that sits on the backside. You want to make sure you remove that.
Yeah, it can be very delicate. once the glazing is off, what we do is we sand all the windows so it's smoother, so it can finish better.
But Dave, with the sanding done, we can get a real good look at the condition of these windows. And they are 120 years old. And to my eye, they look pretty good, but there are some defects.
Yeah, these windows are in great shape. Pretty much what we do is we epoxy all the imperfections. And once the epoxy is dry, then we sand it smooth.
All right, nice and solid.
Yeah, the next step normally is the glazing.
You know, I've done a little bit of glazing, and it's an acquired skill. It takes a lot of practice to do it well. I see that what Jim does is he actually puts in a rough amount of the glazing compound around each pane, and then he takes the time to refine it. And the real trick is that angle, because if there's too much compound on the glass, and you look at the window from the inside, you're going to see the compound.
You're going to see it bead on the outside, so you don't want to see that. So making it smooth is very important, and that makes the finished window look nice. Next step, after we glaze it, we begin the paint. We mask it, we prime it, and then we put your close finish, and then it's ready to be installed.
But when these windows are all painted and cleaned up, they look great. We look forward to seeing them all reinstalled back in our house.
Yeah, they came out nice. We'll probably see you in a few weeks.
All right, Dave, thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
So what do we got, Tommy? A patching job? Yeah, I've got a couple of holes in this piece of baseboard that I need to patch for the old radiator pipe. And we're going to reposition this outlet so I can patch that hole also. So I guess patch is one option, but why not just replace the whole thing? We're only looking at about 8 feet or so run. Yeah, it looks like a short run baseboard, but believe it or not, it's actually quicker and easier for me to patch these holes than to remove this baseboard. It's mitered in the corner, it goes behind the floor, and it could damage some of the plastic taking it out. All I need to hear, patch it is. All right, so what's the plan? It's harder for me to cut a patch to fit this hole than it is to cut a hole to fit the patch. So each one of these patches is unique, so you'll be talking about custom fitting each one. Right. Or just unify the opening. I'm going to make the same hole for each patch. And to do that, I've actually made a template. All I'm going to do right now is I'm going to place it over the hole, screw it right to the wall so it doesn't move. Run the router through this, and you'll be left with an opening that size. Yep. I've set the depth of my router with the thickness of the template plus the thickness of the patch because I don't want to go all the way through the baseboard. I want to create a shelf for the patch to sit on. All right, now there's one more thing that I have to do. You notice the corners on the hole are round. The corners on our patch are square. So I could actually round them over and get to the radius. Or I can square the corners off using my chisel. I'm going to square them. All right, let's have some glue. Whoa. That's tight stuff. So you don't need to put a nail or a screw in there. No, that glue is going to hold it. Now all I'm going to do is sand it flat. Wow, look at that stuff. I love cutting the hole to fit the patch. It's a pain on that. You never see it. You never see it. It's pretty easy to do. Here we go. Yep. Well, even though the saws and hammers have been flying for the past few weeks and the house is still all torn apart, it's never too soon to start thinking about what it's going to look like when everything is done. So today, we have come to the Boston Design Center, where our homeowners Catherine and Marat are meeting with a woman who's going to help us pull it all together.
I think we should have a fully.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin. Good to see everybody. You seem like you're well into it already. So, Amanda, you had time to sort of sit with them and get through some of the stuff?
Yeah, well, we're just starting.
So, you've got an old Victoria, about 120 years. Got a young
What's the process?
Right. Well, it's New England, so there are a lot of old homes that are rich in architectural character and detail. And the challenge is how to create a design that works with that, yet feels fresh and updated.
And that's what you guys are looking for, that sort of updated look of Victorian, not going back 110 years and looking like an old Victorian.
No, I think we want fresh and
And you're on the same page.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So what's an example of how you can take sort of old Victorian and make it fresh for you?
Well, several ways. One is through the color palette, also introducing contemporary fabrics, and plus by combining contemporary pieces with vintage or antique finds. Well, an example is a project I did recently in Cambridge where we reused a bench in the entry that was passed down from the previous owners, and I paired it with a lacquer console table.
Yeah,
Great. We do have a lot of antique pieces.
All right, so what room are we talking about today?
Today we're talking about the formal living room.
Okay,
So this is the formal living room. It adjoins the new dining room space.
And Captain Ron, how do you guys expect to use this room?
yeah, so this is the formal area, so no kids, lock the doors.
All right, so the more elegant.
Right, exactly.
And the floor plan itself?
So we have the fireplace, which is the architectural focal point of the room, and then the seating room around it, the sofa, and tables with lamps, cocktail table, and a pair of chairs opposite, perfect for conversation and entertainment.
But if the fireplace is the focal point, why don't we turn it so that the chairs are facing the fireplace?
Well, I think the circulation is better this way, and we couldn't just have two chairs in the space. It's too big of a space for that, and also you wouldn't have enough seating.
Oh, I see.
And in terms of the specifics of the actual chairs and couches and stuff?
Okay, well, let's take the options on the design board. So here's the sofa. The light tufting and gentle curves are actually a nod to Victorian furniture. And then we have the side tables, and I chose to do two different side tables with a pair of lamps and a pair of chairs, so we can break the symmetry. And then we have the cocktail table options and 3 chair options. Do any one of them jump out at you?
So this one seems a little harsh with the wood around. It doesn't look like it would really sit great in it, but I do like this window.
Actually, I do like the one with wood, but this one's nice too.
And in terms of the end tables,
I had never thought about having this match side tables. I don't think I've ever seen that. So it could be a really interesting concept.
And Ron, what do you think of the couch? This is a dark color, rich fabric. It's got the tuck in the area.
I like the color. I think the color could work really well in that trim, but the fabric, I guess I just have to see it.
Well, we are in a beautiful fabric store. They've got a lot of samples here.
Definitely, let's go look. So when you told me that you want dark blue, dramatic color in the dining room, I started thinking about the color palette for the whole first floor, and I started thinking grays, blues, purples, and lilac, and I found this fabric, which I think has all of those colors and would be perfect to incorporate.
It's absolutely gorgeous. I love the flowers, the movement, even the texture is beautiful. What do you think?
It's a lot of flowers, but I do like the colors. I think the colors are nice. So where do we use it?
Well, I was envisioning using it in a common place to make a statement, possibly a pair of chairs or even drapery.
So should we get a price on it?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, great. And don't worry, it's not the only fabric in the space. Let's look at some others.
So you sort of just use that as the base and compare it with others?
Sure, exactly.
Yeah.
So this is the velvet that I was thinking about for the sofa.
Oh, that's so soft. Nice.
I like it.
And that's what you need to actually feel and know that you can use that on the couch.
Exactly. Yep.
Plenty more decisions to make. Obviously, you're doing it. I'm going to head back to the house and we'll do it later.
Well,
Perfect. Thank you so much.
oh, great. Thank you.
See you guys. Our homeowners, Catherine and Murad, asked us to really open up this front entryway and then taking down a second door right here, and more dramatically, the wall that was right here that you were sort of confronted with as soon as you came in. So those are gone, Tommy, and now we still have this post right here.
need it because I've got a design.
Right. The design is to have a custom-made newel post, about 9 feet long. It was going to carry a steel flitch beam going across here to carry the floor above, and another small flitch beam here on top of the post, all the way to the outside wall. And it drops ceiling.
And so now I'm hearing that there's a change of plans. They don't want this newel post.
Murad doesn't want the newel post, and he doesn't want the ceiling to drop. But he wants it all consistent.
So how does that change affect what's going on up above?
Well, the implications are you have to think about what you're carrying, and it's a lot.
Yeah.
So what we did is we made up a flitch beam right here.
So we know flitch beam is a combination of wood, metal, wood.
Right. This is steel, wood, and steel. So the steel is on the outside, but the two pieces of steel are actually two pieces of C-channel, like that. And they're through bolted, and the wood between gets cinched tight. So what we've done is we've made up like an I-beam with wood in between.
And I presume that that is sufficient, and this can now come out.
Absolutely.
Solving our problem.
Solving 99% of the problem.
What's left?
Well, this part of the landing is unsupported.
Right. I mean, you can kind of see that it would make sense to have a post right here, but that doesn't look good. And to be honest with you, I mean, it's always been like this since the house was built, just hanging out here.
Well, it's always been like that. But what had happened is this part of the floor actually sagged about 1.5 inches.
So working, but not working effectively.
Right. It wasn't working effectively because this part of the structure was just nailed to this part.
Okay. And the solution?
Well, what I want to do is I want to hide a beam in the structure to support that.
Of course you do.
All right, now let me show you my plan here. So I actually cut this piece of 3/4 inch thick plywood, and I want to install it right here. The reason is I want to stop this landing from twisting. Right? So if I put a piece of plywood in here and I attach it to this header and this riser, fit it in there tight, once it's attached, it can't twist.
You're actually combining those two pieces and making it one.
Correct. So the plywood has got to insert in there. So what the first thing I need to do is I have to remove a section of the string here, a section of the string there, slide it in. You know, this plywood is a tight fit, so I want to try to slide it up there. We may have to jack it into place because it won't fit nice and slow. Okay, let's jack it up there. That's it, we're there. All right, now I'm just going to staple that in to the header. All right, take that jack out. All right, now the next thing I want to do is I want to tie all of this right here back to the flitch beam.
Yep.
Now I've already installed a couple of pieces of angle iron, one on this side of the flitch beam, through bolted another piece of angle iron on the other side of the flitch beam.
Connecting this header right here to the beam here.
Right. Then I will bolt this side of the angle iron to this header.
Okay.
And I also want to attach 2 more pieces of angle iron up here to the header and to the joist. So when I tighten this back up here, it will hold everything tight to the flitch beam so it can't come back.
All right, so we need to drill some holes.
We sure did.
this looks great.
Yeah, and we're here to see the glass fence removed.
Well, perfect timing. The steel's in and we're ready to cut it away.
Nice.
Wow.
What a big improvement.
Wow. I love it. Yeah, this is exactly what we wanted.
All right, perfect. You get a nice view of the hall and no postal.
Absolutely.
And we have one more surprise for you. Look what Tommy found.
Right. Now, you were going to plan on putting some marble or tile in this front area right here, but we discovered that there's a parquet floor underneath here.
Wow, do you think it's in good enough shape to refinish?
Well, we'll find out as soon as we remove the linoleum. I hope so.
That's a great surprise.
Sure is.
So what do you think, guys? Can you start to imagine your brand new entryway?
Yeah, it's going to be amazing.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we've got a lot more work to do, and that will continue next time. So until then, Kevin O'Connor.
I'm Tom Silva.
I'm Catherine Beecher.
I'm Rod Beecher.
For This Old House. Next time on This Old House.
We saved the old boiler, but everything above that gets a total makeover.
And we're going to replace a decades-old steel water line that ran through the street with a brand new copper pipe. So we've got full city pressure coming through this when it's connected.
Yep, full city pressure and a lot of volume.
And our homeowners need to pick tiles for their bathroom.
We wanted something that was going to be sleek, elegant, very small.
That's next time on This Old House. Today on This Old House, we saved the old boiler, but everything above that gets a total makeover.
We're going to replace a decades-old steel water line that ran through the street with a brand new copper pipe.
And our homeowners need to pick tiles for their bathrooms.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, nice and easy, everybody together.
Oh, yeah. Right plant in the right place. It's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Hi there, I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House, where we made a lot of progress on our Belmont Victoria. We've got a new bay window going into the kitchen, and you can see that the frame has been built, and Tommy installed that last week. And also, new beams holding up our house. Actually, there are several of them. They are all in. And in a little bit, out front, we're going to start a big project. But first, I've got an equipment basement. This house always had a heating system, obviously, but never an air conditioning system. And that's something that the homeowners want to add, Richard. So that means a brand new HVAC.
Right. We looked at the building and we said, okay, let's put some ducted systems in for air conditioning. And when we did, we said, you know what? We could do the ducted for both the heating and the cooling, and the radiators went away. But we have a cast iron boiler right here. It wasn't that old, so we're going to reuse it to save a little bit of money. Gas-fired cast iron with multiple zones. And there used to be a mess of piping all here. Most of it is gone. We're going to actually move this over closer to the chimney. Right here, give them a little more mechanical space, a little more open space in here.
Boilers make hot water, though. We're talking about a ducted system.
Correct.
So you got to make that connection.
We're going to use hydro air. Hydro for water and air for air, obviously. So there'd be a equivalent of an automobile radiator coil that's going to sit in there here. Heated water will go down through the coil, back and forth this way. Air will be drawn across that coil to heat the air.
So now those ducts are going to be installed. It's heat and cooling all in one.
The question is, what ducts, right? So conventional ductwork in a building like this always would start with this. If it's a 2 or 3 ton system, we might need to have a duct this big.
This is like a trunk line?
That's right, the main trunk. So then the challenge is, okay, now I've got all these rooms, I do my calculation. I've got a fan that pushes out relatively low push. Now I'm going to have a branch that goes to this room, to to this room, if you don't get those sizes right, what happens, and sadly it's the norm on the exception, you don't have enough air to the far rooms or to the upstairs rooms, and people complain.
Although you've added mechanical dampers to try to find the systems.
It can be automatic or manual, but it's still hit or miss trying to get it in balance.
And you're still stuck with a huge trunk line, and we've got fixed walls, fixed ceilings.
So what we're going to do is do a small duct high velocity. We're going to put more air through a smaller duct. So this is the main trunk right here for us. It's a 7-inch trunk. Off of this trunk will be a series of these attenuators. So this will come in here and branch. This is what you see in the room. And these outlets sit in the ceiling, in the floor, in the high sidewall. It just doesn't want to blow on people. And this has a special sound tube right here.
And you know you're going to be able to fit this through the wall. Look at this thing. Now you've got this.
Yeah.
That's going to hide right up to the first bay of the closet.
You can make it go. So then the question is, how do we zone the system? How do we, there's 3 different floors. So what I'm going to do is actually use one of these air handlers on each floor. Now the way it works is the air is drawn in through here. There's a hot water heating coil that sits right here.
So we can actually add that.
That's right. That's right. Now we heat the air. The air continues across. There's another coil right here. This is for air conditioning in the summer. And then this is a very smart blower here that pushes the air out and dials the exact fan speed that we want to match and make it quiet.
So instead of those mechanical dampers, your answer to zoning is one of these each floor.
That's right.
Great control. That's right. But to me, I'm thinking, now I've got a piece of equipment times 3 inside.
Yep.
And then aren't these tied to a condenser outside? So I got 3 more pieces of equipment out there?
There was a day that was the answer.
Actually got a pretty good spot here on the side of the house for mechanicals.
Yeah, we're on the opposite side of the driveway. And this is our entire outdoor cooling section for the whole building.
Just one of these, not 3 of these?
That's right. So eventually, we'll always be for each air handler, you have a separate condenser. I have 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
They're always at full blast. This one is so smart. It's compressing to vary the amount of cooling power, and it can split it to go into from 1, 2, or 3 air handlers right here. So you have a pair of refrigerant line sets that go from here into unit number 3, cool there, come back here, dump it to outside, leaving cool inside.
So this thing can send coolant equally to 1, 2, and 3 zones, or maybe say shut down 2 and 3, send it all to 1. It knows that.
It is very, very small.
Wow, and small. I like it. A lot of work going on out in the yard. You can see our basement, Mark McCullough. He's laying the last 2 courses for the foundation that's going to be underneath the mudroom over there. And out front, well, we're solving a problem that we figured out a couple weeks ago, Tommy, with the water line that was going to this house right here. The homeowners didn't know what to do. Right. Kind of wait to figure out for a solution, and I guess we now have one.
Right. Well, when we dug out for the piers for the porch, we discovered that the water line was a steel water line. I actually have a sample of it right here. This is a steel water line. It's all corroded on the outside, and I told them the inside may be corroded also.
Probably original to this house, you think?
Yeah, I definitely think it's original. Because I told them that, it's an expense that we didn't know about. We'd have to replace that line now, but if we didn't want to do it now, we could put a sleeve in the ground and push the copper line through later. But if you look, this water line right here, you can actually see the steel outside it. And you can see all this right here is corroded. This pipe is getting smaller and smaller over time, and they're going to lose water pressure.
And eventually, we're going to have a porch going back over there, so we're going to change it.
Right.
The ideal time to do this now. The homeowners have decided that they want to change it.
Yeah, the idea was to put the sleeve in so they didn't have to do it now. But they said, you know what? We're making such a mess, we might as well do it now. And I agree. It's the right time.
So what is the process for changing it?
All right, well, they got to dig a trench from the sleeve that we put into the ground all the way out to the curb where the shutoff is. Because on the other side of the curb, the main is already done. All right. So now Jimmy's digging a trench, getting over his utility line to locate everything, and then they're going to snake a new copper line through the PVC sleeve and out to the shutoff. Peter's using the excavator to dig out the main part here, but Jimmy knows that there's a main gas line here. He's got to do all that work by hand. So somewhere down there should be a gas line. You don't want to hit that with the machine, blow this house up. He's located it right there. You can see the big pipe, yellow. So now he'll start working his way in at it.
With all the pipes exposed, we can finish digging the trench to the house. First, Jimmy finds the valve near the street. The sleeve on the top of the valve is actually called a buffalo box. This one has been damaged by the snowplow, so he's going to have to replace it. Before replacing it, he's going to turn the water off. So what Jimmy's doing now is he's actually removing what is called a dresser. And the dresser is making the connection between the old steel pipe and the city water line. He removes that, and he's hopefully going to expose a brass nipple and connect the new copper line to it. All right, let me show you what he has. Here's the house. Here's the main water line in the street. This pipe runs to the house. The connection between the main water line right here, this fitting, is made by this dresser right here. Okay.
So we've got main water line here. We've got our old house water line right there.
Right, with a shutoff right here. So we can shut it off. Now we have to make the connection between this old water line through this dresser. So we look at it this way. Take this off. There's a water line that runs through this clamp. This is a rubber bushing right here. This is the sleeve that goes on it in between.
So Jimmy cut this in half so we can get it out, but now we can see it.
Right. So now he puts the dresser on the pipe. He then tightens down on these two clamps, squeezes it together onto these two bushings on each side.
So we're connecting the old with the new via the compression. Right. And now that we're getting rid of that old pipe, we're going to be able to make a clean connection to the municipal side.
Right. The connection will be a little bit different because it's a copper pipe going to a new field.
Very cool. Never seen a dresser before.
All right, now you can see the piece of PVC pipe right here that Jimmy put through the wall a couple of weeks ago when he dug outside. This goes just beyond the outside of our front porch. Now what he wants to do is he wants to take this 1-inch copper line and push it through that pipe until it gets to the outside, and somebody will pull it while they push it through.
And we're going to try to go the entire way with a single piece of copper from inside here all the way down to the street.
Right. He doesn't want to have any joints in that pipe except for in the house and at the street.
Right, so now we've got, a full 1-inch diameter on the inside, so we've got full city pressure coming through this when it's connected.
Yep, full city pressure and a lot of volume, which is always good.
We've got to feed it underneath those two gas lines.
Got to get under the gas lines because you don't want the pipe to be up high because you don't want it to freeze. So what they've done is they've run the copper line past the connection. They now cut the lane, fitting on, and make the connection.
So a lot of digging, a lot of work, but that thing's going to last 100 years or more. So that's a big upgrade.
Sure is. It's going to last longer than you and I together.
As soon as they connected that water line, they very quickly came back and backfilled this front yard. So we're pretty much all buttoned up below grade. Now, above grade, we've got these piers that are going to hold up the front porch. We've got one more to build, and because you're going to be seeing the street, the architect called for brick. We're going to see that mark. It's not just any old brick. They're trying to match this brick, what we got at the house.
That's right. We looked up top, saw what the chimney brick was, so we matched that as close as we could.
And so what is the brick that we're using?
What we're using is what they call a city hall paver. You go anywhere in Boston, look down at your feet, that's what they're using on the sidewalks. And occasionally they do use it for piers, brick veneer.
Are you suggesting that this brick has been made since they made Boston City Hall?
I am. You go down to Rhode Island, there's a plant that makes them continually.
For hundreds of years?
Hundreds of years, yep.
That is very cool. All right. So it's a little irregular.
That's called a molded brick, so that's actually in the form, the wiggles.
Yeah. Yep. Done deliberately. This side right here, you don't always see it. Sometimes they're all flat. You got a little bit of a hollow here.
Yep, that's what we call a frog. That we lay that on the bottom, that grabs the mortar as we kind of shuffle it into our line.
Cool. Yep. All right, and obviously made for outdoors, because that's where you're going.
That's right.
Beautiful. I think it's very cool. We're using a brick that's basically been continuous operation for 300 years.
Yep.
All right, so we've got a footing already below grade in place. You just build up from there?
That's right. As you can see, we started out with a line. We put these concrete block footings in place.
Yeah.
So as soon as we got to the brick, we didn't have to measure out or do anything. We just go directly on top. I'll use this line crawling up this pier, so it'll be the same as that one and the same as the one behind you.
Beautiful. You got the first course, or part of the first course already set in.
Right.
All right,
Let's get to it. Okay.
Level and square as you go.
That's right. I want to make sure on these first two courses that I get everything right. And then once I get up a few courses, I'll be able to fly. I want to get a full bed joint, obviously very important. And start the way we're supposed to and continue that way. We have a great watertight pier.
As you work your way up these courses, Mark, in go these tabs, huh?
That's right. This is just a corrugated brick tie, and we use this just to tie everything together. We're going to make this pier solid, so we're going to just slush it with concrete. And this tab, again, all we do is just twist it into our mortar bed a little bit. And then once we do pour this thing solid, those tabs are going to grab and try to make everything.
So if we didn't fill this with concrete, what you've done here with the brick, this sort of shell, this wouldn't be structural enough to hold our deck.
No.
When you add that concrete, everything comes together.
That's right, yeah. 4 inches of masonry we consider a veneer. So anything beyond that we consider structural. So that's what we're going to try to do with this piece.
Nice, Mark. So you got all your courses up to the top, and then just turn it up.
Yep, right. I'm just going to join it up. I'm going to hit it with my brush, just like this.
Snapping off those little things in the front.
Knots off the front, and then I'll run it again. I love that.
So how long until this sets up and we're ready to pour the concrete?
Probably wait a couple days.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that truck's not for you?
No.
Okay, well, cool. Thank you very
All
much.
right, Kevin.
Tommy, we got a concrete truck here. Mark's not ready to pour. So if you are,
I am definitely ready.
mudroom going right here that you get to stairs going that way. Brick is in. That was a lot deeper a little while ago.
Yeah, this is a good 3 feet lower. What I wanted to do is make sure when they backfill this, they compact it to 6 or 8 inches because I don't want it to settle over time.
Plastic down.
Vapor retarder is down, and I made sure that the vapor retarder is down below the top 3 or 4 inches of gravel. Put that on top of the vapor.
Below the ground.
Right. The reason is I don't want the concrete to sit on top of the vapor. What happens is when you do that, you pour concrete, the water in the concrete doesn't have any place to settle out.
Oh, right.
So when they're trying to trowel a floor, the guys are there for hours trying to wait for the water to go out. So they break holes in the vapor.
That extra layer there was something to set up.
Right. And then over time, it'll dry out, come through that concrete.
But eventually, that little vapor barrier right there will stop the ground moisture from getting up into the crawl space.
Absolutely, and keep the crawl space dry.
How much concrete's going in?
Not much. I'm only going to put about 3 inches in here, and it's not a very strong mix. It's a very weak mix, and it's going to float on its own. It's actually called a rat slab. Like rat? No, literally a rat slab. Because years ago, crawl spaces and places in basements where people really didn't get around, they were always worried about the vermin. So they wore a rat slab.
So you ready to go?
I'm ready for the truck. Let's back them in.
Right plant in the right place. Good. It's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Hi there, I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to this old house where we're making a lot of progress on our Belmont Victoria. We've got a new bay window going into the kitchen, and you can see that the frame's been built that Tommy installed that last week, and also the new beams holding up our house. There are several of them. They are all in. And in a little bit, out front, we're going to start the big project. But first, I've got an appointment in the basement. This house always had a heating system, obviously, but never an air conditioning system. And that's something the homeowners want to add, Richard. So that means
Right. We looked at the building and we said, okay, let's put some ducted systems in for air conditioning. And when we did, we said, you know what? We could do the ducted for both the heating and the cooling, and the radiators went away. But we have a cast iron boiler right here. It wasn't that old, so we're going to reuse it to save a little bit of money. Gas-fired cast iron with multiple zones. And there used to be a mess of piping all here, and most of it is gone. We're going to actually move this over closer to the chimney. Right here, give a little more mechanical space and a little more open space up here.
Boilers make hot water, though. We're not talking about a ducted system.
Correct.
So you got to make that connection.
We're going to use hydro air. Hydro for water and air for air, obviously. So there'll be a equivalent of an automobile radiator coil that's going to sit there. Heated water will go down through the coil, back and forth this way. Air will be drawn across that coil to heat the air.
So now those ducts that we're going to install will give us heat and cooling all at once.
The question is, what duct? So conventional duct work, a building like this always would start with this. It's a 2 or 3 ton system. We might need to have a duct this big.
This is like a trunk line?
That's right, the main trunk. So then the challenge is, okay, now I've got all these rooms. I do my calculation. I've got a fan that pushes out relatively low push. Now I'm going to have a branch that goes to this room, to this room, to this room. If you don't get those sizes right, what happens, and sadly it's the norm, not the exception, you don't have enough air to the far rooms or to the upstairs rooms, and people complain.
Although you've added mechanical dampers to try to refine the system.
It can be automatic or manual, but it's still hit or miss trying to get it to balance.
And you're still stuck with a huge trunk line. So we've got huge walls and ceilings.
So what we're going to do is do a small duct high velocity. We're going to put more air through a smaller duct. So this is the main trunk right here for us. It's 7-inch trunk. Off of this trunk will be a series of these attenuators. So this will come in here and branch in here. This is what you see in the room. And these outlets can sit in the ceiling, in the floor, in the high sidewall. It just doesn't want to blow on you. And this has a special sound.
And you know you're going to be able to fit this through the wall. Look at this. Now you've got this. Yeah. That's going to hide right up to the space bay, the closet.
You can make it go up. Beautiful. So then the question is, how do we zone this? How do we, there's 3 different floors. So what I'm going to do is actually use one of these air handles on each floor. Now the way it works is the air is drawn in through here. There's a hot water heating coil that sits right here.
So we can actually add that.
That's right. That's right. The air continues across. See, there's another coil right here. This is the air conditioning in the summer. And then this is a very smart blower here that pushes the air out and dial in the exact fan speed you want to match and make it more quiet.
So instead of those mechanical dampers, you're answering the zone into one of these each floor.
That's right.
Rate control. That's right. But to me, I'm thinking now I've got to put times 3 inside.
Yep.
And then aren't these tied to another condenser outside? So I got 3 more pieces coming out there.
There was a day that was the answer. We should.
Actually got a pretty good spot here on the side of the house for mechanicals.
Yeah, we're on the opposite side of the driveway, and this is our entire outdoor cooling section for the whole building.
Just one of these, not 3 of these?
That's right. So eventually, it would always be, for each air handler, we'd have a separate condenser. I think 1, 2, 3 of these.
Yeah.
They're always at full blast. This one is so smart. The compressor can vary the amount of cooling power, and it can split it to go into 1, 2, or 3 air handlers right here. So you have a pair of rigid line sets that go from here into unit number 3. Cool there, back here, dumping to outside, maybe cool inside.
So this thing can send coolants equally of 1, 2, and 3 zones, or maybe say shut down 2 and 3, send it all to 1. It knows that.
It is very, very smart.
Wow, and small. I like. A lot of work going on out in the yard. You can see our basin marked in color. He's laying the last few courses for the foundation that's going to be underneath the mudroom over there. And out front, well, we're solving a problem that we figured out a couple of weeks ago, Tommy, with the water line that was going to this house right here. The homeowners didn't know what to do. I don't know what to figure out for a solution, and I guess we now have one.
Right. Well, when we dug out for the piers, for the porch, we discovered that the water line was a steel water line. I actually have a sample of it right here. This is a steel water line. It's all corroded on the outside. And I told them the inside may be corroded also.
It's probably original to this house, you think?
Yeah, I definitely think it's original. Because I told them that, you know, it's an expense that we didn't know about. We'd have to replace that line now. Or if they didn't want to do it now, we could put a sleeve in the ground and push the copper line through later. But if you look, this water line right here, you can actually see the steel outside it. And you can see all this right here is corroded. This pipe is getting smaller and smaller over time, and they're going to lose water pressure.
And eventually, we're going to have a porch going back over there, so we're going to change it.
Right.
The ideal time to do this now. The homeowners have decided it, and they want to change it.
Yeah, the idea was put the sleeve in so they didn't have to do it now, but they said, you know what, we're making such a mess, we might as well do it now. And I agree, it's the right time to do it.
So what is the process of changing it?
All right, well, they got to dig a trench from the sleeve that we put into the ground all the way out to the curb where the shutoff is. Because on the other side of the curb, the main is already done. All right, so now Jimmy's digging a trench, he's getting over his utility lines to locate everything, and then they're going to snake a new copper line through the PVC sleeve and out to the shutoff. To the house. Yeah. Peter's using the excavator to dig out the main part here, but Jimmy knows that there's a main gas line here. And he's got to do all that work by hand. So somewhere down there should be a gas line. You don't want to hit that with the machine, blow this house up. He's located it right there. You can see the big pipe, yellow. So now he'll start working his way in at it. With all the pipes exposed, we can finish digging the trench to the house. First, Jimmy finds the valve near the street. The sleeve on the top of the valve is actually called a buffalo bar. This one has been damaged by the snowplow, so he's going to have to replace it. Before replacing it, he's going to turn the water off. So what Jimmy's doing now is he's actually removing what is called a dresser. And the dresser is making the connection between the old steel pipe and the city water line. He removes that, he's hopefully going to expose a brass nickel to connect the new copper lines. All right, let me show you what he has. Here's the house. Here's the main water line in the street. This pipe runs to the house. The connection between the main water line right here is fitting. It is made by this dresser right here.
Okay. So we've got main water line here. We've got our old house water line right there.
Right, the shutoff right here. So we can shut it off. Now we have to make the connection between this old water line through this dresser. So you look at it this way. Take this off. There's a water line that runs through this clamp. This is a rubber bushing right here. This is a sleeve that goes on in between.
So Jimmy cut this in half so we can get it out, but now we can see it.
Right. So now when he puts the dresser on the pipe, he then tightens down on these two clamps and squeezes it together onto these two bushings on each side.
So we're connecting the old with the new via the expression. Right. And now that we're getting rid of that old pipe, we're going to be able to make a clean connection to the side.
Right. The connection will be a little bit different because it's a copper pipe.
Very cool. I've never seen a dresser before.
All right, now you can see the piece of PVC pipe right here that Jimmy put through the wall a couple of weeks ago when he dug outside. This goes just beyond the outside of our front porch. Now what he wants to do is he wants to take this 1-inch copper line, push it through that pipe until it gets to the outside, then somebody will pull it where they put it through.
And we're going to try to go the entire way with a single piece of copper from inside here all the way down to the street.
Right. He doesn't want to have any joints in that pipe except for in the house and at the street.
Right, so now we've got, a full 1-inch diameter on the inside, so we've got full city pressure coming through this when it's connected.
Yep, full city pressure and a lot of volume, which is always good.
Got to feed it underneath those two gas lines.
Got to get under the gas lines because you don't want the pipe to be up high because you don't want it to freeze. So what they've done is they've run the copper line past the connection, and now cut the lane, put the fitting on, and make the connection.
So a lot of digging, a lot of work, but that thing's gonna last 100 years or more. So that's a big upgrade.
It sure is. It's gonna last longer than you and I together.
Well, you for sure. As soon as they connected that water line, they very quickly came back and backfilled this front yard. So we're pretty much all buttoned up below grade. Now, above grade, we've got these piers that are going to hold up the front porch. We've got one more to build, and because they're going to be leads to the street, they're called for brick. We're going to see that mark. It's like a lineal brick. It's kind of matching this brick, what we got in the house.
That's right. We looked up top, saw what the chimney brick was, so we matched that as close as we could.
And so what is the brick that we're using?
What we're using is what they call a city hall paver. You go anywhere in Boston, look down at your feet. That's what they're using on the sidewalks. And occasionally they do use it for piers, brick veneer.
Are you suggesting that this brick has been made since they made Boston City Hall?
I am. You can go down to Rhode Island. There's a plant that makes them continually
for hundreds of years.
Hundreds of years. Yep.
That's very cool. All right. So it's a little irregular.
That's called a molded brick. So that's actually in the form, the wiggles.
Yeah. Done deliberately. Inside right here, you don't always see it. Sometimes they're all flat. Get a little bit of a hollow here.
Yep. That's what we call a frog. That we lay that on the bottom. That grabs the mortar as we kind of shuffle it into our line.
Cool. Yep. All right. And obviously made for outdoors.
That's right.
I think it's very cool. We've used it for basically a continuous operation for 300 years.
Yep.
All right. So we've got a footing already below grade in place. You just build up from there.
That's right. As you can see, we started out with a line. We put these concrete block footings in place.
Yeah.
So as soon as we got to the brick, we didn't have to measure out or do anything. We just go directly on top. I'll use this line crawling up this pier, so it'll be the same as that one and the same as the one behind me as well.
Beautiful. You got the first course or part of the first course already set in.
Right.
All right. Let's get to it.
Okay.
Level and square as you go.
That's right. I want to make sure on these first two courses that I get everything right. And then once I get up a few courses, I'll be able to fly. I want to get a full bed joint, obviously very important. Start the way we're supposed to and continue that way. We have a great watertight pier.
As you work your way up these courses, Mark, in goes these tabs, huh?
That's right. This is just a corrugated brick tie, and we use this just to tie everything together. We're going to make this pier solid, so we're going to just slush it with concrete. And this tab, again, all we do is just twist it into our mortar bed a little bit. Right. And then once we do pour this thing solid, those tabs are going to grab and try to make everything.
So if we didn't fill this with concrete, what you've done here with the brick, this sort of shell, this wouldn't be structural enough to hold our deck.
No.
When you add that concrete, everything comes together.
That's right, yeah. 4 inches of masonry we consider a veneer. So anything beyond that we consider structural. So that's what we're going to try to do with this piece.
Nice, Mark. So you got all your courses up to the top, and then you just clean it up.
Yep, right. I'm just going to drain it off. I'm going to hit it with my brush, just like this.
Just knocking off those little things in the front.
Just the snots at the front, and then I'll run it again.
Okay, beautiful. So how long until this sets up and we're ready to pour the concrete?
Probably wait a couple days.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that truck's not for you?
No.
Okay. Well, cool. Thank you very
much.
much.
Kevin.
Tommy, we got a concrete truck here. Mark's not ready to pour, so maybe you are?
I am definitely ready.
Mudroom going right here. There's you get some stairs going that way. Brick is in. That was a lot deeper a little while ago.
Yeah, this is a good 3 feet lower. What I wanted to do is make sure when they backfill this, they compact it every 6 or 8 inches because I don't want it to settle over time.
Plastic down,
vapor retarder is down, and I made sure that the vapor retarder is down below the top 3 or 4 inches of gravel. Put that on top of the vapor.
Below the gravel.
Right. The reason is I don't want the concrete to sit on top of the vapor. What happens is when you do that, you pour concrete, the water in the concrete doesn't have any place to settle out. So when they're trying to trowel the floor, the guys are there for hours trying to wait for the water to go out. So they break holes in the vapor.
That extra layer there is something to set up.
Right. And then over time, it'll dry out, come through that concrete.
But eventually, that little vapor barrier right there will stop the ground moisture from coming up under the crawl space.
Absolutely, and keep the crawl space dry.
How much concrete's going in?
Not much. I'm only going to put about 3 inches in here, and it's not a very strong mix. It's a very weak mix, and it's going to float on its own. It's actually called a rat slab. Rat? No, literally a rat slab. Because years ago, in crawl spaces, in places, in basements where people really didn't get around, they were always worried about the vermin. So they would pour a rat slab.
So you ready to go?
I'm ready for the truck. Let's back them in. The truck we're using is an on-site ready-mix truck. Most concrete trucks mix the concrete on the way to the job site. This one mixes at the site. This truck's arrives with dry Portland, sand, gravel, and water. The operator determines the proportions of the mix on site.
This is actually pretty good, Kevin, because all the ingredients come together in this hopper right here, dry. And then they're mixed as they come up the chute in any strength that I want.
But by the time they get the end of that chute, it's all mixed together.
It's all mixed together in the consistency that I want. It can be wet, it can be dry. You can have a 3,000-pound mix, which is relatively light, or a 5,000-pound mix, which is a really strong. And you can change it anytime during the mix. So I can get a little bit of 5,000 here stiff, and I get a little bit of 3,000 here wet.
Now the other trucks, I mean, you've got one batch, right? You just got that batch.
And if I say to the driver, make it wet, and it's too wet, you can't make it dry.
Cool.
Yep, now they got to close this up so they can mix it.
That's awesome. Perfectly mixed.
Right, now see, I just told him to make it a little bit wetter, and he did. See, that's even wetter. Now, see, that's perfect right there. I don't want to have to throw it. It's almost like I want it to seek its own level.
It's nice that he can get that chute wherever he wants, too.
Yeah, it's nice. You can bring it up, you can turn it left and right, you can bring it in and out.
Pretty level there, Tommy. You have to trowel this off?
No, we're going to leave it alone. That's good enough. It's nothing but a rat slab. No road is going to get through that.
All right, nice. Love that truck. There is a lot of heavy lifting going on back at our project today, but our homeowner is thinking ahead to the finish. Our homeowner, Catherine, and her interior designer, Amanda, are here for a very big day. Kyle, good morning, ladies. How are you?
Hi, Richard.
So a little nerve-wracking?
It definitely can be, but luckily we have Amanda here to help us make decisions.
We've never had a master bathroom before.
So we wanted a very grown-up space. We wanted something that was going to be sleek, elegant, clean, modern, very small-like.
So what did you do with that first?
Okay, well, let me show you the floor plan. Here is the floor plan of the master bath. We have a double vanity, and the two main features of the bathroom are the large walk-in shower with glass on 3 sides and a rain head. And then we also have the clawfoot tub, which is existing, and we're having reglazed.
That tub will sit right in the window overlooking the street with nice light. That's great. So this looks like it could be a little bit close together on this passage, right?
Okay, well, I see what you're saying, but let me show you the rendering. Looking toward the vanity, and by using glass on 3 sides of the shower, it keeps the space feeling very open.
It really lets you see it.
Yeah, it's so helpful to me. And this is a view looking in the other directions of the clawfoot tub. That's right. And then we have the design board. Right. So it shows all of the fixtures, vanities, sconces, and then materials, which we have physical samples. Yeah, right.
All right, so where's this going?
So we're using a natural stone, Carrara marble, for all of the tile in the bathroom. And we're using the same stones throughout, but we're varying the formats or sizes to create interest. So on the wall, on the shower wall, we're using the 6x12. Shower floor, we're using herringbone, and also as a vanity backsplash. And then over there, we have the 12x24, which we'll be using for the floor.
So all the same material in different shapes.
Exactly. That creates the interest.
And why marble?
It's luxurious and timeless. Yeah, so we feel like it will continue to be a good material, especially since our home is so traditional. We wanted the bathrooms to be modern.
Like that pink tile that people want to get rid of.
Exactly right, yeah.
All right, so marble in the master. What about the kids?
Oh, let's go to
So the kids' bathroom is a conventional size bathroom.
Right, 5.5-foot tub, toilet, vanity, very traditional bathroom, and I wanted it to have a traditional style. I wanted it to have a very Victorian style to it. So when I think of Victorian, I think of 2 words: white. It's true, and hexagonal. Right. So we started out looking at this ceramic tile.
Classic tile.
Absolutely, but it seemed a little bit too white. So I suggested that maybe we could splash in a little bit of a black accent with a black countertop. Yeah.
So that's your floor and your countertop. What about the walls?
So on our walls, we have beadboard painted white. And then for the top surround, we're using a 3x6 ceramic subway tile.
That's also the plastic subway tile.
Right. Well, we're not using this one. This is the standard one. We're using this, which is also a machine-made tile, but it's made to look handmade. So it has some variation and undulations, which create more interest.
Just feel the wave. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but because it's not actually a handmade tile, it's a lot more cost effective. Yes.
All right, I get it. Black and white, but it's a kid's bathroom.
Right. I wasn't on board with the idea of black and white for kids at first either until I started working on the design, and I thought we could introduce color in some other ways, such as the painted green walls, green shower curtain rod, right, and green vanity knobs. All things that can easily be changed out as the kids grow and wouldn't cost a lot. Can't stop them.
So you've got 2 bathrooms inside of this one.
We're working on it.
We're working on it. Next week, while we're laying ductwork, Catherine gets to visit the world's largest open-air antique. Until next time, I'm Richard.
I'm Amanda Reed, and I'm Catherine Beats here.
Put this on. I'd rather go first.
You should.
Next time on This Old House, our homeowners go to the world's largest outdoor antique fair. See, they can find some Victorian charm.
I've got a list. Dining chairs, kitchen table, console table.
Yeah. And on the 3rd floor, we'll solve a ductwork puzzle. Air handle over there, knee walls, wrapping that duct all the way around to this corner right there, wrapping around the house. Do that.
That's next time on This Old House.
Today on This Old House, our homeowners go to the world's largest outdoor antique fair. See, they can find some Victorian charm.
I've got a list. Dining chairs, kitchen table, console table.
Yeah. And on the 3rd floor, we'll solve a ductwork puzzle.
Looks pretty bad right here. Are you kidding me?
This place is
The most famous series of all time. They're so good looking.
Nice and easy, nice and easy. Everybody together. Oh, yeah. The right plant in the right place. But it's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Hi there, I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House here in Belmont, Massachusetts, where we are working on an 1895 Victorian. Now, to date, much of the work that we have done has been right here in the front yard. We've already changed out a main water line beneath my feet right here, and you can see that Tommy and the masonry crew have installed a whole series of piers along this front yard. Those are going to eventually support a new front porch that we're adding to this house. Tommy, our front porch is going to make a huge difference in the way this house looks.
Oh, it's going to make a big difference in the front of this house. But today, what we want to do is I want to get started on the framing. So I want to put this main beam that's going to run right here to make the connection on the end of the porch first.
So you're going to rest it on our new pier here. How are you going to connect it to the house on this side?
Well, I want to tie it into the side of the house here. So what I want to do is I want to notch it right here so I can bolt it in on a diagonal. So I want to have at least 1.5 inches right here for this side of the beam. So what do we got now? Yeah, we got a good 2 inches. Take some measurements and cut our beam. Now I want to check it to see the positioning because I don't want it to be level. I want it to have a slight pitch down.
Right there, you can see the bubbles on this line. That gets us out of level.
Shut off the porch.
Right, it's a porch, and you never want the porch to be level, and you don't want it to be pitched up because you don't want the rainwater to go to the house.
Perfect. So I guess we could have gone with some traditional 2x stocking to double them up. You seem to know about the engineered lumber.
Right, I like engineered lumber. It's straight, it's strong, and now they make these and pressure treating, so it's good outside.
Right, this is actually
What
they
the
call
fuck
it
is
PSL.
Starry?
Parallel strand lumber, and they were made at the same factory we saw the LVL. It's a pretty cool process. The logs are sliced into a thin layer, which are then cut into
Is that
strips.
see on this?
And then they're glued and laid out on an oscillating table and pressed. What comes out is a uniform square. It's cut into different sizes, or something like this.
Okay, now before we put the ledger board on the house, I want to flash the house with this self-sealing membrane. So any nails or lag bolts that we put through it, seal. Not any water. So into that. That's where our ledger is. First piece of ledger. All right, right on the line.
Nice, good.
So a lot more ledges, Joyce, a whole bunch of more work to do on this porch.
Oh yeah, a lot more.
All right, I'm gonna check inside, but I'll come back and check on you later.
Sounds like a plan.
Thanks, Tommy.
The thing.
Originally, our house was heated with hot water and radiators, and it didn't have any air conditioning. Homeowners want to add AC, so we were going to put in a ducted system. Now, if it were a new house, ducts are no problem. There's a design around them, and they're easy to get through the walls and ceiling. If it's an old house, ductwork is always a challenge. So we decided to use a high-velocity system to use natural, small, flexible ducts. But even with these, it is a real puzzle trying to figure out where everything goes in the walls and ceiling. The guy solving that puzzle for us is Brian Palin. Hey, Brian, how you doing? How you doing, Kevin? All right. So I know somewhere in the system we've got these small flexible ducts, but we also have air handlers at the head of the system, right? Yes. Where are those going? One is going to be in the attic. One is going to be in the basement. The attic one is very easy to get to. In the basement is very easy to get to. Attic one service to the third floor, basement to the left service to the first floor. Yes. So that's the difficult. That's the one that has to go in the knee wall. This knee wall up here? Right here, yeah. So why the knee wall? Well, there's actually quite a bit of room there. Yeah. Easily access to service it. Right. The problem is getting the ductwork from one end of the building all the way around to the master. So master bedroom's on that side, make it over there. Right. How are you going to get from one side to the other? Well, we had thought about going up and over, up in the attic and then down, but the framing wasn't big enough. So when you say the framing isn't big enough, I mean, you could actually got to run not just these small ones, but the bigger one right here. And that's not going to fit in the rafter bay, or not going to fit well. Right. It's only 5 inches in the insulation. Have an easy bay, ice stand. We don't need more ice stand. Right. Another way we're thinking is going through the floor. The problem with that is you have to cut the floor out, cut the sheetrock out below us. We take up the full bay. We don't know if there's plumbing in the bay, and we don't know if there's going to be any lights in the bay. Because once I take that 7-inch pipe and put it in that bay, it's mine. There's no room. Doesn't sound like you like either of them. No, I don't like either. That's what he's gonna do. Well, I actually found there's a big hole. The knee wall goes all the way down here. It turns. Believe it or not, there's a big void here. Knee wall right there. Yeah, so the ductwork actually can fit right through. Knee walls on this side don't surprise me at all. I can see the knee walls sort of on the gable end where the windows are. That's surprising. It's got a hole there. Me too. It's right below the window. You can see the shelf right there. Where's this go? It's going to continue in this knee wall. Continue to over where Tommy had cut the hole into here, which we can get into. And then there's a big knee wall here, and that continues all the way over into the master bedroom. Air handler over there, knee walls, wrapping that duct all the way around in this corner right there, wrapping it around the house. Do that? I mean, aren't the rules how far you can go? It's better to run them, more plenum. So you can run something this size all the way around, no problem. Yep. Beautiful. Just keep things control. Yeah. So are you ready to start connecting these and running them? Yes. Can you see that? Sure.
This is sort of the main supply line.
Yeah, this is a 7-inch plenum.
All right.
And the size of the pipe is determined by the size of the end.
So we know that this stuff is snapping together.
Snap it, and then we seal it.
Duct tape, real duct tape.
Yeah, seal tape.
So the tape means that this thing's never going to come apart anytime in the future.
Right, and also the leaks. Because it's set to high velocity. So much pressure, you don't want it to leak at all. Now we want to insulate it.
So right here, you've got a fiberglass.
Yeah.
You got a foil cover.
Yeah, just like the attenuator.
Right on, like that.
We have an attenuator we have to put into that master bedroom supply.
So you can do the attenuator out here?
I can do this one right out here.
I see the saddle right here. Yep. What's the idea? This actually just sets right down on there.
There we screw it, go it out.
Connect to the lug.
Yep. Down and seal it.
Gas in there. Tight seal.
It's perfectly into the saddle. Insulation. Here's another gasket to help seal it. The attenuator. Squeeze that nice and tight. You're gonna make the rest of the connection inside the meter.
So 7-inch connected right there. You ready to make this connection between the attenuator and your plenum?
Yep. Pull this off. Another gasket. There's a black one.
That just what? That's just adhesion there.
Yeah, that'll help hold the insulation. So when I tape it, the insulation will actually go in here and another tight connection. So no leaks. And the silver ring is what holds it onto the saddle. It slides over the attenuator. And then the attenuator slides onto the saddle and has two bumps there. And then the ring goes on the other side of the bump and we clamp it.
You are all about your connection, making them tight, huh?
Oh, yeah. On any of the leaks, it's all insulation where it should be.
Just one connection right there. In terms of running all of the ductwork in the entire house, how many days is that? All right, well, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
It's called the largest outdoor antique show in the world. This is Brimfield, Massachusetts, a sleepy little town of about 3,000 people. But 3 times a year, 250,000 people crowd these narrow streets as they sift through tents and tables looking for antique bargains. And today, our homeowner Catherine is one of the shoppers. Catherine, what are you looking for?
Hi, Kevin. Oh, gosh, what am I not looking for? I've got a list. Dining chairs, kitchen table, console table.
Yeah? Are you here?
He does know I'm here, but he might not know how much cash I have on me.
Don't worry, they say you can hang it.
Well, let's see.
All right, well, I got to find out more about Brimfield while you do some shopping. We'll meet up later.
Sounds perfect.
All right, good luck. Brimfield hosts an antique show that happens in May, July, and September. Now, it may look like it's one giant bazaar, but it's actually 22 separate flea markets that rent space to individual vendors.
I'm very curious.
You can buy anything here. Crumbling ceramics, presidential memorabilia, old 45s. So what's hot this year?
Restoration, taking something that came from a salvage store and turning it into a coffee table, an end table, or a lamp made out of a cartwheel or something like that. It's in people to want, I think mostly the unusual. They want something unique to their own personalities. And if you can't find it here, you can't find it anywhere.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Absolutely.
Buying or selling?
I am buying.
For what?
Well, so we're looking to buy a summer home, and we need to furnish the whole thing. And I have this whole vision for, French kind of industrial farmhouse look, and I've been looking for all the right pieces to do that.
Did you find it?
Oh yeah, I bought a ton of stuff.
Oh, already?
Yeah.
Did you buy that house just so you could fill it up with stuff?
I may have a little decorating problem.
A little bit? And what'd you come away with today?
It's military. I was told it's a rangefinder, and you use it kind of like a periscope.
Really?
Look at
Put your eye in there. And...
It's like going to the Louvre. You don't even know where to look because there's so much good stuff. So it's just like you have to make a point to leave a tent because you can stay in one tent all day.
I was here last year for the first time, and it was such an amazing experience. Yeah. And so what are you going to do with this stuff?
Don't know yet. I just love the look, the aesthetic, and then I'll figure it out later.
Haggling, okay? Encouraged?
Haggling is expected, that there's a proper way of haggling. Well, it's could you do better or could you take less? But frequently people are of the assumption they just should say, I'll give you. And once you tell a dealer who's hot and tired, then I'll give you $5 for that $200 item. You're not welcome in the booth anymore. Absolutely. And that'll get you a long way.
It's what they call a country Sheraton piece. It would be referred to as either a child's nightstand or a work table, made in the country Sheraton style. All the turnings are completely original on it. Another way to tell about the age, which is dates right around 1850, would be from the drawer construction. And if you look at the drawer, you'll notice that it's all what we call hand dovetails. Yeah, those are all cut by hand. And then on the bottom of the drawer, another thing to look for when you're trying to get an idea of age of a piece of furniture would be the fact that the drawer bottom was chamfered. This was all done by hand, and this was done so that a thicker piece of wood could then fit inside of a thinner piece on the sides. And then one other indication of its age would be the nails, which are all square cut nails. So it gives you a basic idea of something that would be in the mid-1800s range.
Oh, it's just beautiful. And what are you asking for?
I could do 200 even.
Okay. Can you do 150?
How about if we meet in the middle at 160?
Okay, yeah, that sounds fine.
All right,
Great. All right, thanks.
Great, thank you.
It's absolutely beautiful. I think it's going perfect in about excellent. Thank you very much.
Catherine, how'd you make out? Did you find everything you wanted?
I did really well. I got almost everything on my list. I loaded up the car and ready to call it a day, except I still need to find something for my front porch.
All right. Well, while you're shopping for the Porsche, I'm going to go back and help Tommy build the Porsche, all right?
Sounds good.
All right, so enjoy the rest of the day. See ya. Oh, Tommy, you made some serious progress on this front porch.
Oh yeah, we gotta move it along.
Look at that, all framed up. You can even walk on it, and even got yourself to the stairs.
Yep.
So why is the staircase set back into the frame like this?
Well, the plans call for the front edge of the stair not to go further than 4 feet beyond the face of the brick.
Okay.
In order for it to steer into that, we have to go back by the stair tread.
Right, because we do have to sort of make sure that we get this elevation, obviously. Right. So that's going to push us back in.
Yep.
This is exactly how you figure you rise and you run. Where did you end up with these?
I like the riser height to be 7.5 inches, pretty close to it. I ended up with a nice, comfortable 7 3/4. You don't want to be above 8, and you don't want to be below 7. I think that's just a nice, comfortable.
This is in terms of stepping up, right?
Right. If you look at a rule of thumb, one step and one riser should not exceed 18 inches.
Okay, so there's 7 3/4 here. What are you there?
10 inches there.
Perfect. All right. So it looks like you got 2 more in the middle. Are they done, or you still have to cut these?
I've got 1 more to cut, and I'm cutting them all from my template. Now, the first thing I did is I made a template to mark my riser and run.
And it's very important that I use this template to knot all of the other strings. I can't cut one, use that as a template, cut another one, use that as a template, because the sears would really be off.
Right, because every time you cut one off of the template, it could be a hair off.
That's right. It makes a big difference. You want to zap. You get it. So now I put a couple of stops on the back, right here. And I just take the template and I put it up against my next stringer. Okay.
Sure, it's in the same place every time.
Every time. Now I just take my pencil and mark right across the face, just like that. So now, take my circular saw, and I want to leave the line on. Now, if you notice, I left the line on every one, and I also didn't go beyond this intersection at all with the saw cut, because I don't want to weaken this part of the stringer.
So you can finish up this cut?
Yep, finish it up with a jigsaw. All right, now that probably took about a minute and a half to cut that. But if I take this stringer and I line it up with my template, I'll guarantee that these will be off slightly.
Cut so fast.
Yeah, I gotta cut it fast. I got things to do. People to see. All right, so the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take our template, tip it upside down. Now I'm gonna take the stringer that I just cut, that upside down, turn it around, and lay it on top. And I want to make sure that it's overhanging just a little bit. Which it is. Okay, so now I don't want it to move, so I'm going to screw the two pieces together. Now, if you stand it up, you can see that the stringer that we just cut is a little proud of the template.
Right. So you got to clean this up?
I'm going to clean it up and make it exactly even. To do that, I'm going to use a router. Now, this router has a bit on it. It's called a templating bit. The templating bit has a bearing on top, and this bearing is actually flush with the knife.
So it'll follow your template perfectly.
Exactly. That took me just about 3.5 to 4 minutes to cut a stringer that will match the template exactly.
Tell me I'd expect nothing less. All right, so we got our front porch framed up. A couple more minutes on the front steps framed up.
Yep.
And we got a mudroom going on?
Yep. Next time we're going to start that.
All right. Well, until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
And I'm Tom Silver.
This old house. Next time on This Old House. Today is a busy day because we've got this new bump out being framed up.
How do you renovate a century-old plumbing fixture? We have an appointment with the tub doc.
I can make this look like brand new.
Our homeowners try to resurrect the Victorian era using color. This is a great color. Catherine, how do you feel about the reds?
Well, I always like lighter colors.
I know where this
I think
is
it's been
going.
a challenge.
That's next time on This Old House.
Today on This Old House, we use modern material to recreate a 100-year-old crown mold.
Our homeowners try to resurrect the Victorian era using color.
How do you renovate a century-old plumbing fixture? We have an appointment with the tub doc. So you need my help? Maybe later.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this.
Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, everybody together. Oh, yeah.
Right plant in the right place. Good. It's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Hi there, Kevin O'Connor. Welcome back to This Old House, where we are working in Belmont, Massachusetts. This house was built in 1895, and it's the Victorian style, which our homeowners love. But over the years, due to several renovations, a lot of those Victorian details were lost. Well, our homeowners want them back. And today is a busy day because we've got this new bump out being framed up. Hey, Tommy, how are you?
Good, how you doing?
All right, so bump out for a new mudroom entrance?
Right, this is a side entrance with a rear stair that comes up to a little porch, then a mudroom, and then a half bath right here.
What's your plan for today?
Well, we want to finish framing this wall right here. We've got the two end walls done. We've got a small accent window going in here, so we're going to get the header and the cripples in. And we've got a big window going in the mudroom right down there. So we have to get the headers and the cripples in and the wall feed.
And what's the plan for the roof? You guys going to do flat, something pitched? Which one?
It's actually going to be a hip roof with a low pitch. Hopefully, I'll get it framed up today.
I'd love to help you, but I'm actually going to talk to the homeowners about another one of those Victorian details, the paint scheme.
Oh, great.
Hey, Matt, how are you? Catherine, Rod, good to see you guys. I think we'd have the architect here when we're choosing paint colors, right? Matt, looks like you're a fan of not using the small swatch for choosing paint color either, huh?
Absolutely. So much better to see it on the actual house. That way you can get a full breadth of what the colors look like on the house itself in context with the house and its surroundings, which was definitely needed in such an urban setting.
So we've got a Victorian house. Are we sticking with Victorian colors? Is that what you guys like? All right, so what is a Victorian color?
Well, Victorian homes tended to have natural colors, colors that came from the earth, whether that's an olive color, a brownish color, or a color that may be derived from a flower of some sort, whether that's a yellow or a red, as an example, which, interestingly, we have two of those today.
All right, and so what is the process in terms of choosing? The homeowners telling you what they want, or you telling them what they should be looking at? How does that work?
That's certainly one of the good starting points, but the idea is to create a process of elimination into so many colors. One of them is to simply ask the client what their favorite colors are. Another way to go about it as part of the process is to simply take a look at the colors of the adjacent homes in your neighborhood or immediately adjacent homes. The last thing you want to do is have two blue houses right next to each other.
And so where did we start in this case? Did we start with the neighborhood, or did we start with these guys' favorite colors?
A little bit of a mix of both. They told us the colors they really enjoyed, and then on the left-hand side, the house is immediately adjacent. We have a light blue colored house. On the opposite side, we've got sort of a pinkish red house. We wanted to avoid those colors.
So what are we looking at right here?
So we have a base color here for the lower section of the clapboards, and then we have two options for the shingles above.
So halfway up this house are siding switches from claps to shingles. You want to be able to use a lot of color, so that's a good place to break it up.
Queen Anne's often had multiple base colors, and they were done in horizontal sections even broken up inside. So Catherine's house has a wonderful first floor band of clapboards, and then a band of shingles, and then a more decorative band of shingles at the upper level. So there's 3 bands. And we're thinking this deep, rich, bluish red is certainly the clapboard section, and then the upper 2 sections of shingles might be pinkish red or maybe a slightly deeper, richer red.
How do you guys feel about the reds?
I love this color. This is one of my favorites. To me, this looks very Victorian, formal, elegant. I don't like these 2 options as much. This is a little too orange. Maybe this is a little bit too pink, but this is a great color.
Kevin, how do you feel about this?
Well, I always like lighter colors.
I know where this
I think
is
it's
going.
been a challenge.
Okay, well, we've got lighter colors over here, and obviously we've got something with a lighter palette.
Absolutely. This is a wonderful deep yellow color. And again, this comes from nature as well. This would be the base color at the clapboard section, but we also have 2 other yellow colors that would be at the other horizontal bands. We have a medium yellow, which would be at the upper band of shingles, and then we have a lighter yellow color, which would be at the very, very uppermost band of the shingle section of the room, which is very decorative. So again, we've got these 3 tiers of yellows that really pull out bands, the horizontal bands.
And Catherine, how about those? Is that more sort of in the world that you were thinking?
I really love them. Yellow is my favorite color.
And do you like these here?
I do. I like when there's a sort of a buttery, bright yellow on the top, and then something a little deeper on the bottom for interest.
All right. Does this mean we're at an impasse? I mean, do you guys think you're in a position to decide? I mean, you need to talk about it, see what's...
I don't know. I mean, I really like that color. You seem to like the yellow better.
You know that yellow is my favorite color for a house, though.
So, maybe a little piece of advice. Can I jump in? Sure. You want to conceive now, or you just want to conceive later?
I think I'm going to conceive now.
There you go. All right. And so, Matt, in terms of trim, I mean, if these are in fact going to be the body colors, how do you handle the trim of this?
Well, just in case Murat conceded, then we came up with the trim color that might be dark and rich. Right. And we were thinking maybe this blue would be just right for Murat, and then also work in a very complementary manner to the yellows for the home.
You guys, what do you think?
Gorgeous.
That's a beautiful color. Pretty good, huh? So, how does this sound to you? I mean, does it always end up like this quick? They always on the same page?
They did pretty good.
They did
For a
very
married couple, they did pretty good.
Well, I'll tell you what, you guys can spend another minute or 2 with Murat, no backsliding. All right. All right. Thank you, Matt.
Look.
Yeah, so I really like this one.
Sure.
A few weeks ago, Norm removed a century-old cast-iron clawfoot tub for our project house. Now, as you look around here, you can see that these tubs are actually worth saving. Salvage yards reclaim these beautiful fixtures while people renovate their old houses. And even a tough old cast-iron tub like this can show some signs of wear over time. What do? You call it the tub doctor. Chris Beeler is the tub doctor. He's working on our tub today. So, Chris, are these tubs worth saving?
Yes, they are.
Why?
They're nearly 100 years old, and they're made way better than the repros.
And you can bring them right back to make them look like new.
I can make this look like brand new.
All right, so you got a shrink wrap here. I see. What's going on there?
Yeah, we've had the tub sandblasted, primered, and I applied 1 coat of the customer's special order color.
They were looking for like a purple.
Right, it's called Shadow. They emailed me the code, and I got it, and I slapped it on there.
All right, so how do you make this look like new?
We're going to use an etch and paste, which will clean it up, and it'll make it dull.
Yeah.
And then we've got a glaze that will fill these minor scratches. One more thing to point out. Around the drain here, there's a pretty good chip. I got to make it worse before I can make it better.
Okay, so you get that looking good. Then you'll etch it all, and you'll glaze it. Right. And you spray it?
Yes.
Great. You need my help?
Maybe later.
I'll watch you. All right, I'm on the way.
Thanks.
First, he scrapes the sand for loose paint. Splatter.
So next we're going to remove this loose porcelain from around the drain, so we'll let them make it look new again.
Etching is done with a paste made from hydrofluoric acid, flour, and water. Chris rubs the paste with a kitchen scrubber. He wants the surface dull so the paint will stick. Safety equipment is important. All right. All right. So how's it look?
Looks great. It's really not a bad tub to start with.
All that rust is gone. That looks great.
Yeah.
All right, so what's next?
Dry it up with a towel and mix up some glaze and start filling all the minor cracks.
Still don't want my help?
Maybe later.
Next, he mixes filler compound to fix the scratches near the drain. It needs to be strong because the plumber works in this area. A different mixture fills minor scratches on the rest of the tile. Cracks around the edges get a small amount. Most of the scratches are in the bottom. They get the most attention.
Those scratches, battle scars, wounds.
An electric sander knocks down the filler with a coarse paper. A finer grit is used by hand for smooth finish. The primer coat is a gray 2-part epoxy. It's sprayed on, then left to dry for about 15 minutes. Finally, the urethane glaze goes on. Chris is a perfectionist, the Picasso of porcelain tubs. He applies 3 coats of white.
Wow, Chris. This looks brand new. Beautiful.
Thanks, Rich.
So all 3 coats are on.
Yeah.
Anything more you got to do to it?
Yeah, tomorrow we're sand and buff it out.
Okay.
Just to show off a little.
So before you know it, it's going to be at our project. Thanks for your great work.
Thank you.
Thanks, my friend. It feels like I want to touch it.
So a couple weeks in the rough wiring, and you finally get to after the master bedroom.
We have.
What's the plan up here?
Well, we're going to just delete this wall sconce location. The homeowner will log a want. But let me show you something really, really cool. It's not often we get to show you this application. So behind that deleted wall sconce, you see here, you see this gas pipe. Originally, probably like 1895 when the house was built. That's what powered the light fixture.
So a little key to turn on the gas, light it up.
Correct. Probably sometime in the early 1900s, they electrified the building with knob and tube wiring you see here.
Yeah. Just ran that right in the bays, right?
They did. And then probably around the 40s or 50s, you'll see this modern wiring.
We've got a history of lighting in this house in 2 bays right there.
It's amazing. So what I have to do is I have to add a plug in the master bedroom. And the way I do that is I look for a reference point. What I mean by that is I take, perfect example is I have a pipe over here. Below us is exposed, so I can use that to measure off.
So where are we putting this new outlet in this room?
We're going to put it in the center of the window in the baseboard.
So right here.
Correct. We install it right here.
So below us is that living room, and that's got the finished ceiling. So we have to go around those.
Correct. What we're going to do is we're going to pull the wire from the panel through the unfinished area in the kitchen, across the living room ceiling. We'll make a small hole below, and then we'll drill up into the cabinet.
So that hole below is the reference point that we need. We can start it out.
Well, we start by measuring. So the first thing I do is get a rough number about 72 inches there. Then we go into the master closet.
Okay, what do you got?
We got 118, so 118 to 72 is 190 inches roughly. So let's go downstairs and measure off our reference point. Okay, Kevin, here is our reference point up above. So why don't you grab that end, and I'll pass the other end to Danny. You want to be at 190.
This is actually a great reference point.
It's awesome. Okay, Kevin, so the issue here is that the crown molding is original with the house. That's the thing we just don't want to damage, okay? The ceiling's getting painted, so making a hole here is not a big deal.
Yeah.
So Danny, want to pass the drone and make that hole?
Plus, everything.
How's it look there?
Pretty good. Pretty open.
All right, here's the snake. Okay, I'll go up above and start cutting in the hole. While I'm drilling the hole, Dan and Kevin will snake the wire from the kitchen ceiling across the living room ceiling to this location here. All right, well, cut through the baseboard, so now I have to cut out the wood layout and plaster that's behind it. I got it, Dan. I'm going to put this wire into this junction box, then I'm going to ground the junction box and mount it to the baseboard. We'll be done.
All right, Al, that seemed like that was pretty straightforward, right?
That was a pretty easy one.
So any more wires to run in this room?
Telephone, cable, internet, and then we're off to the master bed.
Cool. All right, thanks.
Shawnee.
Yo,
she's
there.
there.
You get that molding machine out.
Lucky
Take
day.
some beautiful details.
I know. I like it too. We're actually working on a horizontal banding that goes across the house, separates the first floor to the second floor, clapboards to the shingles. And actually, this is the molding right here that was on the house. Now, if you look at the profile of the molding and you stand it up like that, it's actually the front edge of a round wooden gutter. Right? It's been cut back, so now it creates like a front molding.
So this is what you pulled off the house?
Yeah, and it's original to the house. It was late 1800s.
So that's a detail we want to save.
Right. So that's a detail I want to save, and I could go down and probably pick one up somewhere. I have to figure out where I can get it, but it's really not a stock item. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make one. So the first thing I did is I took a piece of the molding and I cleaned it up to look like this. I sent the piece up to the company that makes my knife. Now they made a knife, and if you look right here, you can actually see the knife is in the machine. If I lay it on there, I have a perfect profile of the molding that I want. So now I can make this molding out of any species that I want. Pine, walnut, but I want to make it out of PVC because I'm using PVC on the house everywhere.
So I know you love your PVC, right? I mean, this stuff is never going to rot.
It's never going to rot. It holds paint beautifully, and it's easy to work with.
You know, as I see this, though, at about 110 years old or so, this is in pretty good shape once you get the paint off.
Yeah, that's the old growth wood. The wood's really tight grain and lasts a long time.
You think PVC is the right way to do it?
I think so.
All right, well, new material, but you're definitely saving an old profile, so that's cool.
Yep.
All right, so you ready to run this?
I'm going to run it. Like cover on, and let's get going.
So,
For cutting and molding, you never want to run it through quickly, whether it's PVC or wood. If you run it too fast, the surface can get chipped up. The existing molding was our template, so it's a perfect match.
profile on the front. Nice, cut those back bevels.
No, I could get a knife, but I'm actually going to cut the back on my table. So I have to cut a bevel here and here. And I have a new table saw I want to show you.
Boy,
oh yeah.
All right.
I'm just going to make a couple of passes on the back, and each pass is at 45 degrees.
With the kind of strap that you stick the hot dog in all you can. Yeah, I need to do that.
All right, Tommy. Makes a nice cut, but I don't know what all the fuss is about.
Well, the fuss is that this is one of those saws that I can't cut my finger on.
Oh, I'm right.
Oh, it's got the technology that stops the blade?
Exactly.
Very cool. So you've shown this to us before.
Right. But the one that I showed before was a big, heavy saw that you take 3 guys to carry. This is now a lightweight saw that moves around the job site very easily.
Right, so you're going to demo for us?
I'm going to demo it for you. All right, so take off the guard. Now I can use a piece of wood. Now, obviously, I can take a piece of wood, cross cut with no problem. All right. Now, suppose I wasn't paying attention to someone like that. Terrible.
I mean, it is a big cause of job site accident.
Absolutely. So what I'm going to use, instead of my finger, I've actually got a hot dog. Right. Now when I turn the saw on, it will actually sense the moisture of the hot dog. Hopefully, that blade will disappear.
Wow!
And the hot dog has a little bit of a nick in it right there. The blade's gone.
That would have saved your finger. That's awesome, Tom.
Yeah, sure is.
All right, so that is pretty cool. And in terms of the molding,
we're ready to put some on.
Let's do it. Just give us a dry fit.
Here.
And ends right on the rafter on this side.
All right, perfect.
Okay. It's tacked in.
All right, good.
All right, Tommy. Very nice. So that original Victorian detail, but material that's going to last another 100 years.
Well, 150, I hope.
Let's hope so. There you go. Next time on this old house,
our new porch gets some old school decking.
Kitchen with some cool lighting fixtures.
And the 2 new gas fireplaces will be state of the art. The thing I like the most about it, though, is that if there's no power, this thing still will heat up. 6 AA batteries, no electricity required. As long as you've got battery, you've got heat. Party starts in this room. Thanks, guys.
Well, that's next time on This Old House.
Today on This Old House, our new porch gets some old school decking.
Kitchen gets some cool lighting fixtures. And you can just toggle between those 3 with that fixture once it's installed.
Absolutely.
And the 2 new gas fireplaces will be state of the art.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me?
Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, everybody together. Oh, yeah. The right plant in the right place. Look, it's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Hi there. I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to this old house here in Belmont, Massachusetts, where we are working on this shingle-style Victorian. Now, the house was built back in 1895, and the homeowners have asked us to save and bring back a lot of the original Victorian details, which is just fine with us. But the first thing we needed to do was to work on sort of the bones of the house, things you won't see when it's finished. Inside, for example, we took on a whole bunch of bearing walls to open up the kitchen space. Place that so they can carry the weight above. We can do a whole bunch of beams. And outside, a lot of the work has been on this new porch. Now, the house originally had a porch, but it was taken off years ago. And so to rebuild it, well, we had to dig some big holes so that we could pour new footings, build up these brick piers, and then framing out the structure for this porch. Hopefully, it'll never come off the house again. And now, well, we're at a turning point. We're going to start working on the details that you will see when this house is complete. Like this beautiful arch here over the porch entryway, or the moldings that run all the way along here, and a new hardwood deck for the front porch. So, Tommy, I guess you got to work on the stuff that you can't see so that the stuff that you can't see sticks around.
Absolutely, and that's true in all phases of construction.
So in terms of the decking, we've always got choices. Man-made materials used a lot these days, or natural. In this case, we obviously chose a natural material.
We use a natural material here. This is actually a 1x4 mahogany, and I really like mahogany. It has a nice, straight, tight grain. I could build a deck in my house years ago.
Hardwood. This stuff is not been rotted for a long time. In terms of finishing, what? Stain, natural, paint?
Well, traditionally people would have painted it, but a lot of people like to celebrate that wood, so they'll stain it and really look rich. Okay?
Now, in terms of fastening, we got choices as well. We do a lot of hidden fasteners these days. You can screw it. Looks like you're just nailing it through the face.
Again, traditionally this would be nailed with a galvanized 8-penny finish nailed right through the face. We're going to change the fastener to a stainless steel 8-penny finish nail, and we're going to add some construction adhesive underneath to really make a nice tight pattern.
All right, so it's not going anywhere. In terms of framing, we spent a lot of time framing this porch to put in these diagonal members right here.
Right, and it's all in relationship to how the deck is going to run, the pattern of the deck is going to run this way and that way. Traditionally, they would have framed the deck parallel to the front wall. That way, the deck boards could run perpendicular to the wall, and we would also frame the deck down with a fit, so that each deck board would act like a little roof when the rain would come in and push the water away from the house.
So this is something that we're never going to see, but you wanted it there so we had a good landing spot for this beautiful item.
You want the miter to be nice and tight, a lot of structure there, and you want to make sure that all of the structure is perpendicular to the direction of the deck.
Let's get more of the decking down.
Yep. An automatic measuring system is a huge time saver. Punch in the various lengths and your measurements are done. We're going to have a space between each one, so we're using a spacer, that's an 8-penny common nail. I also want to make sure that the tip of the board doesn't touch this board. I have to allow for my spacing there. So I have a nail, I lay this in right like that. Now you can see we have a nice tight joint and we have spacing in both directions. All right, now before we nail it, take the board out, put a little dab of construction adhesive down. Place it back against the nail. My spacing is right. Alright, take an attack in this. Get the nail right. Make sure it's tight against the nail. Alright, now we're going to pull our spacer nails out and move them out. Alright, 11.2 and a quarter.
progress.
Oh yeah.
I love the look of the mahogany, Tommy. Look how tight that miter is. That's great.
Yeah, it's a nice look, and it's going to stay nice and straight and tight because our framing is.
So more boards parallel to the house. Any miters on the far end?
Yeah, we got a miter around the 2 boxes at the top of the stair, in front of the stairs. Now we got to make a turn with a big miter like this down there to run parallel to the house.
Go back to it.
Back to it.
Our electrician Alan Galan has shown us the history of lighting in our house. It started off with gas lights, went to now the tubing. Now we have conventional wiring. So today we've come to a lighting show to find out what's next. What's next in lighting design and technology. Our homeowner and interior designer are meeting with Susan Arnold, our lighting expert. Susan, it's good to see you again.
Hey Kevin, how are you?
Well, thank you. So Amanda, Kathy, you guys have all had a chance to talk and look at some stuff.
Yeah, we've been working hard.
Yeah, we have a piece of inspiration.
Yes, we do. This is an existing fixture that Catherine found in the house, and she adores it. It has some curves and the candle cover, so we're going to use this as inspiration for some new fixtures.
Now, do you adore it enough to actually reuse that picture, or is it inspiration?
Oh, I love it. I definitely want to use it, but we don't have enough of them, so we'll have to buy some new ones as well. We'll find a home for this.
Beautiful. So sconces is our first mission
Yes.
today?
Yes. And right now we're talking about the master bathroom. So in the master bathroom, we have a double vanity, and we have 2 medicine cabinets, and then we want to do 3 sconces because light is much more flattering when it's on the side of the mirror as opposed to overhead. So we're looking for 3 sconces that would be matching, of course. And we've already talked about some options, and I think we've narrowed it down to this one, which has a loop and it also has the candle cover. So it is in line with this one.
Yeah. And what do you think, Ken?
I love it. I think that the loop
What's
is so
that?
elegant.
Branch, dude?
I just think
Where'd
it would
Lucky
be
be?
amazing.
He'd be right
I'm
here.
looking at 3 different
And
finishes.
he'd be making a little sound. Alright,
We're going to do polish nickel.
And
That's a great finish. This is a polish nickel finish.
he'd just be being
Oh,
a
it's really
baby.
beautiful. Come think of it. I like that fixture too. I wonder if there's a place we can use that. You know where I think that would be great is in the powder room. It's elegant and simple enough that it's not going to compete with our wallpaper. I love it. But I think I like it in the brass finish better. So this fixture in that brass finish. Okay. Yeah.
So some good decisions made on the sconces, it sounds like, right?
Yeah.
What else do we need to deal with while we're here?
I want to show you some great kitchen options. Let's go this way. Great.
So one of the things that's very important when it comes to your kitchen lighting is under cabinet lighting. Years ago, we had options of halogen and fluorescent, and today we have many different color choices when we start to look at LED.
Love the LED because it's super efficient. We do have to choose a color.
Absolutely. So we like people to bring in their countertop and tiles so they can see how the color is going to reflect off the surface.
Well, I have the finishes right here.
Great. So this one fixture, which is new, about a year old, it's an LED fixture, and it actually has 3 different color temperatures. We have a warm, which is like a nice incandescent. We have a medium, and we have a daylight color. Nice, bright white, no clouds in the sky. Awesome.
And that's the color that I really like. I think that it makes the blue really stand out. First time I saw this, I was amazed. I didn't know that light color would do something like that.
Absolutely.
Would you like it to, Amanda?
Yeah, it really changes the whole look of the different lighting, and it really makes the tile sparkle. And you can really see the crackle finish.
And if Ron doesn't like it, he can always. I guess he could talk, but you guys like it.
We won't tell it.
All right. So good decisions on sconces. Pick the color for the undercounter. So we're making good progress. As always, Susan, great information. Thank you. And then you guys can keep going down the list and make some more decisions.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Now, insulation in an old house like this is usually a problem because years ago they would blow it into the walls, and over time it would settle. Now, remember the ice dams that we had last year? A lot of problems in this house like this because the insulation settled, allowing a lot of void and a lot of air to escape through the insulation, melting the snow. When that snow melts, the water comes down, hits the cold overhang, causing an ice dam. We're going to solve that problem. We're going to insulate the roof, the walls. Now, any roof or wall areas that are open and we can meet our R factor, we're actually going to use an open cell foam. Now, the R factor of the open cell is about 3.4 per inch. It also adds a little bit of sound deadening to it, which is great in some areas of the house. Now, in areas where we have trouble meeting that R factor, we'll go to a closed cell foam. It's harder. It actually has a little bit of structural integrity to a wall system. The R factor of the closed cell is about 6.4 per inch, but it's almost double the price of the closed cell foam. Now, for any cavities that we can't get into with the spray foam, we're actually going to drill a small hole and we're going to blow in and dense pack cellulose into those cavities. Once the cellulose is densed back into those wall cavities, it won't settle over time. And the R factor of the cellulose is almost equal to the open cell foam. So the homeowner will save money forever on their energy bill and no more ice dams.
In this big, beautiful room, there will ultimately be two rooms, a living room and a dining room. There'll be a couple of columns going right here to help you define the two spaces. And in both of the rooms, they want to have fireplaces. Now, in what will be the new dining room, there was an existing fireplace. It was a masonry fireplace covered with brick. It was not original to the building, so Mark McCullough, our masonry contractor, demoed that brick. And the homeowners have located a beautiful, repurposed mantelpiece that will look just right there. Now, they also want to get away from burning wood. So we called in the fireplace team, Ken Lemire and his team, to give us a gas insert. Ken, is this our new unit?
That's it. It's a direct vent gas insert. It uses outside air. As you see, we got these two flexible pipes that have been dished down here from Jim.
And that's really the big difference. The original wood fireplace would have taken all of its air from inside the building and taken it right up the chimney.
That's correct. Today we use it a little bit differently. We use outside air. It makes things more efficient, and it doesn't change the composition of the air in the room.
Great. Any special features of this unit?
Sure, it's got a remote control.
Another remote control in my life. Okay.
That's right. Manual or in thermostatic motion.
So you can leave this as a thermostat.
Correct. It keeps the room the same temperature all day.
Cool. Any special safety features we should have on?
Yeah, if the fireplace is left on 6 hours, Richard, it will automatically shut down the pilot.
Can't be too safe. Right. So is this ready to go in?
Absolutely, we're ready.
Need my help?
I think we can get it.
Nobody ever wants my help.
No. Fire up.
The base there.
Yeah. Just gonna slide this in. Have to obviously line it up. Get all this
frame right around it. That was going to look very smart. Love it. Right. Now the dining room had an existing masonry chimney, but the living room there was nothing. So Tommy built this structure that looks like a finished chimney when it's all finished up. You can actually see the new open cell polyurethane foam here. And this chase is actually going to work to our advantage. You can see the plumbing pipe right here for drainage and for water for our new bathroom. But what I don't see is a chimney.
Well, there is no chimney on this one. Before we had a masonry chimney with two aluminum pipes coming down to feed the fire and release the exhaust. In this one, we have a coaxial hard pipe, where it releases the exhaust out of the inside cavity, brings in the fresh air to the outside.
And that's an important distinction. The hottest flue gases right here work their way up here, while the cooler combustion air comes down this way. And that really protects this pipe so it can go within some reasonable distance of combustion.
1 inch.
Yeah, really, that's great. All right, so there'll be a series of rigid pipes, and then we'll go to the outside right here. What's it look like on the outside?
Well, it's this cap right here, Richard, also made of aluminum. That's what it would look like on the outside of the home.
Not terrible. It does stick out a little bit.
Yeah, it can be painted if it's proper.
And that's hot.
It is hot.
All right, how about special features? Anything to know about it?
All the same features we talked about on the insert are transferred into this fireplace as well.
So it's the remote and that automatic shut-off.
Yep, 6 output.
The thing I like the most that I heard though is that if there's no power, this thing still will have heat. Right?
6 AA batteries, no electricity required. As long as you got battery, you got heat.
Party starts in this room. Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
Time of year moving all over this porch, huh? From the deck up into the roof.
Like I said earlier, I got to move this project along.
All right, so shingling.
Yeah, shingling. First, we have to choose the color of the shingling. Now the homeowners know that later on they're going to have to change the existing roof of the house because it's old. It's got about 5 or 6 years left. But for now, they want to match the color of the roof.
So this is the closest match we can come up with?
This is actually the shingle that's on the house. It's called slate gray or slate blend.
Okay.
It's a 3-tab shingle.
Yep.
All right. So now, what we have here is what is considered a low pitch roof. A standard roof of 5 inches up and 12 inches out is a standard pitch roof. Anything above, you can use a shingle with no problem. Because we have a 3 and 12, that's a low pitch roof. I want to make sure that the roof is waterproof.
The lower pitch it is, the more likely we're going to have driving rain coming up underneath those shingles against the membrane.
So we're going to use a self-sealing membrane. So that means that when we drive a nail through it, or if water should be driven up under the shingle, the roof is still going to be waterproof.
So the whole roof is covered with this membrane, even went up the sidewall there.
Right. Now, the other thing that you have to remember is when these shingles go down on a standard 5 and 12 pitch, we have 5 inches exposed to the weather.
So this is the exposure right here.
Now, because it's going to be a low pitch roof, I like to drop the exposure in.
October 7th happened, he was celebrating the rocket and the massacre.
That allows me to nail it closer to the bottom of the shingle. Each tab less than the chance.
All right, where are we going from here?
Snap them on.
Good. Good.
Good. Now we want to snap our verticals.
Good.
All right, so now the horizontal lines that we struck are for the top of the shingle. That references a straight line all the way across the roof, and as I move it up and place it on each one of the lines, that actually gives us a straight line, and at the same time, my four.
Oh, this motherfucker is gone. Is it C, Lamb?
If I just took the first shingle and I laid it on the line like that, I would have a straight shingle, but I'd have an open slot every single and on each joint.
We don't want to see that open.
No.
Yeah,
So what a
that's-
lot of roofers will do is they'll take a full shingle,
Come on,
flip it
baby.
upside down,
Come on.
lay it on the roof like
Ooh.
this, and nail it.
Yep.
Okay, what I like to do is take a shingle, cut off the tabs,
92 yards.
take the shingle and put it on right side up like that, and this brings the sticky part of the shingle that will adhere the shingle above lower.
Right.
Okay. All right. Now that I have my starter strip on, I can actually start building up the roof. Now this is where my horizontal and my vertical lines come into play. I'm going to line up the top of the shingle with my horizontal and the end of the shingle with my vertical. Okay, so now you can see our starter strip and our first shingle are
Oh,
offset
and you
about
got
6
on
inches. The next shingle going on the roof, if I place it on my line, is also offset 6 inches. But that means I have to cut 6 inches off the end of this shingle so that it'll be a straight line. Now, if you look at the top of the shingle, the manufacturer gives us reference points on where to cut our shingle. So if I cut at my first mark right here, now when I take the shingle, turn it over, place it on the line, both lines, I have a 1/2 inch overhang here and a nice straight line. Now if I had a standard 5-inch reveal, I would nail the shingle like this. One, right over the tab. But we have 4-inch reveal. That allows me to nail the shingle lower, and I can nail one on each side of the tab, lessening the chance of the shingle blowing up.
Just got rid of the Dave down here. I'm sure I always got rid of
So now I'm going to work my way
the
up the
Dave
roof
was
again.
fine.
Take another shingle.
Just like in
This
the-
time I'm going to cut 12 inches off the shingle.
Long time for this stuff.
Flip it over. Put it on my line. I have my 1/2 inch reveal,
I'll give you 1/2 inch of real, bro.
and I'm going to nail it low.
I'll give you 1/2 inch
All right, now the next piece, I'm actually going to take one of the
Anyway,
pieces that I cut
are you
off.
done?
I'm going to lay it on my
This
line.
is done.
Both pieces, another one here. 12 inches. Now we've laid out our first section of the roof with 6-inch offsets and 4-inch reveal.
So now we've got the offsets on, but we can lay a full shingle next to each one of these seams all the way down. We know that offset's just going to repeat itself.
Exactly right.
All right, Tommy. It's a good looking roof, right? Watertight too.
Yeah, a little more to do up around there, and we're in good shape up here.
So framing a couple weeks ago. This week we got the decking down on the porch, and now the roof on the porch. What about next week?
Next week we'll be doing some detail work outside.
All right. Well, until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
And I'm Tom Silver.
This old house. Next time on This Old House.
Our porch piers get a cedar flare.
You know when they say the money's in the corners? This is what we're talking about.
And we have a lot.
The mudroom exterior gets some finishing touches.
The architect called for the door to be made out of mahogany, so I had it made in mahogany and made a big difference in the price, I can tell you that.
And our master bath gets some classic Carrera marble.
That's never going to go out of style.
That's next time on This Old House.
We're so balanced.
Today on This Old House, the mudroom exterior gets some finishing touches.
Our porch piers get a cedar flare.
Yeah. And our master bath gets some classic Carrera marble.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, everybody together.
Oh, yeah. The right plant in the right place. Look, it's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Today, our new mudroom gets some attention. Hi there, I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House. Up until now, we've spent a lot of time working on the front porch. But today, Tommy, you're putting on some finishing touches to the exterior to this new mudroom. What's your plan?
Right. Well, the plan here is it actually calls for a panel. And the panel is like a 4-foot wide storm door made of wood.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Right? Now, the problem is the architect spec'd out a mahogany one. They don't make a mahogany one other than custom made. So I had it made in mahogany, and it made a big difference in the price, I can tell you that.
So custom made door means a little bit of a custom made system here to secure it?
Right. Well, we're actually going to put some stops against our posts and push the door into place.
All right. So why close this in with a panel? Why not just leave it open here for the porch?
Well, I think the thought is in the wintertime, the snow won't blow in here and cover the porch, give it some protection.
Give your hand.
All right. Cool. All right, you want to come up here and we'll see if we can slide the door into the opening?
Big.
Yeah, this thing is really good.
I get it.
So why are you
Okay,
fucking
you
with
can
it?
put in a storm panel or a screen
We're just
panel.
gonna
Yeah.
see if we can improve
Really
it a
nice.
little bit.
Just push it in the opening like that. Okay. Center right. Yep. Center it up. Center. That looks pretty good. All right. Now what I do is I have this piece right here, some screw holes in it. I sandwich this up the top like this. The door will stay in place. I won't put any fasteners into the door.
That's not going through the panel. The panel's actually floating right in here.
Exactly. I want the panel to float independently. Just push that up against the door, and then we'll push it out against the outside stop, keeping the door tight. Got it there? Right up against that stop. Okay. What we'll do is put the panel in. We're in business. I'll get it. That's all right, sorry.
I'm here for support, Bob.
Yeah. Locked in.
All right, so glass in the wintertime and then pop it out, put the screen in for the summertime.
Yeah, a lot of air right in here.
So maybe it costs a little bit of money, but looks good and saved a lot of time, right?
Sure did.
Bobby Bucco and his crew start troweling on the flash. You know we're getting close to making decisions on the final paint colors. That's exactly what Kat and Amanda are doing. Hey guys, these assembled. So probably the most important room in the house, right? I mean, it's the entryway. This room says Victorian. It's going to be the first place everyone sees. It's the best place to make a statement about this house. What do you think about
We have so many windows and so much natural light, and I really wanted this place to be very light and bright. But of course, we're adding
Don't you people have eyes? Like, don't you have
so I have to
like
work both of those
kids?
That's your job, right?
That's
All
time.
right, so what do you do with a direction like that?
All right, well, this is a very important space. It's the first thing someone sees when they enter. And we're also carrying this color all the way up to the second hall, all the way up to the third floor. So this really sets the tone for the color palette of the first floor and really the house.
Okay.
So we already decided on our trim color. We're going with a bright white for the trim throughout.
And when you say trim, so we're seeing it on a casing, but it will be on the wainscot all throughout the room.
Exactly.
We'll have a lot of that here.
Yes. And then I've chosen 4 color options for us to look at for the entry hall and going up to the hall. So 2 of them are
Dude,
kind of
you should be like,
grays,
dude,
and then there's one
dude,
that's more of a purple
Mikey,
and one that's more
Mikey, Mikey,
and these
dude,
are really the colors that
dude,
we worked into the
Mikey,
design already for the first floor. So.
Mikey.
Well, there's nothing like seeing them up on the wall. I mean, there they are right next
You
to
should
the
be
trim.
Mikey.
So what do you
Look,
guys think once you see
Mikey.
them?
So originally I was thinking
Like,
really
what,
dark
yo?
color,
She's like Mikey.
something that would make you a statement when you're walking through
Mikey.
the walls.
Like it's a sign.
After seeing
Like
these
what
colors,
is?
actually look really nice in this space. So
you were thinking
Like what
darker
happened?
than this,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
now maybe you're changing your mind a little.
right, I was thinking something really dark, but I don't.
I'm kind of wondering if these might be a little bit too dark, considering that they'll be in a huge portion of the house.
Okay.
Well, I think this is a good compromise then, kind of a mid-tone. We don't want it to be too light where it doesn't make a statement at all, but too dark would probably make the hallways upstairs feel very dark.
So you guys feel like we're narrowing down on it a little bit?
Yeah.
There you go. We're part designer, part marriage counselor, right?
That's right.
All right. So we also have other decisions to make in other rooms. And the living room's an important one.
Okay, let's get to the Okay, so this is the formal living space, and just to remind you about the furniture arrangement, we're going to have a sofa here, 2 chairs opposite, and then we have the architectural focal point, the fireplace and mantle.
Which is great. New fireplace, but preserved, restored mantelpiece there.
Right, that's exactly right. So as far as choosing paint colors for the wall, I like to have all of the fabrics and design really done. So remember this sofa? This is the fabric we selected for the sofa.
Okay.
And then this is the drapery fabric.
So we're not going to get your flowers after all.
Oh, yeah.
So here are 4 colors. So I was thinking we wanted to go in a gray, and then I also tried this kind of gray lilac color. I think we have enough color going on with the fabrics that I'm leaning toward one of the neutrals, and I like this light gray because I really like how it ties in with the dining room chair fabric.
Okay. So now they're up on the wall again in here, guys. What do you think, Sam?
There will be a lot of color and pattern going on in here, so I like that this is
Why
kind
do
of
they call it Monday Night Football on Saturday night?
Sort of the background for you.
Yeah.
Why don't they just call it ESPN Saturday
I'm not
Night
sure if I get it,
Football?
but I like it. It's fine. It's a nice.
Listen to this motherfucker.
All right. So
People at
the
ESPN are like, you hear this motherfucker?
It's
It's Saturday.
this color get continued all the way throughout.
No, we're going to do
And this
something
motherfucker wants to call it
So here's where we're going to have
ESPN Saturday Night Football
both sides
instead of
separating
Monday
the
night.
living room from the dining room.
Right about here.
Do you believe this shit?
So we're gonna change
Do you
it to the color.
believe that this motherfucker? It's Saturday.
Rob wanted dark
This
and
motherfucker
dramatic.
wants to call it ESPN Saturday Night Football instead of ESPN Monday Night Football Special Edition. The special edition being that it's Saturday, not Monday.
Lilac. Again, there's the drapery fabric, and here are the 2 blue options. And don't forget, we're going to have
This motherfucker is brilliant.
It's going to be painted white.
Okay. Nice. Captain on board.
I love it, and I found this tile that I just really adore. I think it'll look great.
Well, where's the tile go?
Around the fireplace.
All right, so we're all in agreement and good progress, right? We've got trim color and wall colors for the first 4 picks. And then you guys have already picked colors for the bathrooms upstairs. Bedrooms?
That's right.
All right, well, let's get those decisions made because we've got to keep on going. All right, thanks, guys. Our new front porch is definitely going to be a focal point of this house. We're doing several things to dress it up. Now, it sits on these masonry piers. Below grade, we've got poured concrete, but above grade, we've taken the time to dress them up with these beautiful bricks here, City Hall pavers, they call them, and they're authentic to this period house. We've also got the roof of the porch that's going to sit on columns, and then those columns are going to sit on these wide bases, which eventually are going to be shingled, and that's what Tommy's working on right now. So Tommy, the base that you've got here, you just built up a plywood box.
Right, I built a plywood box, and this is going to be shingled. And the first course of shingling is actually going to have a flare to it, so it's going to curve as it comes up. So that's why I installed these tapered fillers right here, so I can bend the shingle up around it.
So the classic shingle style Victorian look right there. And what's with the wrap that you've got going on right here?
Well, this is actually a wrap that all of this I don't need for this application because the column is obviously not heated. But I don't like to lay the shingles right on the plywood. I like to have an air barrier underneath it. Thus, this yellow thing is actually called a matrix, and that allows air to flow behind the siding, keeping it dry on all sides.
We've actually seen before, but it actually is another layer that I have not seen. What's this doing?
Well, this is actually like a house wrap or an air infiltration barrier. It's also known as a rain screen.
Yeah.
Now, let me show you what we have over here on the existing wall. Behind the siding, this is actually called rosin tape. Sometimes you'll see something like a felt tape. This is a 15-pound felt tape, all right? And what it is actually a separation between the back side of the siding and the face of the sheathing. That allows the siding and the sheathing to move independently, but it also would collect any condensation that should form behind the siding and let it dry out.
So the heat inside the house, when that escapes, it's colder. That's what the condensation stuff is.
Right. But years ago, houses weren't insulated, so all of the stud bays in the house with air moving in those rapidly, keeping the siding dry. Now, once you insulate the house, you create a problem. You have to think about the air infiltration. So this product right here is actually an air infiltration barrier. It's also an air gap that creates the siding, creates a gap under the siding to allow it to breathe. And if any condensation should attach underneath the siding, it will run down and not get on the siding. You don't need all of this, as I said, for the columns because it's not heated. But I do want the air gap because I want to add life to the siding and the All right, now you can actually see the little bit of a flare that's going to happen.
Yeah.
This yellow really showing up. Okay, so what I've done is I'm going to scrap 1 inch stock material right here because I want the shingles to be off the deck of that inch. All right, now it all starts right here. This is actually the starter course. Okay, so take a shingle like this. I'm going to just get a rough idea of how I want to cut it. Do a real quick cut. Now, I don't have to be real fancy here, so just cut it quick. That's it. This is the starter course. You really won't even see it. It's rough.
What is that?
Okay, so now I place it back on the post. So now the tricky part is getting this nailed without splitting it. So you have to bend it to nail it at the same time. So put some pressure on it like that. Ready? Try to get this nailed and hopefully it won't split the shingle. I just take another blade on there, create a little bit of a gap, push it hard, again, hopefully I won't split it, just a little bit. I just want to get that catch and nail it in tight, yeah. It's easy, work my way in slow. So now I just want to trim off a little bit of this because I don't want this shingle here to be proud of this wall. So just go straight into the shingle and lay it on there. That's good. That's good there. Now I just take another shingle, place it on here, keep it flat on my filler, out with my corner, push on it, mark it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to follow that line freehand also. I want to hurt the deck below, so just fill it on. Just follow this line. Right, fit this again. Tight. That's pretty good. I can trim that up after it's on. Right now, again, we have to try not to split it. Gently, slowly nail my way down. Nice and easy, tap it in. It's interesting with all the sort of tapping you do with the nail gun. Actually, it's a little difficult to do with a nail gun because the nail went so fast, and lots of times you'll split more shingles than you want to rest of the gun. All right, so let's try another starter strip. I want to have a slight, Now this is a starter strip. I could actually just put one nail in the middle, but because I'm trying to bend them, I'm going to use two. Yeah, it's starting to take shape. All right, now what I want to do is I want to shave this edge off so it's flush with this surface right here. So I'm just going to use my rasp. It's important that I hold the rasp this way so it's against the face of this. Just work the edge down. Now you know when you're flush and you start taking off this primer on this shingle right here. It's important to hold it flat against the shingle. We'll continue our starter course all the way around. All right, we're done with our first course all the way around. But we're actually not even going to see that course. We have to hide it with our first course of shingle. And to do that, I want to start right back here in this corner. And I want to cover the last shingle that went on this corner. I want to make sure that the edge of this shingle covers the seam of this shingle. So place it on there. It's covering it. Hold it right there. I'm going to nail it in place. Bring that down tight. right here, flush the side. And I just follow it with my knife, cut it up. Okay, now I'll just fine tune that with the rasp. All right, so now you can start to see how alternating the corners or weaving them actually makes a watertight unit.
You know, when they say the money's in the corners, this is what I'm talking about.
And we have a lot of them.
So we got to keep going up all the way around and all the other posts.
All the other posts.
That'll work.
Yep.
Just off of the master bedroom and closet is our master bathroom in front of the house, and well, you can sort of get a sense of the layout. Double vanity right here. You can see we open it, 2 mirrors, and then that old clawfoot tub that we saved. Well, that's coming back and going right here in front of the room. Toilet tucked around the corner, and then marked the focal point is our shower stall. So 3 glass panels around it, right?
Right. Marble seat.
Very nice. And so marble on the seat. What have you got for the materials in this room? What do you got on the floor?
We've got a 12 by 24 home Carrera. Wow. How sharp is that?
You just love the marble, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Man, it's classic. It's never going to go out of style.
Never.
So big tiles right here. What do you got on the floor of the shower?
We got a herringbone Carrera.
More marble and a classic pattern here as well. All right, and then for the wall, it looks like we were putting up even more marble.
Yep.
So let's just put it together. Is that
It has a slight beveled edge, so it'll pick up on the ground joint.
all right? How long do you think it'll take you for this? Probably the rest of the day. Is your back with you? Absolutely. All right, thank you. So Tom, we got a lot of beautiful floors in this house. We got some strip oak, we got some parquet. You should save most of them. I'm surprised that you didn't save this one.
Well, we're trying to save as much of this flooring as we can. But now here in the old dining room, this had the strip flooring in it. But there was a damaged section over here, and some of the boards had widened or opened up. And when we removed this wall here, we had a straight line of the existing floor. And we really need to weave that together to make it all work. So I weighed the option. I said, by the time I patch that section there, weave all this area here, it's faster and cheaper for me to take it up.
No way. Is that like that?
What did you take up and what do you put down?
I actually took up what is called white oak. It's better and select. And it's 3/4 of an inch, tongue and groove down to the top of the tongue.
So solid, not engineered and not pre-finished. This is nailed down in a finished place.
Same as in the house right now.
Well, I'll tell you, now that the sort of kitchen and dining room is one big room, it is nice to see one big continuous floor.
It's beautiful when you see floors.
Most of this is down, any more to lay?
Yeah, I got to finish up this area of the kitchen right here, and I just got to finish up the hallway that leads down to the basement.
What should I do?
Well, the saw set up. If you want to cut me about 3-4 more rows, I'll start putting this down. Okay,
looks good. So is that the last of the new wood to go down?
Last of the wood downstairs. We got something a little bit different upstairs. Let me show you what we got there. All right, so up here in the hallway, we've got a little bit of different plan going on for the floor. Out here in the entry, before we get into the master closet, we're actually going to picture frame the floor and then insert the flooring right across in the middle.
All right. So you got what, 3 courses for the frame?
Yeah, we got 3 courses, and the corners aren't mitered. It's a square cut that's called a herringbone corner on each side. Straight ones right down.
All right, so those have got to go in. And in terms of next week, what are you thinking? What do you got coming?
Well, I want to get a lot of trim on the porch that I got to get done.
So remember that tree house the homeowners asked for?
Yeah.
Well, next week we can start on that one as well.
Oh, fantastic. That'll be a great project.
So until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
And I'm Tom Silva.
This Old House. Next time on This Old House, we start work on a backyard treehouse.
I'll put decorative shingles on our new front gable.
Spectacular time. Our homeowners find a floor covering for the kitchen inspired by sailors.
I
love it.
And Lisa, you say it needs what? Another coat? But in my eye, I mean, that looks finished.
Get a third coat of the semi-gloss finish to dull it down a little bit and to give it that one extra protection.
That's next time on This Old House.
Rosemary Bus.
In This Old House, we start work on a backyard treehouse.
I'll put decorative shingles on our new front gable.
Spectacular time. Our homeowners find a floor covering for the kitchen inspired by sailors.
I love it.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving?
That
We can
looks
do better.
better.
Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, everybody together.
Oh, yeah. The right plant in the right place. Good. It's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work. Welcome back to This Old House. I'm Kevin O'Connor. As you can see, over the last couple of weeks, we've made a lot of progress to the outside of our house. The mudroom completely sided and trimmed out. Look at all the progress we've made on the front porch. There's still a little bit more to go, Tommy. What are you working on today?
Well, right here over the front entryway, Kevin, you can see that there's an arch under the rakes. All right, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to shingle it. We're going to get our inspiration for the shingling right here up in that dome.
Oh, that thing's beautiful, huh?
Yeah, it's arched shingle rows, and we're going to do that. And that's a lot of work, and it's going to take a lot of time, and it's hot out. And I don't want to work outside.
Calm down.
I want to work inside. So what I did is I went up there and I actually made a template of the area.
Oh, very cool.
All right. Self-paper template. So now I transfer this to a sheet of plywood inside. I'll shingle all my shingling inside.
Beautiful. All right. Well, I want to make sure I come back and check on that when you're done. Give me a heads up.
Okay.
Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you. Okay, so now what I did is I actually took my tar paper template and I laid it on this sheet of plywood. And then I marked all the way around off of my references. I then took my saw and cut out the plywood. Now this piece of plywood will fit up into that opening. Perfect. I cover the sheet of plywood with a matrix material, so if any moisture gets behind the shingles will dry. This swing board pivots to give me the angle for each shingle. The slot in the middle allows me to cut them. Holes on the pivot board show me where to place the shingles on each course. Okay, now that row right there is nothing but a starter course or filler course. I'm going to go over it again with another row. My swing stick has given me the angles to cut the shingle at. Now it's going to give me the height for the coursings of the reveal. Place the shingle on that, tack them, cut them, continue on up. All right, Dan, we're ready. Pass it up. glue it to the wall. So I'll keep it down a little bit low there. And it's going to go right in there. Hope it fits.
Hope it fits. Come on.
Look at that.
See the adhesive back into place?
Yep, so get it against the adhesive, and then I'm just going to actually take some stainless steel siding nails and we'll nail it in place.
Spectacular.
It does look good.
Job done. Hey, Catherine. Wow, are these the pieces you got at Brittenfield, the antique market?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you remember I had a list from Amanda. She had a long set of things she wanted me to look for.
Yeah,
I
this
found
place
one
sounds
in the
like a
master
total
bathroom.
BS.
I thought it looked really great, but the color's not great.
Okay, so changing it to what?
To the trim color, shades of lace.
Nice. I saw your haggling skills. You gonna press those one?
I was able to talk him down a little.
All right, nice piece and a perfect project.
Thanks a lot.
All right, I'll catch up with you.
Down. I would walk that again when the
It's time to install our columns on our front porch. Now our columns are wood, round, tapered, and the first thing I did is I installed our solid PVC cap on top of our shingle base. Now we're ready to get the height for our column. To do that, I'm going to start with this base that they give us right here, set it on top of our base right here. Take the round base and sit it on top of our metal base. Take the post cap that's going to go up there, but I'm going to set it down here. Now I can measure the underside of the beam to the top of the cap is 51 3/4. That's the height of our column.
Make me feel real good.
Right, so now you can actually see how the round column is made. It's actually made with individual boards that are mitered to match the diameter of the circle. It's actually Western red cedar. It's finger jointed and primed on the inside. Now we just cut the bottom. We cut off that primed edge. Now we want to make sure that we re-prime that. All right, now we can start assembling our column. We'll start with the top piece. Now we'll attach the metal base.
My people just hanging down. A wiggle and a walk and a giggle and a talk loud.
To keep the rain from going inside the column, we're actually going to use this lead flashing right here. And make sure that it overhangs each side. And I just take it, bend it down.
Got a pretty face, a ponytail hanging down. A wiggle and a walk and a jiggle and a
should be able to slide it right in. Alright, position it on your lines up there. Alright, we're going to screws to put on that side and that side at the top, and 4 screws on the bottom. That will fasten our column. Only 7 more to do.
Tommy put down some beautiful hardwood floors here in the kitchen. You can see that they're already finished. But Catherine decided to cover some of it up. We're going to do that right here underneath the kitchen table. They're going to use a floor covering that was popular in the 19th century. It's called floor cloth. And Catherine, designer Amanda, and I headed up to Vermont to learn more about it. All right, guys. Welcome to Weathersfield, a little town in southeastern Vermont. It's also home to Lisa Mayer. She's got a workshop here, and she makes floor coverings that a lot of homes probably haven't seen for 150 years.
Hi, Lisa. Hi. Thanks for having us back. Great to see you again.
Hey, Lisa. Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
So this is the showroom workshop, huh? Beautiful. So I have to admit, this is sort of new to me. It's floor cloth. What are they exactly?
They go back to before the 1800s, but in the early 1800s. And
She take a race and put a face on the tail and then down. A wiggling walk and a giggling talk. Oh, maybe the world go round and round. Like a big eye, just make me act so fun. Make me spend my money. Make me feel real nice. Like a long like it is. Like I got.
See how they're made? See how durable they are? Oh, workshop.
So this is where we make everything before it gets painted.
Okay. What is the raw material here?
This is a heavyweight canvas, much heavier than artist grade canvas.
The paint's going on right here. What is this that you're putting down?
It's an enamel exterior marine grade paint. It's what you put on boats.
Oh, wow.
It's the reason that works so well is it stays very flexible. So it won't crack when we roll these to ship them, and if they move around on the floor, that can cause them to crack if you don't use very flexible paint. Then we cut it to size, and we hem it on a heavy-duty sewing machine. After we prime it and hem it, we sand it.
Sand the canvas?
We sand it to just take that tooth off, and then we put a base coat on, and then we sand it again.
So this is a real craft. I mean, this is labor intensive.
It takes a lot of time.
Yes.
So once the floor cloth is all prepped, it comes over here, and I start laying out the design and start painting it. And for each piece, I have a printout that I've generated, and it's made to scale.
That piece of paper to this canvas, everything's by hand.
Exactly. How's mine coming along? Yours is almost done. It's just waiting for its final coat of clear coat. Do you want to go see? Yeah. So here it is, all ready for its final coat of clear coat.
That was a big reveal. What do you think?
Oh, it's perfect. I really love it.
So, Amanda, you had a hand in designing this. What was the thought?
Right. Well, Catherine told me that her family's always had yellow kitchens, so we're not going to have yellow walls, but this is our yellow, bringing in the floor cloth, and then this just goes along with the whole design for the house. We're using updating. So this is something that the floor cloth was used during Victorian times, and we're updating the contemporary wide stripe pattern.
And Lisa, you say it needs what? Another coat? But in my eyes, that looks finished.
It has 2 coats already of a gloss finish, and then we get a 3rd coat of semi-gloss finish to dull it down a little bit and to give it that one extra coat of protection.
And so when that goes on, we can let it dry and then it can come down to the house?
Absolutely.
All right, excited for that. Thank you for the tour, teaching us what floor cloth is, and we're looking forward to having this back in the house.
Great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Tommy, these columns look fantastic.
Yeah, they do look good on top of these shingle piers with the tabor.
Really dresses up this porch. Now, porch is taking a lot of work here, right? I mean, but it is a signature part of this house.
It is a lot of work, and you're right. It is a new focal point of the house.
So what's going on now? Are you working on the railings?
Well, right. Now we have to put railings between all of these piers, and so I'm taking some measurements so I can fabricate everything inside.
Let's go look at that.
Now for the railings, we're actually going to use a traditional style with traditional material.
What do you got here?
Well, this is actually solid cedar. All right, so let's stand it up so we can put the subrail on top of each one of the balusters. Line up the top pieces with the marks that I placed on the side here. It's got to fit right in between here. Slide it right. Line there that's going to go just a little bit above that line. Now that line represents the height of a railing to meet building code right here at the top of the drop. So that's 36 inches. But if I measure here in the middle where the railing drops, we don't even come close to building code.
So this beautiful curve right here is actually hurting us now.
Right. Now we can put a piece of 2x here, but that would really ruin the look of the interior. So what I want to do is I want to take this cable right here, and we're going to stretch it across the top of the railing at the top of the drop, and that will give us our 36 inches to meet our control. Okay, now we'll just push it right in, and that'll lock into place. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to tighten up on these, and that will tighten up on the cable. Now we'll have to go in parallel. Keep it down below that, second course. Don't go in too fast. have a center mark to go on. All right, that's good. Now let's see if we can fit in the top one. On the other side, just slide it in. Below our cable. Center that right under the cable. All right, I'm good here.
I'm good here too.
All right, now all we have to do is screw this in place. 4 more to go.
Oh, I'll tell you what. First one, terrific.
Sure
Yeah,
does.
Tommy.
All right, thanks.
One of the first things our homeowners said they wanted in their backyard was a tree house. And that stopped me dead in my tracks. I love tree houses. In fact, this is a tree house I built in my own backyard for my kids. Tree houses take people, especially children, to a magical place.
Tree houses are amazing. Danny has an amazing tree house.
World. Today, tree houses are over-the-top expressions of juvenile fantasy. The most elaborate ones are not for kids anymore. Our plans, well, they're a little bit more modest. And today, we're going to start building. That means that my first stop is a trip to the home center to get some supplies. Catherine and Murat want the tree deck to be about 8 feet off the ground, so we'll give them that. And then, given the size and shape of this yard, we figured something rectangular would work, maybe 8 feet wide by 10 feet long. Hey, Catherine. Hey, Murat.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Tommy.
Hey, Kevin.
What crew you got going here, huh?
What are you guys doing? What are you doing?
Oh, just fashion statement, you know, kind of.
Yeah.
I wear for inspiration.
Yeah, beautiful. You know what?
Guys, what?
I'll take a nice smell.
We'll get you guys one.
Yeah, unbelievable.
All right, let's talk tree house here. We have got to get this thing secured to that tree. There's a couple things we need to think about.
Right. First thing is how important the bark is to the tree because it gets all the nutrients up to the tree and it allows it to grow. So we don't want to fasten any of our structure directly to the tree. We also have to make sure that we allow for the growth of the tree. Not only does it grow up, but it actually grows out. So we have to allow for that.
So the best thing we can do is make just a small penetration into the side of the tree, and we've got some specialty hardware here. We're picking up off the internet made for tree houses. So we'll actually lag that into the side of the tree.
Damn, girl.
And then the lumber is going to sit right on this plate, a couple beams, and we'll build off of that.
Right. First thing we need to do is drill a 3-inch hole to the size of this collar first. We're going to drill deep enough to be flush with the bark.
All right, so that's pretty good. Okay, so that hole is sufficient for the diameter of this collar right here. Now we have another smaller diameter for this section and even smaller still for the threaded part. So 2 more bits, 2 more holes. Yeah, that's it. All right, just knock it out. Reverse it. All right, you clean that out. Murat, why don't you help us get the bolt and go grab that and bring it up? All right, Murat, let's just thread that in by hand to get it started. Yep.
All right, good.
Ratchet. Now we've got the plate on already. That's key. Then we've got this nut at the end. All right, now give it a turn with that. Now we're setting it into the tree. All right, keep going as much as you can. Nice and level. Same idea, other side. All right, let's do it. All right, guys, so the main support for the deck is going to be 2 beams, and we're going to make them up out of 2x10s. We take 2 2x10s, we're going to glue them and nail them together. This one up on top, flip it over, it's clean. Lay it down. And then get your end and your sides all squared up. Edge is good. Yep.
All right, just lay it right on this plate. Mark the center, but let's see how it is balance-wise. Right about there. How's it feel? Good. Okay, now let me get one screw in it. Okay, so now if you want to give me that level, you can tack that right there. Now we get the other one. Good. Now we get your measurement in between and run a header.
So we've got the beam hanging on these bolts right here, and we've got all the joists laid on top of the beam. Those are supported. Now we just need to support this end of our frame here, Tommy.
Right. And to do that, we're actually going to use a piece of 4x6 pressure treated, and I've cut a notch at the top to go underneath this cross beam.
Yeah.
We've actually cut a slot in the bottom so that we can insert this bracket and through bolt it with a couple of 5/8 carriage bolts.
Right, we got this bracket from the same place on the internet that we got those bolts right there.
Yep.
Made specifically for this purpose.
Right. So now what we've done is we've actually jacked this up out of level just a little bit. Before we put this in, we want to put some tension on it. You ready?
Yeah.
Now let's build the tree. That's it. All right, now the idea of this is to not tighten this bolt down tight to the bracket. That allows for the tree to grow.
Where to go?
The other side.
So the deck is all pressure treated, the frame at least, and we thought that we'd make the railing system out of these small trees and branches. So imagine a big corner post right here. Rob will grab that. Yeah, right there. And Kathy can grab a small one like this guy. Sure. So corner posts, vision a top rail, and then the balusters.
Wow, that's going to be amazing.
All right, so let me show you what this is going to look like. Wow.
Kevin, you're a genius.
About that, but it is going to look cool.
Yeah.
Just set this up.
Oh, yeah,
that's going to look good. Cool, right?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, for next time, Tommy, we got to what? The deck down?
The deck down, and we're going to finish that rail.
Nice, nice. So, until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
I'm Catherine Beecher.
I'm Rodney Beecher.
And I'm Tom Silver.
It's Old Treehouse. Next time on This Old House.
How do you build a ladder for a treehouse? One step at a time.
The hidden parquet floors are being restored.
And how do you prepare 100-year-old shingles for paint?
Very carefully.
This section scraped and sanded. What's next?
It's time for priming deck.
That's next time on This Old House.
Today on This Old House,
how do you build a ladder for a treehouse? One step at a time.
The hidden parquet floors are being restored.
And how do you prepare 100-year-old shingles for paint?
Very carefully. looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, nice and easy. Everybody together.
Oh, yeah. Right lamp in the right place. Look, it's state-of-the-art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Last time we were here in the backyard, we built the frame for our tree house. Hey, Norm, how you doing? Can I borrow your ladder? And today, Tommy and Catherine are laying down the decking. Hey, guys.
Hey. Hey, Kevin.
So what's the plan?
Well, the plan is to lay the decking down. We're going to scribe it to the tree, leaving space for the tree to grow.
I was actually asking Catherine, Tommy. What's your plan? Are you going to throw in?
Apparently, I'm going to be sawing the boards.
Nice. And nailing it down, too, I hope. All right, I'll leave you guys to it.
All right.
Thanks.
So, Norm, you're throwing in with us, huh?
That's right.
Master carpenter working on the treehouse. Maybe some overkill?
No, well, the kids got to get up there, so we need a ladder. So I'll build the ladder.
What's your plan?
Well, I'm going to use these 2x6s, and I've calculated the height and roughly how far apart the tread's going to be. I'll route out a slot for each tread, a little bit of glue and some screws, and that'll hold it all together. What are you going to do?
I'm going to finish off the railing. So upright post, top rail, bottom rail, balancing.
Catch up with you later.
All right. Perfect.
All right.
All right, our first
One cut down.
All right, so there's one rough cut. But now we're going to make it even rougher. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to scribe that board to the tree.
Okay.
I'm just going to take my scribes and randomly set them apart. Now the key when I scribe across the tree, I want to make sure that I hold my scribes parallel with the board's joint.
Why is that?
Well, because if I go like this, I'm not going to get a true cut.
I see.
So I'm going to go like this, hold at the end, keep it parallel with the edge, come out, come around, go down, around.
Okay. But you're not going to be able to cut that profile with this saw.
No, we're going to use this saw right here, a jigsaw. All right, and you're going to cut also with that.
All right.
Turn the saw on by pushing that button.
Okay.
And you just follow the line. And again, we don't have to be too fussy.
Okay.
All right, look at that. Your first crooked cut.
Looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, let's see how it fits. Oh, look at that. Perfect.
Good.
So now what we need to do is pull it back, create a space for the tree to grow. All right, let's cut another one.
Great.
These posts are going to do most of the work for our railing system, so they got to be pretty beefy. We've got to notch out a corner so we get a good connection to the deck, and we're just going to leave the bark on.
Well, these two 12-foot 2x6s are going to be the stringers for the ladder. And they're going to set at a 20-degree angle and meet the platform at the top. And at the bottom, they're going to sit on a piece of stone. So the first thing I want to do is make a 20-degree cut on the bottom. Okay, now what I want to do is make a mark to the top of the first tread. So I'm going to hold my tape perpendicular to the cut I just made. And I'm going to mark just above 9 3/4. And draw a line again at 20 degrees.
How about them Cowboys?
All right, so that's the line for the top of the first tread. Now what I did to make the rabbiting a little bit easier is I made this jig. You can see there's two holes cut at the 20-degree angle. What I want to do is want to set the top edge right where my line is and clamp it in place. Now I'm going to use a router to make the rabbits. So I have a collar and I have a 1-inch diameter router bit. And I'm going to use that to make the rabbit. Now the reason that I made 2 pockets in this jig is so that I can use it also to index the location of all the threads. So now all I have to do is move it up to this position, make sure that's clear, take this little block, which is actually 3 pieces. One fits in the dado, one fits in the pocket for the router, and the other one just sits on the top. And as soon as I put that in place, this is not going to move, so I can just start routing again once I clamp it.
All right, we've gone as far as we can with the deck. I don't want to put the outside boards on until all the railing posts get put in. Now you've noticed that we haven't cut the length and they're pretty uneven. But what we're going to do is we're actually going to cut the length a little bit shorter, and we're actually going to cut a rustic edge so it goes with the deck.
Oh, neat.
All right.
Great. Well, let me go help Kevin.
All right. Thanks for your help.
Hey, Mauro. Looks like you got some good prep work going on, which you always tell us is the most important job. Yes. Painting the house. And boy, you got some old shingles to work with. These things are over 100 years old, right?
I would say 120 years old, Kevin.
So how are you going to deal with that?
Tough to work with, but I do have to take an extra care. Always in favor of the grain of the wood.
So going down with the grain.
Going down with the grain, always.
And I guess you got to work with them gently. You don't want these things falling out.
Exactly. Sometimes a couple of the shingles will just fall down.
How much of the paint are you actually trying to take off? Is it just the loose stuff, or are you trying to go down to bare wood?
Kevin, we're not going to go off the bare wood. I was going to take off the side of the loose, all the loose paint.
So some preparation there, and obviously old paint, so we're going to protect ourselves here. You got the suits on, we got the tarps down.
You got to follow up with the regulations.
All right, so I guess I should suit up, get a respirator, and I give you a hand.
That's a good idea. Now that this section is straight down, it's time to feather down the edge.
Feather the edge, okay. So you want to go a little further?
We're going to go across the way, just like we sand and straight, and remove all the leftovers from the edge.
So we're going from the scrapers to the sander.
Exactly. We're going to use the 80 grit sander.
So 80 grit paper is kind of a medium coarseness.
Exactly, medium coarse paper.
Nice vacuum.
Nice vacuum. Hooked up to my HEPA vac.
Okay, Mauro. This section scraped and sanded. What's next?
It's time for priming.
All right. So we can finish up with this and move on to the next one.
Let's do it.
Tommy, Mauro tells me that with all the prep work he's doing, the little shingle should paint up pretty nice, but you know what? It's nice to great new claps.
Oh, I love the look of the fresh paint job on a new clapboard, but he does have his work cut out on the rest of the side.
Although the Victorian colors are really nice.
I love the colors.
So, storm window going in, which wouldn't normally surprise me. In fact, all the other windows are old, but isn't this a brand new window right here?
Right, this is a new insulated window that tilts in for cleaning. It's a clad window, so you never have to paint the outside. It's very efficient. But remember, the rest of the windows are single glues. They're going to be weather strips, so they'll be tighter than they were, but they're not going to be as efficient as an insulated window. So to increase the efficiency of that, we're going to add storm windows to the entire house. Rod and Catherine want the same look over the new windows, so we're going to install storms on top of that. What that will do is really increase the efficiency of this window.
Good. Okay. So we got ourselves a little aluminum frame, triple track,
all built in one. So the first thing I need to do is caulk around both sides and across the top.
along the sides and the top, but not the bottom. Why?
Well, if the screen is open and it's rain could get into the screen, and at the bottom of the window, it'll actually create a dam, and the water won't run out.
So you want a little outlet down there.
Exactly. So now just take the window, center it in the opening, and just push it up to the underside of the casing.
You got it.
And help it screw it.
This is what it is.
Yep.
All right, Tommy, that's looking pretty good. And I know we got a lot more window work going on today, so we're gonna check out those.
Okay.
Sorry, thanks.
Pivot fearlessly.
This house originally had 40 window openings. The windows were
Nimble
originally
and pivot
120 years old.
easy.
Following the saga of their reconditioning ever since they got started. And Dave Greenwood, you were the guy who led us on this saga. Time to install. It's a big day.
Yeah, it's time to put the windows back. And what we're going to do is we're going to install the frames all prepped, ready to go. We have ones pushing on each side, and that makes the window tighter. And we have the windows here, we have the weather strip on the windows, and we're ready to install.
All right. That thing looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, they come.
You got new stash ropes that are already in the pocket.
All the stash ropes. What we're going to do is we're just going to shoot the stash ropes to the side, yeah. So they don't
Stapler there?
with a staple, so they don't come loose down the road. Same thing here.
Just a couple staples.
Yeah, we put like one or two staples in to hold it in place. And then it's ready to be installed. What we do is we put the bottom.
That's not going to rattle at all. That's a good.
Potting separates the two sashes so they don't hit each other.
You got rid of all the old ones, right? So this is
All the old potting beavers, in cracked and split.
What's this material?
This is all potting beaver.
There you go. Higher. Couple of finish nails that hold it in place.
Hold it right in place.
Same process, right?
Same exact process. Nothing changed.
It's nice and smooth, nice and tight in the opening too, right?
Yeah, the slide's perfect. Now the biggest thing is the meeting wheels line up perfect, so we put the lock on. They both agree.
Stops.
Stop's very important because if you put it too tight, then the window's not going to go up and down. It's going to stick. If you put it too far out, you're going to have too much room. It's going to be so you got to be pretty much precise.
They get it just the right spot and then they screw it in.
No, I'm going to check it in. Check the size and screw it up.
What do we get for hardware?
These are reproduction hardware. Brass hardware, very good.
Solid brass made to look old.
Solid brass made to look old.
Like? Awesome. All right, one beautifully reconditioned window installed, 39 to go. They sure did. It's a huge difference on this house. All right, thanks, Dave.
Bye-bye.
Hey, Tommy. Hey, I just saw the new windows come back. Actually, the old windows reconditioned. recognition. Oh man, they look fantastic.
They are excited to see those.
The homeowner would be even more excited.
Right.
Making it beautiful. What have you got going here? Wow.
Well, this is actually a trellis, and I'm just finishing it up right now. I'm just trying to ease over this edge to dress it up a little.
Did you make this?
I did. It's actually going to sit on this wall right here. Now, this wall, actually, you see it facing the street.
The back side of the mud room. Can't really put anything on it, right? We got a crawl space back here. We got that right there.
It's going to dress it up nice. But what I really like about it, once the plant grows around it, you'll never have to worry about it rotting. I made it out of solid PVC.
Nice. All right. So ready to go in or something more to do?
I just want to finish up easing this edge, drill a couple more holes.
Or you finish that, I'll give you a hand putting it in.
Okay.
He decided she was being fucking.
Right in there. Now I got a couple of marks in height and location All right, so there you go. Now tomorrow, if you can clean that up and get it painted, I think it's going to look pretty nice.
You know what? Already looks pretty nice. Sweet.
Yeah.
All right, so where are we going from here?
Well, we have some more finishing touches in the front lawn.
Tommy, finished details outside and inside as well.
Oh yeah, well the homeowners and the architect definitely wanted to make a statement when you walked in that front door.
So we've got some wainscoting going up in the entryway. We didn't have any wainscoting in this house, did we?
We didn't have any wainscoting.
So where does the inspiration come from for what we're putting up?
Well, the inspiration actually comes from this door right here. If you look at the panel on the door and the molding around it.
Yeah.
So we actually picked up that design, and this molding right here is part of the molding that went into
I can't remember the
small
owner
face
of the
molding
house.
upstairs. We've also done around this door.
So as we get the profile, I'm seeing equal squares here on the wall. I'm seeing sort of a rectangle square mix. Is that your design? The architect? Who came up with that?
Well, the architect came up with the design, and I had to modify it just a little bit.
How so?
Well, the reason I wanted to modify it is I didn't want it to stick out beyond the wall as far as the architect had designed. He had 3/4 of an inch thick panel first, and then 3/4 of an inch stiles and rails. All right, if I had done that, that means that the whole wall would have been out about another 1/2 inch. So if I'd done it that way, see how far out that baseboard would have stuck? I don't want that.
No, I mean, we've got existing baseboard, which leads right into the skirt board. We've also got existing casings.
Right. And I didn't want to do all that work.
Okay. So we can easily modify the stiles and rails of the panel. We'll just go from 3/4 stock down to 1/2 inch at the end.
Right. So let me show you. If I use 3/4 of an inch stiles and rails, and the molding has 3/4 of an inch, see how the profile is? It's nice. That's the way it should be. When you shrink it down and you take 1/2 inch, you put the 3/4 of an inch molding up to it, it's too proud. So I had to modify the molding also.
So how do you modify the thing?
Well, it's real easy. First of all, you have to remember that I had a knife made to duplicate this mold. Now all I do is cut the molding on my machine a little different. All right, let me show you the knives that I made to match our old moldings exactly. Large base molding and our panel molding. Okay. Now, when I run these moldings through the machine, I actually have to make a guide or sled for the pieces of wood to run through and get under the knife exactly. Now, the problem is this one sits fine, and this one, if I cut it, it's going to end up with a piece that is too thin, like that.
You want it thin there, right? I mean, you're trying to take a little bit of that thickness out of it.
Right, but look what happens. I actually lose some of the profile right here on the top end because I have to cut so deep.
So this little edge right here is already thin. You make everything thinner, it just goes away.
It goes away. So what I have to do is I just want to take more out of the front edge, leaving the profile the same.
Basically just cutting it on double.
Right. To do that, I cut this piece right here. This is actually a wedge, and I insert this right on the flat surface, tipping the molding. So when it cuts, I end up with the profile to match, but it's thinner.
Very clever, and that's going to work.
It Sure is.
All right, so you ready to run that?
I sure am. Get the cover on and we'll get it running. All right, let's put our frames together.
Wow, that is great. Looks terrific.
Yeah, looks good. All right, we have one more thing to do with the entryway. All right, now remember, we took down this wall right here and a wall with a door in it that had an airlock when you entered into the house. So what we have to do is finish off patching in this parquet floor. We've peeled this back and we made the two level, so we can now make up some more squares and continue the patch. All right, now remember upstairs when we tore up that wood floor, I said save it, may need it? This is some of it right here. First thing I want to do is I want to rip and clean up one edge because this is what we're going to make our parquet squares on. Once I clean up that edge, I'll spin it around and clean up the other edge and cut it the side. All right, so we've cut our pieces to width and length. Now what we're going to do is make up each panel. Just lay it in this little jig like that, all tight together. I'm not going to glue them together. I'm actually going to tape them together, so it'll be like a little mat. Boy, I can't imagine doing a big room like this, but for a small patch, I think this is just fine. Yeah, very.
Alright, so we're not going to get full ones in here.
No. Next thing we're going to do is I'm going to cut them diagonal. Fit the pieces in. Once we get those pieces fit, we'll have to take a straight strip and run right across here for the transition. All right, there you go.
That was a good looking patch right there, Tommy.
Yeah, once that glue dries, you can sand it. It's going to look like it was always there.
All right. So, what do you got coming up for next week?
We're going to install the kitchen cabinets.
Nice. And we're going to reveal that treehouse to the kids for the first time. Great. All right, so until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
And I'm Tom Silver.
For this old house. All right. Hey, how'd you manage to get glue on my shoulder?
Oh, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, sure.
Next time on This Old House.
Wow, Roger, this is absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much.
We'll see the progress on our project house.
And old bathroom fixtures come new again.
And it's cabinet time in the kitchen.
And check this out. You drag a hose out here and screw it into this fixture. On a hot summer day, turn this lever. And you got yourself your own little water park, huh?
That is fantastic. What a great idea.
That's next time on This Old House. Today on This Old House.
Wow, Roger, this is absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much.
We'll see the progress on our project house.
And old bathroom fixtures come new again.
And it's cabinet time in the kitchen. Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me?
Is this place really worth saving?
We can do better than that.
Time to get to work. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Everybody together. Oh, yeah. Right clamp in the right place. Good. It's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Hi there. I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House. Have a look at this paint job. Now that we've got the Victorian put back onto our house, we've got some really bold colors making the space. And we're going to have our front yard that can come back as well. You know, for the past 6 months or so, this has been a job site. We've had tons of people and equipment trampling everything. But today, Roger's working with Catherine and Jen Nawada to bring it all back. Hey, guys.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
So, Roger, what's the plan?
But you have to remember that 6 months ago when I got here, there was a whole bunch of nice plants in the front of your house. But I knew Tommy was going to put on a really nice porch in the front. They all had to come out. So we dug them all up, transplanted them at our nursery, watered them, healed them in, took good care of them for the summer.
That's pretty good. Saving some plants, right?
Yeah, that's right. But you had mentioned that some of them might not transplant well, but they all survived?
I was right. And there were two that were nice plants but didn't make it. The rest of them are going in now and it really looks good.
All right, so you guys are going to be working in this front yard today. You're not going to let the rain slow you down at all? Captain, you ready to do some work?
I am.
All right, well, while you guys are doing that, I'm going to go inside and check on the progress in there, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you guys...
Now, you remember when we came in, we took out all the plants. The biggest project involved was this flowering dogwood.
Right.
So we reloaded the tree onto a trailer with a bobcat, drove it up here. We dug a really big hole. It's 4 feet wide by 18 inches deep, and that was the right height for the plant. We set it in place.
So why was the roof fall so big?
We actually use a formula where we measure for every inch of trunk, there's 10 inches of fall. So this worked out to have a 3-foot fall on it. And that gives us the greatest chance of successful survival of this tree. Now you notice that light area on the trunk, that's where we took 4 to 6 inches of material that was piled on top of it that shouldn't have been. We scraped that all off. We have the tree at the proper height now. It's going to grow and flower and be an absolutely beautiful specimen in your front yard.
So why did you put it over here?
Well, I wanted to screen the neighbor a little bit, but more importantly, I wanted to be able to see those flowers from your new porch.
Oh, that'll look wonderful.
Now, we were able to save a dozen plants, and they really fill in the front nicely.
And are these my sickly hollies from the back?
They are. They look a little better already if they get out in the sun.
Yeah.
Next year, they'll be beautiful.
Yeah, great.
One plant left to go, and that's this hydrangea. If you help me widen out this hole a little bit, we'll get that planted. I'm just going to cut this open. Get the string, get it off the burlap. See the old burlap from the summer, the wood chips we had.
It's falling right off.
With all the roots on it, it's perfect. So now we're just going to set it in place. Now you look, you can see that this is slightly higher than the existing ground level. That's what plants love to be planted high. They can grow that way, the roots can get oxygen. If you plant them too low, they can get soggy and wet. They don't like to grow. Now the one other thing we got to do is we got to plant the face of the walkway. That means turning the best side. Here we got the nice tall in the back. Okay, so this is the way we're going to plant this. You come over here. I'm going to put some fertilizer with the soil.
Okay.
Mix it together and put it right around the plant.
And how often do we need to water it?
You're going to water everything once a week, right up until the time the ground freezes. Well, it looks pretty good for reusing shrubs.
Yeah, I really can't believe this is my same yard.
It came out great. Now I'm going to work on the front walk, but I want you to go out back and give Jen a hand.
Sure. All right. See you later. Hey, Jen, I thought I'd give you a little help.
Oh, great. How's it going?
Good. It's looking really beautiful back here.
I'm really happy about how everything looks. I mean, we got the natural stepping stones in going around the tree, so you have full access. We have our vinca, our ground cover going, so hopefully that'll travel over well if you keep it watered.
Okay.
And then we have our seeded boulder garden over there.
Yeah.
So your kids, I hope, will love the beautiful and sit out there.
They will.
And behind it, we have stilbees and hostas and ferns, and these are all shade tolerant plants. You're gonna have foliage color and you're gonna have flower color. So yeah, and then coming over here, we're gonna put at the end of the garage, this is clethra, which is also called summer sweet, and that will be great in sun or shade.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So do you want to help me plant this vinca?
Sure, yeah.
We're gonna plant all of these 1 gallon pots about a foot apart from each other.
Okay.
So this is again vinca, and it's an evergreen ground cover, super hardy to New England. It'll flower purple for you in May, and then sometimes reblooms in the fall.
Okay.
So pick a pot, right? Figure out where your shovel's gonna go, and dig a hole to the depth about this pot.
I see. All right.
And then you want to score the roots. This will release the roots so it can spread out into the soil.
Jen, will these spread out?
These are all going to create one green carpet, and they're very durable. So if you happen to walk on it, it's totally fine.
Okay. And about how many seasons will that take?
It'll take a couple years.
So what do I do to take care of these?
We just need to get some mulch on them, and for the next 3 or 4 weeks, water them about 3 times a week.
Okay, great. Well, I'll come back and help you with the mulch later, but I'm going to go see what Roger did.
All right, let's see what I can get done.
Wow, Roger, this is absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. Looks like you made a lot of progress.
We have put in this stone block. You can see it's all random color. I love to have a mix of different flavors.
Yeah, I see some orange and some purple. It looks antique.
But the most important when doing the walk is to dig down, get a good base material underneath it. We dug down a foot here. We put in gravel almost up to finished grade. And then we set the blue stone in Portland cement and stone dust mixed together.
Okay. And I noticed it has a pretty big pitch.
It does, but it had an even bigger pitch before we started. We put in a piece of granite as a riser. So we took 6.5 inches off the pitch so you don't have a sleigh ride when you come out the front door.
Well, it's really looking beautiful. It makes such a difference at the front of the house. Can I try it out?
Sure, go ahead.
Great, thanks. See you later.
One of the major projects at our house is to open up the entry hall. Now, Tommy removed the wall which revealed the main staircase. Now he has to make it safe. And that means a railing system with 2 new rule posts at the cars to match the original. So that brings us to Georgetown, Massachusetts, and the workshop of housewife Matt Diana. Hey, Matt.
Hey, Norm, how you doing?
Great. So tell me about this project.
Well, we've been asked to reproduce the carvings for the new post at the Belmont House. We received the new post already turned to match the existing new post. So what we're doing is matching the existing carvings. Right now we're in the process of doing that. If you want to come have a look.
I want to see that.
All right.
Shop, this is a classic.
Thank you. So here's our new post. Small one's all done, and we're just finishing up the big one.
This long leaf southern pine, this reclaimed material, it's beautiful. It matches what's originally at the house. Carvings, flower up here at the top, and then these leaf designs down here at the bottom. So you have a photograph. Looks like you made a perfect match. But you can't do that from just a photograph. It's a whole process, right?
Well, that's right. We have to make a template first. What we have here, this is the template for the lower carving. The first thing to do is to take a piece of paper, trace paper, and tape it on the renewal post. And take a sharper pencil, rub the whole thing down. And what that's going to do is bring out the design of the carving.
Right, so I see part of the carving, but there's a lot of other things going on.
That's right. A lot of wood grain comes through and any scratches. So what we want to do is get a cleaner copy. How we're going to do that is we're going to make our own carbon copy. Again, take the charcoal, back of the paper, grab a new piece of paper, lay it on top, and trace out the carbon.
So you're making your own carbon.
Right. What that does is
much clearer.
Transfers the design.
Right. You see, you transferred the whole thing onto this piece.
Yep. And essentially, to get this on the wood, we're going to do the same exact thing. Flip it over, full of charcoal, lay it on the post. That gives you a perfect match.
It works well. You can see it quite clearly.
Yep.
So then you're ready to start carving, right?
Not just yet. Carving, it can be a one-shot deal, so it's good to do a few practice runs. You can take a board of similar material and try out different chisels, different techniques, just to make sure we have this going to work.
Right, so here you've laid out carving flour and practiced on that, and I see you have a whole series of carving tools, which is really necessary for all the different details.
Exactly.
And here's the large new post that's going to go to the bottom of the stair. Carve the flowers at the top here. What do you got left?
Well, we just got a little bit left on this lower carving. So, for this carving, we used a narrow gouge, and what this just matches the profile of what's already there. And what we're going to do is take our mallet, get right into it. Just line it up, and just follow the line.
So, the southern yellow pine is really hard to carve. It's difficult.
It is difficult. The biggest challenge is the difference in the density of the wood. The darker wood is really dense, the lighter wood is really soft. So as you're going through it, you see these inconsistencies, and it's key to be really steady. It's okay if you go a little light, you can always go back.
Some of the carving is with the grain, and some of it's against the grain. You really need sharp tools.
That's right. For this carving, I carved it probably 3 times through the whole thing. step one. There it is.
That's it. Wow, you make it look easy.
Thank you. It's something we love doing. I love the challenge of it and trying to reproduce something that original craftsman did.
You have a great skill set.
Thank you. Hope you see it. Whoa, Sonny, look at you in a sea of cabins. Obviously, you've taken delivery.
Yeah, I got a lot of cabinets and I've got no place to put them, but
So what's the general layout of our kitchen here?
well, here's the plan showing you the cabinets. If you look right there on that wall, that's where the oven or the range is going to go with the hood. Over here is the bay window. That's where the kitchen sink's going to go. And if you look at the one in the corner right here, this is this corner right here, the in-wall oven that will go right here.
Oh, wow. So the oven's actually raised up. All right. So you're going to start with the bottoms, the tops?
I'm actually going to start with the bottom. And if you look, I actually drew a line right here. And that's a level line that runs around the room to set the top of my cabinet. Now, if you look at that cabinet right there by the corner there, you can see the top of the cabinet is even with the line. But when I come around the corner, you can see that the cabinet is down right here.
You've got to shim that cabinet up.
Exactly. And now, when you step over here and you look, now the cabinets are 34.5 inches off the floor. But if I measure up right here, I'm 36.5 inches.
So this floor dips just about 2 inches this way.
Exactly.
So you shim it up.
Right. So what I did is I actually put a shim right here, making the top of the shim level, and I made the distance of the top of the shim to the line 34.5 inches. All right. I also put another shim out here, making that level from front to back.
Which one do you start with?
Let's start with the upper cabinet. All right, now let's pick it up, put it on the front one. Now what we want to do is push the bottom back in also, but lean the front cabinet out a little bit so we don't jam your hand. Okay, in there. Good.
Against the wall.
All right.
Got a couple of these, so.
Yeah, I got a line on the inside to reference from.
Did you see that?
Back to me about a quarter of an inch, right there. Hold it right there. All right, now I want to get it level and check it. All right, check it this way. All right, cut's gonna come out just a little bit. Let's see how it is. Maybe that way. All right, let me get a shim at the top, push it out. Yeah, it's my first day, you know. Another screw on the side. There, right there. Cabinet to the right. Just like that. Alright, now what I like to do is take the next cabinet and put it beside it and screw them together before we fasten it to the big one.
Is that this one here?
Yep. Ready? Yeah. Alright, now push it right in. Okay, now let me show you why I like to screw them together before I install them to the wall. I push the cabinets tight to the wall. See the gap right here? Alright, and the cabinets are straight along the back, tight to the wall, but they're not straight on the front edge right here. Exactly. So if we pull the cabinet back out, make the cabinets tight, now we have a straight front. So let's pull this drawer out of the way. Open up this door. Now we want to make the front of the cabinet right here, this space, flush each other. Just go there. Get a screw in there. Alright, I want to make sure it's even all the way. Now, a couple in the back, just want to keep that nice and tight. Alright, now we can see the cabinets are nice and tight. Alright, now what I want to do is I want to look at this gap right here, from the cabinet to the oven cabinet. I want to close that gap. So you keep that end of the cabinet tight to the wall. I'm going to pull mine out just a little bit. There. Now nice and tight, parallel. The cabinets are nice and square. That cabinet. Now we're going to turn the corner a little bit.
How close over the thumb?
A little more down that way, just a little. We're going to line on this side we're going to bring it to. It's good. Now just check it with a level. Screw it in place.
Ooh, that's right on. Nice. How much longer do you need to set all of the cabinets in the kitchen?
Well, it's quite a bit of cabinets here. I got about 2 or 3 more days.
Second, see the first one go in.
All right,
Thanks,
thanks for your help.
We've got more finishing touches going into the mudroom as well. Now, you may recall weeks ago, Norm took out an original marble sink from the house. It was pretty dirty, but otherwise it was in great shape. So Roberto actually took that sink, he put a cleaning agent on it, buffed it all up, he even recut it so that it fit properly in his new home. And Roberto, now that it is here, back on site, I gotta say it looks beautiful. That's a nice job.
It does, isn't it?
Is it hard to do? Is it something a lot of
Fuck.
people should be thinking about?
Actually, Kevin, it's a good question. It's so easy. There's a lot of people doing that now in Boston and Cambridge area. Top decks, vanity kitchens. It's so easy.
So the lesson is, if you have a beautiful marble piece like this, do not throw it out. It looks like.
No way.
Okay.
Reuse it.
That's good. So the sink maybe, everything else in this little powder room is new. You can see we've got the plaster up, and behind these walls, we actually installed a soundproofing. It's right next to the kitchen, so we want to deaden noise in here. And all the other plumbing fixtures are brand new. That means we are
Oh, so if you get your huge shit, you don't interrupt the person cooking. Just a monstrous one. It's like, man, I'm glad we sound dead low.
Wow, that really gives you a good sense of how beautiful that's going to be when everything is hooked up. Now, we've got one other major restoration.
Oh, that might be two things. One, my grandparents, I forgot, but this would be a big thing. I don't know why Orange Bowl doesn't do this. They have these plastic, my parents had plastic orange you could buy with the straw, and you just put orange juice in it and drink it like you're drinking orange. You feel so fancy. At least as a child. And then the other thing was, somehow, some way, somebody, no offense to this good poor girl, she, I'll say, I won't say her name. This girl in my class, in grade school, somebody accidentally walked in on her and installed one of the girls and ended up telling the boys what she saw. She said she saw the girl going just like really red faced, like taking like a monster shit or piss or something in the toilet, and was like scarred by the situation. But yeah, I won't say the girl's name. Really? She used to pick her nose and eat it. I think it was fucking flu, and she always had tape on her. And she had, I'll even say this girl had a lot of potential to be really hot. Really, I think so. Now she also ended up being a dog. But she, I'm not gonna say she was hot. She definitely wasn't hot, but she could be potentially one.
That is a beauty, Dave. I can't wait to see this thing connected and operational. Nice job.
Please, one more.
Busy in your backyard.
Yes, putting a little mulch down.
What do you think of Gender Water's design?
You got a dog?
Yeah. Well, looks like you've been busy too.
Yeah, we have. Over the last week, we've made some good progress on my favorite project, the treehouse. You can see that we got some stain on it. We added some decorative skirting all the way around the perimeter, and up top we've got a couple surprises. We've got a telescope in one corner and a hammock chair in another corner. And then check this out. Drag a hose out here and screw it into this fixture. On a hot summer day, turn this lever,
And you got yourself your own little water park, huh?
That is fantastic. What a great idea.
We'll see if you still love it when your kids are all covered in mud. All right, so the last thing we need to do is actually put up this rope light. Want to give me a hand? Sure. Go grab that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's a
So
terrible
we've got it
idea.
secured down into the ground. Tommy actually helped us get it in there nice and deep.
Okay.
We've got some hooks up here to make sure that we hold the weight of the kids. Let's see. That is the rope ladder that they can use to pull up and down. And everything is done except for one thing.
What's that?
You know what the kids think?
Yeah, let's call them in.
Let's get them.
Hey kids, here's your shitty treehouse.
Okay, guys.
We're gonna have a room. I'd be scared of that. There is.
I see a ship. I see the pirate ship. And there's a rope ladder right over there.
That part doesn't make sense. Oh, there's a gate. Okay, that's cool. I like the gate.
All right, guys, hope you like it.
Gates are really good. I like it a lot more now.
Carpentry help from Norm and Tom. The plumbers help with the telescope. The painters and the electricians even threw in with some lights. The work on the treehouse is done, but we still have a lot of finished work to do inside. And we're going to get to that next time. So until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
We are at the beachers.
This old house. Yes.
They should just have a fucking show, just tree
Next
houses.
time on This Old House.
Hey, we're pimping your tree
Lines
house.
start going up, that means the project is winding down. Rock, Captain, you guys getting excited?
Yes, we are. Wood is warm. Stone is cool. The countertops are going in today.
We're going to install a couple of columns to separate the kitchen from the mudroom.
What is the story with this color?
Well, this is a magnetic primer, Captain. Then it can stick magnet to it just like the refrigerator.
That's next time on This Old House.
Today in This Old House, the curtains and the blinds start going up. That means that the project is winding down. Rock, Captain, you guys getting excited?
Yes, we are. Wood is warm. Stone is cool.
Hey,
Countertops
shoot it.
are going in today.
We're going to install a couple of columns to separate the kitchen from the mudroom.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me?
Is this place really worth saving?
We can do better than this.
Time to get to work. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Everybody together. Oh, yeah.
The right plant in the right place.
Good.
It's state of the art. Perfectly square.
All in all, a good day's work.
A cool transformation is happening here at our Belmont Victoria. Hi, I'm Norm Abram. Welcome back to This Old House. Now, as we reach the finish line here, it's all about the final touches coming together. Hey, Mark? Now, here at the front of the house on the first floor is the living room. And the homeowners wanted a fireplace. There was nothing here when we started. So a wall was built out, we have this gas unit here, and it's surrounded by this nice big surround. It's perfect for a living room. Now, to separate the living room from the dining room, these walls were built here with these columns on each side. A very formal dining room. Wainscoting around the bottom, nice pianos with moldings, dark blue paint on the walls, and crown molding all the way around. Now, when we started the project, there was a fireplace here, but it was surrounded with brick. Brick was removed, and again, another salvage mantle was set in place. There's a little more masonry work to do, but we're getting there. Now, in the kitchen, the new cabinets and the appliances have been installed. And today, our kitchen designer, Linda Cloutier, is here to oversee the countertop installation. What do you think?
I think it came out beautiful. We have our full overlay doors that we looked at in the showroom, and then we're going to be putting on the repurposed VIN posts that Catherine had selected.
Right. With the knobs for the doors.
That's right.
And once the granite is installed, we'll be putting on this beautiful tile for the backsplash.
Oh, that's gonna be great.
I'll give you some
Now,
black splash,
go
girl.
all the way around the kitchen, even into the bay window.
It is.
That's gonna look good.
And over here, we're going to have a farm style sink made out of granite, same as the countertops.
So wait a minute, we were at the show and I remember looking at the granite, but I thought you were just gonna get a drop-in farmer's sink. You're making the sink out of granite.
We are. It's inspired by the soapstone sink that's originally the house.
Okay, so that explains this extra support that's been added. That sink is heavy.
That's right. It's going to be 140 pounds. And here it comes.
Hi, Aaron. How you doing? So what do you think?
That is beautiful.
Yep, right. This is not beautiful. That looks great. Sink like this.
Well, we come in, we pre-measure it first. We dimensionize the shop, cut everything to those dimensions. We grind the bottom down so it's nice pinch and everything closes in, drains down nice. Epoxy all the sides, front and back on together. Once the epoxy is cured, finish everything off by sanding it down flat and giving it a nice home finish on top.
And so is the countertop going to go over the sink a bit?
Yes, it'll overhang about 1/4 inch. We'll drop it on top, lay it down flat, slide it in place.
Coriander will be big.
And that piece is for the island, the marble. It is.
Oh, look at this piece of stone. This is beautiful. Look at the painting, and I don't think I've ever seen a piece of marble that looks like this.
This is Calicut Europa. We've looked high and low for a special piece for this island, and it matches the theme.
It is special, and it does complement very nicely. But the homeowner's going to be careful with this because this can scratch anything very easily. So, Aaron, the dry fit is done. What are the final steps?
Well, now we just glue the pieces down in place, and we shim the seam, that's some flat, fill the seam, clean it all up, call it a day.
All right. Well, nice job. Looks great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
West Side Gangsta, West Side. Look at the movie bear. The movie bear be right there.
Right next to the new kitchen is the former location of the old kitchen. Now it's going to have a new purpose. This area is going to be an eating area. And over on the other side, it's really going to be an extension of the mudroom addition. And Tom, it looks like you built a big box right in the middle.
Yeah, it's a little room divider for these two different spaces. And on this side, we've built some bookcases. On this side, we have a bunch of cubbies. And it's really a place that when you come in at night, you want to throw your keys somewhere, put your hat or boots in the cubbies, a place to put your coat. Just a great room divider.
Right, it has a beautiful top. It's been a while since I've seen nice walnut.
I love walnut. I like working with it. It's a beautiful wood. These are all solid 1x8. I glued and floating tenons in all the joints, so it's not going to open up.
All right, what's next?
Well, I got to fasten the top, route an edge on it. I'm going to put a column on this edge down from that beam, and another one over here.
I need him?
I sure do. Perfect time. That's it. Route it.
I'll get the router.
That looks good.
Nice detail.
Nice detail. All right, want to get these columns in?
Yeah, let's get it done.
Good.
Here at the center of the top, which is right here.
Center of the beam. See how it lines up down below.
All That's got to stick in. Has a really sharp point. Let down another inch.
All right.
All right, let me stabilize it. Tape. So that's within a 16th, Tommy, as far as this way.
Good.
The other way, you got to go back. That's perfect right there.
Okay, let me mark this up here. Okay, that's the center of the home up here.
So these are the decorative pieces that are going to go at the bottom and the top of the column. The first thing you want to do is install this small square block at the bottom. Okay, now we can take a measurement to double check the length of the column. 4.5.
That's it. Great. All right, now we're going to screw the caps on the top. Starting with this one right here. Eighth of an inch. Base on. Screw that now.
Bring it around just a little bit. Good.
Well, good. Okay. Ready? Good. There you go. Nice and straight. That's fit.
That's it, right there.
All right. That's great. All right, I'll put a couple of screws in here, and then we'll screw the bottom, and then do that one.
Nice way to divide the space.
Sure is.
We've had plenty of progress down here in the basement. I love seeing this. Insulation completely around the foundation. Keep the heat that we make inside the building. Now, you might remember this basement used to be filled with pipes everywhere. Abe and his crew made those pipes disappear. Used to bang your head like crazy down here. The only pipes you're going to notice now might be these pipes. Tommy's put them everywhere to hold this whole
Fuck
thing up.
was that?
We do have a few pipes here. We have hot and cold water piping. Comes down to a perfect manifold right here. Blue for cold, red for hot. Perfectly labeled. Shut up, just as it should be. The alcohol's over here.
This bitch can get it.
You might remember that this building is going to be crisply heated and cooled by a cold weather heat pump. And here's one of them that's down here on the first floor. The top section's got a blower, a really smart blower, that puts just the right amount of air out to our small 2-inch flexible outlets. Now, the air is drawn across a refrigeration coil right here that's connected to a cold weather heat pump compressor condenser outside. Now, using refrigerant, we're either going to find heat outside, bring it into the building to heat the air, or in the summer, we're going to find heat inside the air, dump it outside and heat cold. Now, as a backup to that heat pump, or if the heat pump ever failed or got really, really cold, we have added a secondary coil here. just imagine an automobile radiator right here where air blows across it, but it gets its heat through these lines right here that go back to the boiler. Now this boiler used to be over here. It was covered with pipes everywhere. We cleaned it all up and we reused it because this boiler would only be acting as a second stage for the heat pump and to make some hot water. So here's the boiler. The water will leave out to our different zones right here. So this goes out to different air handlers. And we see one of these goes right here to make hot water. This is a tank that's filled with potable water, has a coil inside it. It needs to be heated. The boiler comes on, comes through, there's water through the heat of the tank. If you look at this, there's hardly anything that's been conventionally solder connected using a torch and solder. Copper connections, you can see right here, inside the fitting, there's really an O-ring with a neoprene gasket. And the copper pipe goes right inside with a special tool. This will clamp that thing tight. Now look at this gray piping right here. This is an interesting pipe that we haven't used before. It's got polyethylene or PEX on the inside, and it has an outer coating of aluminum with another coating on the outside. So what we do is we strip it. Here's the shavings that come off it with a special tool, and that exposes just the PEX. And then this fitting goes right on top. Another special tool clamps it tight. That'll never leave. Now we have 3 air handlers in the building. One here, one on the second floor, one on the third floor. We send the water up through using super efficient pumps. You can see right here, this is called an ECM pump. Much more efficient than conventional. This one uses about 43 watts. And a conventional one might use more than 100. So that's about 50 to 60% savings. Now this one goes to the third floor. So there are 3 of these air handlers in the building. One you saw in the basement, one above us talking to us in the third floor. Here in the main wall, Tommy's cut this wall open. It's made a perfect little access panel for us to get to this air handler. This is the second floor. You can see the connections for backup heating, refrigeration connections. And then you can see that comes off of the supply trunk with small attenuators that go inside. What I also love is that this whole heating system goes inside the inside space. Not I'm going to call that. And these connections go to the attenuating outlet. Now, unlike the conventional system, this system works by aspiration, which means a stream of air that goes out of the outlet that makes the rest of the air blend together. So you have more than 2 degree temperature side to side, top to bottom. That means that outlet can come out of the ceiling, on the high sidewall, or on the floor. Now, if you come out of the floor, you can paint them to match what the floor finish is. They also provide some screens right here so the kids' dinosaurs don't go in.
Hey, Mauro.
Yeah,
Painting continues, huh? Not expecting an accent roll. What's the story with this?
Oh, this is a magnetic primer, and I have a sample that I can show you. This is one of the looking next to
What a fucking throwing catch. That was definitely a catch. And it was beautiful.
So you can actually supply the magnet. It's almost more like a metal piece, right?
This is a pen. Take a look at it.
That guy's a clean helmet.
Really heavy. Yeah.
Like 40 pounds. What is in this?
Oh, it's all about the iron. It's full of iron inside this pen.
So they literally put like iron filings into the paint.
That's it.
That is unbelievable. All right, so in terms of working with it, 1 coat, 2 minutes.
Well, we're gonna do 3 coats.
3 coats.
That's 30 minutes between coats.
Have at it. I don't want to slow you up. Wet to wet situations?
Yes.
All right. So how long does each coat have to dry?
Well, we'll wait about 30 minutes.
First coat, then 30 minutes. Second coat, 30 minutes, so forth and so on.
Third coat for 30 minutes, yes. And the strictly should work with this and that. Good result is constantly having to fix it.
And keep those bits of iron around that paint.
Even if it's in a tray, you have to keep mixing it.
Okay.
This will get you good results at the end.
And so when all 3 coats have set up, how long do we have to keep this color? Or can we go over with regular
We can go over with any top color that you want.
When can we do that?
We can do that after 12 hours. That's the minimum time for this stuff to dry. And in this case, we're going to use the same colors as you see in the rest of the kitchen.
Everyone's there until we see the kids' homework up there.
That's it.
All right, Mara, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
The rest of the house, you can see that the paint is up and pretty much finished, and that means it's time for our designer, Amanda Jade, to come back. Hey, Amanda, how are you?
All right.
Hi, Kevin. How are you?
Good, thanks. So what is your plan of attack for today?
So today we are doing window treatments. And in the living room and dining room, we wanted a formal look. So we're doing drapery. And they're full-length panels.
So in terms of sort of hanging them, you guys are in the process right now of doing that. What's your thought?
Well, I like to hang that rod as high up as possible to make the windows look taller. Here we already have fairly tall windows, so it doesn't matter as much. But if your windows are low, I still like to hang the rod up high.
So if this head casing right here were, say, down a little bit lower, you'd still put the bar that high up?
Yes, exactly. And then as far as the length, I like them to be full length and then just a stop about a quarter inch above the floor so the bottoms don't get dusty and dirty.
And in terms of what we're putting up, I can remember months ago when we went to the design center to actually shop for this. Blue was the color of choice, and it was something sort of last part that we were too flowery.
Right, well, he came around.
Surprise. What choice did he have? Okay.
So these are linen panels, and what we do is we have a backing. It's a cotton sateen with a flannel backing, and this just helps the linen to drape really nicely.
Wow, look at that. It's actually flannel.
Yeah.
So the weight of this material just causes it to sort of hang flat?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, all right. You ready to go in?
They are.
Okay. Go on.
Beautiful. Who's trying to see lambs? Ooh, the drawing touchdown. That's tight.
These are beautiful.
Yeah? You happy with the way they turned out?
Oh, yes. They make such a statement, and the colors tie everything together. Really gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, these rooms are really starting to come together. So this is a formal statement in these two rooms, which are the two most formal rooms in the house. Are you doing something similar throughout?
No, we're going to do Roman shades upstairs. Let me go show you.
Roman shades are big.
So, Kevin, this is the daughter's room, and this is one of the spaces where we're installing the Roman shades.
It's a lot better than it did 6 months ago. If I recall correctly, there was ice dam damage up here in this corner, so that's been cleaned up, hopefully permanently fixed. And the shades are going in. What exactly is a Roman shade?
It's just a fabric shade that pleats when you open it.
Okay. And what was your thought for using them in here versus the sort of formal drapes?
Well, we didn't want to go as formal, and we also wanted something a little bit simpler, and we wanted to see the beautiful window casing. So that's why we're doing an inside mount Roman shade. If we didn't have the pretty casing, or if we maybe had a small window, we could do an outside mount Roman shade.
So I would hide a not so good looking casing.
Right, and also make a window look bigger.
We do have beautiful casings original to the house, so it's great that we could show those off. And your thoughts behind the fabric?
The fabric is beautiful. So we wanted something whimsical and colorful, but nothing too babyish because we want to be able to grow with the shade.
Right. And what is the material that goes up so nicely when you just operate it with this little chain right here?
Right. So it's a linen, and it also has a lining that's a privacy lining, like a blackout lining.
Good. All right. Well, we were moving along. So what's the next big thing coming from you?
Furniture delivery.
We must be getting close. So we're looking
right.
forward to see everything come together.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Amanda.
Thanks, Kevin.
The curtains and the blind and start going up. That means this project is winding down, which typically means a punch list. Rob, Catherine, you guys getting excited?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, it's been a long road, but look how great it is.
We're getting close.
We're actually going over that punch list right now. I'm letting Catherine and Rod know what we have to do. They're going to let me know what they see. Things like the mail slot on the front door. We want to put a weathered mail slot so the cold air doesn't come in, blow in the winter. So we're going to put an inside and an outside slot. We have to change that lock. Piece of molding, it's Scotia molding, has to go on this bottom tread. Put that on once they remove this cover. Electricians has a few wall plates that have to be on the first floor. I know on the whole first floor, we have to cut down this ductwork and install all the round registers.
And I've noticed that there are some places where the painting's touching up and some of the reproduction hardware's been a little scuffed.
Great, it's good to notice and let us know where else you see. And last but least, I want to get all the ceiling fixtures, the hanging fixtures on last, but they have to be put on. I like to wait till the end because the fixture hang down, somebody walking with a ladder. Not good. So we wait till the end for that. Yeah, we're close.
So when are we moving in?
Wow. I would say we've got about 3 or 4 days.
And that's out of you guys.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, that means that next time we're going to be back here showing off the final house. So until then, I'm Kevin O'Connor.
I'm Tom Silva.
I'm Rabbi.
I'm Catherine Beecher.
This old house.
They're called
Next time on This Old House.
This porch is a defining statement of this recipe. Now that this is back on the house, it truly feels like a Victorian.
Switch beams here, switch beams there. We have beams and green structure in the floor here. The house is all dimmed and beams down here.
It's move-in day at our Century Old Victorian.
We're rushing to complete the finishing touches.
And our homeowners are about to take a look at the transformation.
That's next time on This Old House.
It's move-in day at our Century Old Victorian.
We're rushing to complete the finishing touches.
And our homeowners are about to take a look at the transformation.
It's better than we ever could have imagined.
Yes, thank you, Tony. You guys have done an amazing job.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, everybody together.
Oh, yeah. Right plant is the right place. Good. It's state-of-the-art.
Really double uterus.
All in all, a good day's work. This is a day that we have been working towards for 7 months. Hi there, I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House here in Belmont, Massachusetts, where we are wrapping up the restoration of our 120-year-old Victorian, and it has been a huge transformation. Hey, good morning, Roger. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Big changes out in the front yard, huh, Roger?
Yeah, well, it was an interesting one, Kevin, because we took plants out, took care of them. 6 months later, we brought them back in and installed them. The other day, we brought in 3 pallets of sod. We laid it down in 2 hours, and it's green and it's beautiful. And there's a phenomenon that happens every time we put down the grass. Everyone comes up and says, "Great job, Roger, great job." Tommy's been working on the house for 7 months, and I've been here for 2 days.
Nobody can beat the sod, Roger, right?
Can't beat it. It's green and it's beautiful.
It is beautiful. And it's going to be hard to compete with this new porch, though.
Right, well, this porch is a defining statement of this restoration. Now that this is back on the house, it truly feels like a Victorian. It's all about the details. I mean, the brick piers to support the deck. And then to support the columns, you have these nice bases. They're shingled all the way around. They have that nice flare. That corner is woven. That takes a lot of work. It took one guy an entire day to do each one of those.
It's nice that we've got some lights in the columns as well. We've got this beautiful mahogany decking down here. Look at the ceiling right here, right? That's a varnished fir. Just a real quintessential look for this house.
Classic. I mean, look at the railings, the drop railings. You could have just put a straight rail there, but notice they chose the design, make it look pure Victorian. All about the good work.
Maybe finish the porch. I'll catch up with you later. I gotta go inside.
All right.
Kevin, welcome back.
Thank you. Big day, right? Is it come together?
A lot's happening, and I'm eager to be back in here. I know, it's fabulous.
So the big change here is that we had a wall right here, and you came in,
there was a door right here.
That's right.
You guys wanted to open it up.
And we did, and now you can see my stained glass right away.
Right.
Yeah.
And your newel post, which we saved.
That's right, and we were able to have 2 new ones custom turned and carved to match.
It's a perfect match, right?
That's right, it is. It's Morrow's Magic Stain.
So you wanted a formal entryway.
Yeah, and we certainly got it.
I think so.
Yeah, you can see the wainscoting that we added, and we took the profile from the door, the original door here.
Inside and out.
Yeah, that's right. And we added this sweet chandelier that we salvaged.
Oh, that's nice. So you guys really salvaged a lot of stuff.
We did.
So that's not from the house, but much of it in the house we did salvage right down to the floors.
Right, yeah, well, take a look. When Tommy took up the linoleum in here, we discovered the parquet just continued straight on. So we took some of the flooring from upstairs, and Tommy patched it in and shined it up, and it looks fantastic.
She likes your patch.
That's good. This is all from, like Catherine said, the floor and upstairs. We cut the strips down, cut them to fit, and made new squares.
So covers for the HVAC?
Yeah, this is the last one right here. Snapping this in.
And how'd you get it to look like the floor?
Well, you can actually buy wood covers, but they're very expensive. You know, this time of the project, it helps.
Thinking.
So what I did is I actually framed them. You want to see how I do it?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's go outside.
Tommy, I really love this trellis.
Well, the trellis, you'll never have to worry about it rotting because it's made of solid wood.
Oh, that's good. And I see that Roger's planted some vines.
Yeah, so that's going to completely fill in. So that is climbing clematis, and it's actually got a flower that comes out in the autumn.
Oh, that'll be gorgeous.
So, Tommy, how'd you pull this off?
All right, so the first thing I do is I scuff up the surface. I'm going to take a little piece of sandpaper, sand it up the edges all the way around, just on the inside. I want to wipe away the dust clean. Now, the next thing I've done is I've actually taken some stain and I've mixed it with some urethane, creating almost like a paint. Okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to lightly spray it to create a base. Spray it lightly, light coating, cover it up. Alright, so now I have my base coat on it. Now I have to let that dry. Once it's dry, right here, base coat is on, it's dry. Now I need the top coat. So now I put the top coat on. While it's still wet, you just take a paper towel, bunch it up, rub it, and then just wipe it across. Once that's dry,
very clever, Tom.
Really beautiful.
Work is wrapping up here on the second floor, and our designer, Amanda Reed, has chosen a special finish for the walls here in the master bedroom. Hey, Amanda, how are you?
Hey, Kevin.
So what is this? What did you choose for us?
This is a hand-designed and hand-painted wall pattern.
Cool, okay. And the inspiration for this pattern?
Well, we wanted something a little bit Victorian feeling, but totally contemporary and updated.
All right. So why not wallpaper? I mean, when I see a repeat like this, it's something elaborate. I think wallpaper is the right choice, not here.
Well, a lot of people can have a wallpaper. This, we wanted something totally custom and unique for Catherine and Laura. Something special for their bedroom.
And the process for getting it up on the wall is what?
Okay, well, that's the artist, Pauline, and she can tell you about that.
Hey, Pauline, how are you?
Hey, good, how are you?
Well, thank you. So we have you to thank for this beautiful work. What's your process for getting this up there?
So I start out creating a drawing. So I freehand this and I figure out, you know, what design elements we want to incorporate.
How about you just take beautiful silly baby from me, girl?
So then I finalized the drawing and sent it to Amanda, and I loved it. So then we started talking about colors and how many colors and where they would go. So it's really custom. And these are the fabrics for the bedroom, so we wanted to use colors that coordinate with these. And since it's totally custom, we can use as many colors as we want.
And so from this, you're taking it to where?
From here, I take a piece of acetate and I trace the drawing with a Sharpie, and then I cut it all out by hand with an X-Acto.
How beautiful and intricate that is.
Hey, exactly.
All by hand, so really custom. That looks like an exact match to what I'm seeing on the wall. The other pieces of acetate here are what?
Those are the different layers to incorporate the different colors.
So like a printing process, every color gets its own layer?
Exactly.
Are you in a position to do one of these for us now?
Absolutely.
Love to see it.
All right. So I use spray notes so that the stencil sticks to the wall. And then Chelsea helps me carefully affix the stencil, touching the edges to make sure they're completely sealed.
Small balls. It's very pretty.
Then I use a roller to paint the first coat of paint, which I mix with glaze.
Really classy.
We use paintbrushes to create a strié effect, which is a defined line texture running through the glazes. So we finished the first layer on this one, and then we can work on the second layer on the one above it. So what we're doing is we're just aligning it with the pattern below. And I like to offset it a little bit, see, so it'll give it a little shadow, like antique printmaking. So now we're just sealing all of the edges of the pattern to make sure that the glaze doesn't get behind the acetate. So the second coat is now done drying on this print. So we're ready to layer the third. But it is worth it, adding the handmade feel to the room. Oh, beautiful.
Look at that gorgeous that is. Clearly, definitely not wallpaper. How did I say it? Awesome. Well, thank you, Pauline and Amanda. Nice choice.
Yeah, well, Pauline's an artist.
So what is the process for this room? All the walls, 2 walls?
No, we're actually just going to do that accent wall and then this wall that wraps around.
Awesome. Beautiful work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up on the 3rd floor, the main story is about hidden windows. There's once a big wall right here that obscures these beautiful windows in the back. Hey, Mira, how are you? Hey, Richard.
So these are interior stone windows that Tommy ordered for us.
Brown to match the brown window.
Yeah, they're really easy to put in. So just push them right up. Yep.
Even I can do it?
Give it a try.
Listen, they feel like they're acrylic, so we're going to be careful. Make sure you use the right cleaning material. Okay. Wow, look at that. My favorite. It's a little bit found. This room was half-baked kitchen. We decided to do demo. Looked in through here and saw this beautiful window that was obscured completely. So great.
I know, this is going to be a great guest room for us.
Then we have an awful little bathroom here and that back supply toilet. Now it's all been completely repiped, new toilet, new sink.
And remember, that sink used to be right in this room?
Yeah, I think it's way better than the sink in the bathroom.
I agree.
And a full-size shower. Great guest room.
I hope so.
Catherine and Marat asked for a tree house back here, and everybody was willing to throw in. All the trades contributed something, and in fact, the electricians came back just a couple days ago and put some lights up there. Now, when those kids went up that ladder for the first time, the expression on their faces said everything. It was a huge hit. So, Tommy, a new porch out front and a new porch out back.
Right, a side porch really next to the driveway, so when they bring their groceries in, they can walk right up the stairs nice and easy. Nice wide stairway and a covered porch.
Good protection from the weather.
Yeah, this panel right here will really protect you against the wind-driven rain when you're trying to get that key into the lock. Now, if you notice, the porch floor and the inside floor are the same level. Now, what that does is allows us to have an out-swinging door, so when the cold wind blows against that door, it actually pushes it tight against the weatherproof, sealing it better. The other benefit is there's a bench. So you come in the winter, you take your boots off, you're bending over, someone comes in, they won't open the door and nail you.
Tight little space, and make the most of it.
Tile floor, so if your boots are wet, the wood flow won't get wet. We're also able to reuse a lot of the interior doors. We actually found this one with the glass in it, which is really nice for this new half bath. A marble floor, and remember this marble top that we took out of the second floor bath? It came out nice, it took the stains out, but they also put a new edge on here to match the front and the other side. Took the old top, mounted on some new legs, and a new faucet.
So the stained glass window isn't through the Hills house, but it is a salvage window. And you see the little design at the bottom, the heart shape?
Yeah.
They actually picked the wallpaper to match, play off a little bit.
I never picked up on that. How about that? Very nice.
So 2 small spaces, Tommy, but they make a lot of use.
They sure are.
Well, Mariah, your master suite now takes up 4 rooms on the second
right.
floor. And this is one of them. This used to be the sleeping porch. There's improvements here. You have heating and cooling, nice tight windows. Because it was originally a sleeping porch, there was a roofing material down here. Tommy ripped that up and found the original roof boards, and he refinished them.
Look at that engine head in his house
I'm
here.
really excited about this. It's just going to be great.
There's this front room that was just for like foodporn. It was
Now, the
amazing.
sleeping area is about the same size. Boy, look at these walls. They appear to be wallpaper, but they're actually painted on.
Isn't it great?
Now, originally, there was a door in this wall for a closet and a couple wall sconces, and the wall ran all the way through, and you exited the bedroom through a door right here. Now you've opened it up.
And look at these sconces. These are the ones we got refurbished.
Those turned out very well. Now you have a nice big walk-in closet. This is part of what used to be a large
That's
bedroom.
a nice closet.
And you have plenty of hanging space and plenty of compartments to store just about everything.
We love it. Let me show you the master bath.
Quite the transformation here.
I know.
So, Norm, you remember this tub? I do. I helped move it. It was very heavy. We took it out, had it finished. It's 100 years old. It's brand new looking. And brand new fixture here. Down the hall where that old tub came from is now the kids' bathroom. New tile and modern fixture. I love what Amanda's done in this room. I mean, it feels much
She really
bigger.
did a great job, yeah.
Love the toilet being tucked there a little bit out of the way. Look at this here. Big, beautiful shower. Perfect marble tile. Look at the shower head. The shower head, it looks like the old rainwater, they called it a deluge head, but that's no longer code. This thing actually mixes air and water together, so it still meets code and uses turn on big time. And when that's on, there'll be plenty of steam, so it's a fan. Nobody ever remembers to turn the fan on. This has a humidity sensor on it. Oh, that's great. Okay. Twin sinks, marble top. Which one's yours?
Left.
Oh, I love it. Marble, beautiful fixtures here. You're gonna love it. It seems that you and Catherine now have the perfect master suite.
This is exactly what we wanted.
Amanda, we just saw what you did with the master bathroom. Nice job.
Thank you.
You showed the whole house, actually.
Yeah, I love everything.
Good. So, how do you get to use this room?
Well, this will be a casual space, kind of a family room. Right, so for the family room, we went for a neutral color palette, and we accented with yellow that we pulled from the stained glass window.
You got it.
That's right, I salvaged it.
Okay. Well, it's nice that these stained glass window replaces the old water stain that used to be in this corner.
Absolutely right.
And hopefully the ice dams are pretty fixed.
Yes, that's what we heard.
So stained glass window is new, but the rest of the windows are original to the house. Are you happy with the decision to save them?
So happy. I mean, you would never know that they're 120 years old. They look brand new and they work like a dream.
So if this is the casual space, what is the formal space in here?
Yeah, so we wanted a grown-up space where the kids are not allowed to jump on the couch, and this is what we got.
Wow, what a change from just a couple days ago when you were hanging the drapes. Look what you've done with the place.
Right, so remember when we first talked about the living room design and just the design concept for the home, we wanted to respect the architecture of the house, but reintroduce some of the Victorian charm and elements, but make it feel fresh and updated.
Well, this is clearly a reintroduction to Victorian right there, right?
Right, this is a piece I salvaged, and then we had it fitted with a gas fireplace.
New insert that's working, so that vents right to the outside, and we'll use that chimney chase there for plumbing and wires. So that was a good use of that space.
Right, so that's a Victorian element, but a traditional Victorian interior might feel a little cluttered by today's standards. So we wanted to make it feel more updated and contemporary, and we did that through the use of, furniture. While some of the furniture has some Victorian styling, like the gentle curves and the light tufting, and also the overscaled floral pattern of the drapery.
And that's a pattern that you continued throughout the second room. I mean, this used to feel like one big long room, but Catherine, you wanted some separation, so you got these little wing walls here.
Right, and they look fantastic.
Glad you like them. And so Amanda, here in the formal dining room, I have to say, when this dark paint first went up, I was skeptical. But now that I see it, it totally works.
And it's something that Murat really wanted. And it works because we balanced it with the white wainscoting, molding, and we've also introduced these French-style light finish chairs.
So the chairs are new. How about the table, Catherine? Is this yours or is this new?
So this is something that I salvaged, and I also salvaged this mantle.
Yeah, so this was a great find. We had a wood-burning fireplace here. That came out, and a working gas insert went in. And then that brick mantle, that came out when we left with this beauty.
And this is much more incorporated to the house.
Absolutely.
And we were able to open up these medallions too. We took off that really close, high glass shade and put in this gorgeous chandelier.
We've got a couple medallions in this house that we saved. Nice. So, Amanda, I got to say, great job on the entire house. Thanks for all the work.
Thank you.
Catherine, we got to check out this kitchen. So you've had a little bit of time to sort of take it all in. What do you think?
Gorgeous. Tommy did an amazing job.
Well, thank you. It did come out pretty nice. You know, this part of the kitchen is actually an extension of the new back entrance. It was like a mud beam. We had a blank wall here at one time, and it hit the two stairways, went from the second floor into the basement. Took those two stairways out, got a couple of salvage doors from the basement, made a double door and a big closet so you can store your clothes. In the island right here, we built a nice cubby on both sides to throw a lot of stuff in there, store a lot of things. Nice columns, beautiful beam, nice crown woven.
Love this time. What's the species?
This is solid walnut. All I did was polish the walnut and put a couple of coats of white wine finish.
It's so smooth, it's so beautiful.
And you're going to organize your kids' activities all in this area right here.
That's so.
So you would ask for a big open floor plan, and that's what you got. But you have to remember how many walls used to be in this place. So we had the original kitchen. The old kitchen was tucked back here with a couple of walls here. And there was a bathroom with a wall right here. And there was another wall coming right through here with a doorway into the formal dining room. And all of those walls came down, up one a few beams.
Up one a few beams because we carried a lot of weight. That whole second part of the house. We had flitch beams here, flitch beams there, flitch beams there. We had beams and restructured the floor here. The house was all dipped and beams down here. But it now has a beautiful open floor plan.
So a little extension of the mudroom there, a little seating area here for you guys.
Yeah, that's right. And you might remember that we picked this table up at Broomfield. And these are my old chairs, but we had them beautifully recovered.
That's great.
And we went up to Vermont and saw this floor cloth being made.
Check this out, Tommy. Canvas with a beautiful coat of paint on it. Floor cloths on the back.
Pretty nice.
This is where you're going to be spending most of your time. What do you think of your kitchen?
Oh, I love it. It's gorgeous.
So you picked marble for the slab on top of the island. That's a beautiful piece of stone. And how do you feel about your cabinets? You got the soft closed drawers there?
Yeah, they work beautifully. And we put the salvage hardware. And one of my favorite details is this little air switch that Tommy put up over here.
Well, I like to hide them, and I don't like to put them up on the countertop where you can see them.
This beautiful stone with a switch. So this is a dark granite. And then they made a farmer's sink out of the same material. That's a cool feature.
Yeah.
And then on the backsplash, it's blue tile, wave, crackle. But this is some wear on the elements.
I landed them up under here.
Which is terrific, right? So instead of looking at 3 or 4 white dots right there, all you have to look at is that beautiful tile.
You really get to celebrate the tile.
So professional range with the oven down below. You got a second wall of it right here.
I'm all ready for a dinner party.
Well, I have one more thing to show you. I have a front porch. We have a plaque for you.
So this was made by the Belmont Historical Society, and they wanted to remind folks of the original owner of the house, but they also wanted to thank you guys for bringing back so much of that original charm to the home.
What an honor.
So enjoy that, and come on over and enjoy the party, because it is a wrap on this project.
And we hope you both enjoy your new old house.
What a transformation from 6 months ago. It's better than we ever could have imagined.
Yes, thank you, Tommy. You guys have done an amazing job.
It's my pleasure.
All right. Well, for all of us here in Belmont, Massachusetts,
Look at what a
until
porch
next time,
is. Wow.
Kim O'Connor, this old house. All right.
You know, that looks like my cousin Dan or David's house, one of them did a house like that. Where
Coming up soon, this old house, we looked everywhere for the perfect house with authentic period details. We found it in a catalog. Is this the one you guys settled on right here? Yeah. We're going to build a brand new farmhouse based on a timeless design. Most of it's going to be built with cutting edge technology right here in this factory.
Join us as we tackle a project unlike anything we've done before. North Shore Farmhouse. That's coming up soon on This Old House. Today on This Old House, we'll look at a different approach to home construction that has many people reconsidering how they handle new projects. It's often quicker than the traditional way of building a new home and costs less. Less money, more features, more for less.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, everybody together.
Oh, yeah. Right plant in the right place. Good. It's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Hi there, I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House, where we're getting ready to start a brand new project. This morning, I am in downtown Boston. This is a condominium owned by our new homeowners. Now, our project, it isn't here, but it starts here. Hey guys.
Kevin, how are you? April.
Nice to meet you. Bill, nice to meet you. Meet both of you and maybe one more.
Yes, 2 days.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, is this part of the reason why you guys are thinking of moving?
Sure is. Come on in. We'll share our plans.
Good. So this is our condo. We've been here since 2007. It's 2 bedrooms, no yard. You enjoy living here, but baby on the way. But we're ready to do that a lot, right? So the family grows, things change, and all of a sudden the plans change. That's exactly. What are the new plans?
Well, so 2 years ago, we purchased a 4-acre lot. And we came up with these house plans really close to represent our dream home for our lot.
What are we looking at here?
Well, what we're looking at is a Greek revival farmhouse. This is what we had sort of envisioned from the get-go as to the house that we ideally like.
It looks beautiful, right? Great details, and nice porches, improved materials, lots of trim, 3-car garage.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, love all those details. That's what really drew us to this plan. But unfortunately, those details are so perfect. We can't fit this house design with all those details inside.
This is too expensive.
Too expensive.
So how expensive are we talking on a square foot basis?
All these details would get
So you're not going to build this house. What can you do? This is what we're going to build. Right? We're looking at here right now.
So this is a colonial farmhouse, not too dissimilar from the original set of plans that we had designed. Still incorporates a number of the details and finishes that we were looking for.
Great drawings. Looks like there's lots of details. Door, you have porch and columns here.
What's interesting about this home is that we actually we get almost more details than we had in the original home. So for example, we have a dual fireplace on the interior. So we're going to have it on the den side and the living room side. We have panelization in the den, lots of millwork that we would otherwise not be able to have.
Sounds like you're going in the wrong direction. Adding features that you already can't afford.
That's right.
How are you going to pull this off?
Well, so it's actually built in a mill.
Ah, okay. Yeah. So you're buying something that is pre-designed to be built off-site. Are we talking a cookie cutter house here? Is that how you save the money?
No, it's definitely not a cookie cutter house. In fact, you can choose from a number of different homes. They've got over 100 homes that you can select floor plans and also exterior details.
And then is this one right here? This is what you guys have settled on?
That's it. Yeah.
So you can literally pick from 100 different styles, and can you also reconfigure these floor plans, or is that set?
You can. You can reconfigure the floor plans. Yep.
So you said this was $300 a square foot? That's right. What are you talking about per square foot here? $250. Less money, more features, more for less. I want to learn more about sort of the details of your house, the company and how they build it, and then obviously where it's going to go. You see the lot? Let's go see the lot. Massachusetts. And although it doesn't look like it, right now we are about 3 miles from the ocean. You never know, given all the tree cover we've got. Hey, Roger.
Morning, Cap.
This is quite a sight we have here.
This is 4 acres of raw land.
So that's not something we usually deal with, right? I mean, we're always working on an existing house, an existing site, and everything that comes with it.
So we got to really concentrate on what we have to do for this house. We have to bring in a lot of things. We have a well already established, but we're going to have to bring in the utilities, electric, heat for the house. We're going to have to think about the septic field and even siting the house itself.
And so what about clearing and things like that? So it needs to be cleaned up?
Yeah, we're going to have to make room here. We've got contractors coming in to do work. We've got the homeowner coming in. We're going to have to create a way to make it productive and get to the lot.
Well, Bill promised me to see her, and there he is. Let's catch up with him. Hey, Bill.
Hey, guys.
Nice to see you. Over your new plot of land, huh?
4 acres of raw land.
Yeah, well, that's very decent work. Sure. Can you walk us through it? What do you got? What are you thinking?
Absolutely. So I'm thinking the house goes right about here.
All right.
Front door, right around this area.
Yeah.
Then the back would be the living room.
So sort of laid out this way right here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Garage over here.
Garage over there. Are you avoiding this big mound right here for some reason?
This big mound, this is what I call the flying deal. It's ledge. So we don't know how big it is, we don't know how deep it is, but we know it's going to
Well, wait a second. I mean, I'm looking at 4 acres of land. The house has to go right here, right where the ledge is. It has to go there. Why is that?
Well, if you see the grading on the lot, this is sort of the flattest, highest area. You see there's a gentle slope moving back there to what's going to be our backyard.
Right.
So what we've done is we've designed the home with a walkout basement. That'll give us a nice level backyard.
The house up high and the yard down below.
That's right.
Roger says we need septic on the site. You know where that is?
Right down here. So the septic's going to go right over here, right where that tree is falling. And that sort of underscores another issue that we have to deal with is there's a lot of trees on this lot. We need to know which ones need to come down and which ones we should save. Well, Mother Nature already helped us with this time. But if you look around, you'll see there's orange ribbons on several of these trees. Those are the ones that should come out. Number one, to allow for the septic system. Some of them know for safety reasons. They're too close to the house and they're rotten. But there are some spectacular trees here. If you look at that oak tree, that is absolutely magnificent. I want to make sure that nothing happens to that tree. We love that tree. What we want to do now is we want to get the house knocked out, and then we can get the excavator in to clear a road. You can get started digging your hole. Let's do it.
That's not a good idea.
Once a home site is cleared, the next thing that happens is a foundation goes in. And then piles and piles of lumber like this get delivered to the site. And the carpenters working from the plans cut the pieces to length and start framing the house. It's known as stick framing. But not all houses start that way. For over 100 years, there's been an alternate approach. Since prehistory, houses were built one log, stone, shingle at a time, in the very spot where the house was built. But with the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century, a few entrepreneurs had another idea. They came up with a way to pre-cut and package the parts of the entire house and ship them to the home site. The era of the catalog house was born.
My grandpa's had one.
Sears Roebuck was the leader from 1908 to 1940. They sold more than 70,000.
And those homes were really quite good, quite well built. There are clubs today of Sears home owners that still exist and still Sears home is a quality home.
Mike Connor continues the tradition.
Oh, dude, the Lions got fucked out of this game.
Everyone understood for a long time that somehow or other dragging raw materials out to a job site and trying to construct a home really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It makes about as much sense as going into an auto parts store, buying parts and putting a car together in the driveway. It just makes a lot more sense to do it in a controlled environment. They understood that. There's much more precision to the whole process. So I think the lesson that we learned is that a factory setting really makes a lot of sense for building a house.
Many of the original Sears homes are still standing. In fact, some people don't even know they're living in one. So Tommy and I are going to go look at a Sears home that was built in 1910. So Tommy, what do you think of these pre-cut homes?
I think it was a pretty good idea, Norm, if you think about it. They're cutting all the pieces off site. The key point here is you have to make sure that when that house arrives on site, whoever put that foundation in, that foundation has to be straight, level, and true, or all of those pieces aren't going to fit right.
But we know if the pieces are cut correctly, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go smoothly. I mean, it takes skill.
And absolutely, I would think that you need at least 1 or 2 key men on site to know and make sure that the pieces are going together correctly.
Right. There's a lot more.
Absolutely.
Well, Tommy, we're in Grafton, Massachusetts, about an hour west of Boston. This is the house we want to look at.
I like it. It looks pretty nice.
Well, you know, around 100 years ago, a Mr. Chase paid something in the neighborhood of $1,000 for the Sears catalog.
$1,000 for the whole house?
That's right.
No, we couldn't buy the front windows for a house like this today for $1,000.
Right. Well, it was model 167, and the style was called Maytime.
I look at it real quick, and it looks like a little bit of a Greek revival and also a shingle style Victorian.
Right. You know, driving down the street in this neighborhood, you would never know that this was a kid house.
Nope, blends right into the neighborhood. Also looks like it's pretty good. Built pretty good. Look at the roof is nice and straight. The corners are still straight. Built well.
Let's check it out.
Okay.
Covered porch to enjoy the neighborhood.
I like the covered porch. Great, eh?
Stained glass piano. Look at this.
Very nice. Nice stairway.
They use good materials in these houses. Hard pine for the treads, beautifully turned balusters. Look at the detail in this new house.
Very nice. Oh, I like the floors. Like beach to me. Very nice.
The trim wasn't skimpy. It was nice trim. Originally, it might have been clear finish, like a hard pine. But that's pretty dark. These days, people want to have bright interior trim, so it's white. It's still have detailed elements.
Right, if you look at the seam, none of the sides fold up because this old growth wood is nice and tight and it doesn't expand and contract like this.
Got the cracks with the paint trim.
Let's take a look in the basement. Here's a workshop.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yeah. Well, you know what I noticed is unusual is the height of the ceiling in this basement.
Yeah, it also gives us a chance to look at some of the structure because we know that's important.
Yeah, plywood here.
Zero boards, random width.
Yeah, 13 by 10 joists. Those are pretty strong and straight. Now, houses of this period and earlier, when built on site, would be built with tools just like this: handsaws, wood planes, bit braces, drilling holes.
Right. Not this house. This was a catalog house. Now, in the mid-1800s was the Industrial Revolution, and machines started being made. And by the 20th century, they had machines big enough to cut all of these pieces of material to the exact length, load them on a train or a truck, bring them to the site, and put everything together.
Amazing. And the homeowner was responsible for making sure that the foundation was ready for all those pieces. And when they got here, they put the house together.
Right. Apparently, everything fit together.
Well, that's what they say.
So that's the way factory-built homes were done until the Second World War. After the war came the era of the tract-built home, a process where hundreds of houses filled vacant farmland on an industrial scale. But the idea of building a home from the catalog was not forgotten. Well, Tom, this is the 21st century version of the catalog home. The homeowners picked the style from a book, and it was created by the same company that designed the parts home. And as you can see, they specialize in period homes.
I really like the detail. I mean, look at the wide corner boards. I love the rake trim on the garage, that beautiful overhang in the front, copper gutters, and those windows are beautiful.
Right. For me, the exterior details really make a house. They did a great job with this.
Yeah.
Let's take a look inside.
Love to.
Center entrance right into a nice foyer.
Oh, yeah, this is beautiful. The dual post catches my eye right off the top. I like the fact that they made the grill for the hot air system to match the floor. Nice cut. And look up here. See how they're panelized underneath the stairway to the third floor and underneath the balusters all the way around. Really great.
Look at this arched opening, all made out of wood panels, nice moldings. And it's amazing that the stair and the panels and these openings are all fabricated in the factory and it's small here. And the house we looked at was built 100 years ago was pretty nice. But today, catalog homes have really stepped it up.
Well, they sure have.
So over here, they have a nice home office.
Oh, this is really nice. And look at this copper ceiling. Now, I've built a lot of these copper ceilings and cutting piece by piece and assembling on site is very time consuming. But if I could get all these pieces pre-cut and all I had to do was assemble on site, I'd save a lot of time.
So Tommy, here in the space over the garage, we get to see some of the phones.
Yeah, I like looking at this stuff.
You know, the house that we looked at that was built 100 years ago, some of the materials showed up cut to length, but a lot of it had to be cut and assembled on site.
Right.
Here it's a little bit different. If you look here in this wall, there's a joint right here. So there are 2 panels that make up this wall. They were built in the factory and shaved and just set in place.
Right. Now those panels are pretty easy to ship, but the roof system like this, you can't ship or panelize like that. So they cut the rafters individually, and then the builder puts them up on site and then sheets them.
Right. So that still saves a lot of time. Look at the joints. They do a pretty good job.
I think they do a very good job.
So, Tommy, do you think that this method of building is the future of our business?
You know, with today's technology and computer-driven saws, I think it may be.
Homeowners Bill and April picked general contractor who is familiar working up here on the North Shore. His name is Eric Kaminsky. Eric, nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
So this is a big job for us. The guy who's running this job site. What is your background? How did you get into this?
So I've been building up here on the North Shore for the last 12 years. Prior to that, I was building on Nantucket. Went to school at Northeastern, played hockey there, played some semi-professional hockey after that.
Really?
Yep.
So you know how to kind of keep the guys in line, huh?
I tried to.
And in terms of panelized construction like you're doing here, do you have experience with it? Do you have an opinion on it?
I've done one in the past. What I really like about it is the fact that I don't have to order stock. Everything's built in a climate-controlled environment. And when the house shows up, we essentially just have to put it together.
So in terms of the framing, for example, tell me the difference in timing if we were going to do a traditional stick build versus a panel.
If we're going to do a traditional stick-built home, which we do all over here in New England, the house will come in, and a house this size is probably going to take about 3 to 4 weeks, weather dependent, to get that frame up. With this panelized house, we expect to have it done in 5 to 7 days.
Wow, I mean, that says it all right there. Huge time difference. That's great.
Yes, certainly.
And so who's your four-legged friend?
This is Merlin. He's been on the job for about 10 years now.
You bring him everywhere?
I do.
Well, I've seen that site. I know you've got a lot of trees to deal with, so I'll let you get to that. But it is good to have you aboard.
Thanks a lot. I'm going to go see Steve right now.
All right, thanks, Eric.
Thank you. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Show you what we got going on here. As you can see, all the trees that are marked with orange flags are the ones that are going to be coming down. We've got an outcropping ledge over in this area that we're going to want to expose as well today. The house is sitting just behind this. How do you want to do the rest of this today? We're going to start over here. All the trees down in the middle. Okay. Work our way right around. Get a stack of the logs on one side, the brush on the other. Okay. Okay. One of the first things to consider when building a house like this out in the country is a septic plan. What to do with the waste and water that needs to leave that building. Now, it needs to go into a septic system. There's a couple of key components to a septic system. One is a septic tank. Now, this tank will accept waste and water. Now, the solids will stay in the tank and be broken down over time by bacteria. But the water that will pass through the tank will now go out through a leach field. Now, a leach field is a series of pipes, perforated pipes, that sit below the substrate of the soil. The water will trickle or drip down through the ground. Now, to determine if you can even have a septic system, it starts with a perk test. Brendan Zabricki's with the town of Essex. You've had your share of perk tests, right? Sure.
So what's a perk test?
Well, it stands for percolation test, and it's a field test to simulate how wastewater will travel down through the soil once the septic system is built on top.
How fast it'll pass through, sort of like water going down through coffee grounds in a
That's a good analogy, yes.
Okay. So what have you done to get us to this point?
Well, previous to this, we dug several deep holes, about 10 feet down into the ground. That allowed us to get a look at the various soil layers you're going to find whenever you dig here.
All right, so this is topsoil. What are you seeing? What am I seeing?
Well, as you just mentioned, this is your topsoil. Then you go through a layer known as subsoil. You then finally get down to a layer that is really the glacial material. In other words, the glacier brought it in.
Yeah.
We have determined that this is the most restrictive, or most limiting layer in the soil profile. And the septic system code requires that we actually perform a perk test in that most limited.
So you're testing at almost the worst place.
The worst place that we're going to have underneath that system is correct.
So that looks pretty dense right here, so not
That's
accept
right.
water too well.
And that's exactly right. So what we did after that is, knowing what we had in the deep holes, we just had the machine dig down the shelf to the top of that most restrictive layer, and we're ready to dig a perk hole. It's about 12 inches in diameter and about 18 inches deep. Then we're going to fill that hole with water and let the hole sit for a little while to make it saturated. That would be a great simulation of how soil will behave when it's wet and when the leach is soaked. Then we will use a ruler to watch the rate at which the water drops down through the hole over time. That will give us what's called a percolation.
So what happens if the rate doesn't drop fast enough?
If it doesn't drop fast enough, that would be a limitation to the site that you may not be able to build a septic system in this particular.
Pretty important test.
It is very important. I'm just going to take this water, pour it into the hole against the board that I've already got set up.
What's the board do?
What this does is it puts the water into the hole more gently so that we do not stir up the fine material. And we want to bring this water level up to about 12 inches. And we're going to maintain that level for about 15 minutes, again, to simulate saturated conditions in the soil. So we'll check that. We're about 9 so far. So we're going to need another bucket of water.
All right, Brennan, it has been 15 minutes.
We want to see the time it takes to go from 9 inches down to 6 inches. Well, it dropped down to 6 inches in about 27 minutes.
Is that good?
Yeah, I've seen quicker than that, but it's somewhere right in the middle.
But you're telling us that we passed the test, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for your help on the project. Of course. Homeowners are going to be really glad that they can actually have a septic system. And next week, we start to blast that lead pipe into the new house. So until next time, I'm Chris Trethewey from This Old House.
Next time on This Old House.
We'll blast this rock to make way for a foundation. I love my job. And we'll pour a foundation for our new house. That's next time on This Old House.
Today on This Old House,
we'll blast this rock to make way for a foundation. I love my job.
looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We can do better than this. Time to get to work.
Nice and easy, everybody together.
Oh, yeah. Right plant in the right place. Good. It's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Today, we are traveling about 200 miles north of our project site to Middlebury, Vermont. We've headed to the headquarters of Connor Homes. President Mike Connor and his staff have been working with our homeowners to design and assemble the sections of their panelized home.
Hey guys. Hey Mike, nice to meet you. Nice to see you.
Yeah. Hey Mike, long time no see. How you been?
Been good.
That's good.
So you guys
didn't work out.
Well, we're glad it's working out now.
Well, we are too. Yeah, this is exciting.
So you are president and founder, correct?
I am.
How long have you been at it?
About 45 years.
So you guys have come from the same
Oh,
block.
same block.
And how many houses do you build in a year?
Probably do 50 this year. Yeah.
Whoa. That's a few of them.
Yeah, you definitely got to be on that. Inside a building.
Inside the building.
Really got to be.
And we really appreciate that here in Vermont.
Oh, I'd appreciate it where I am too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So have you started the Hops House yet?
We have. Yeah, you guys came at a good time. We're framing today. Absolutely. Yeah. So the first step in our process here is cutting the framing. That's rafters, floor systems, cripples, you name it.
Pretty much everything in the house.
Every piece of framing lumber is done here. Want you to meet Duke.
Hey, Duke. Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Duke's the operator here, and Duke, why don't you tell us what you do to make this machine hum?
So all I do is I take and I organize these sections in a manageable stack, so that way you're working in one area of the house, not having to move lumber 100 times. So like this package right here that I'm working on, the roof system, this will all come in a nice banded, tight, wrapped, organized stack, so that way when you get in the field, you're just setting and going quick, fast, and efficient.
See this thing makes the cuts?
Absolutely.
Sure. So the first thing that Duke does is he looks at his computer screen and it tells him how many pieces and what length and size. He puts those on this table, and then the machine takes over from there.
Look at that, 4 rafters. Right now he's cutting the seat cuts and the overhang. Probably going to slide down and put the angle for the ridge. What I would do is I would take each individual piece, measure it on the template, mark it, and then cut them and then pass them out. We got 150, say 200 rafters in this house. How long is it going to take you to cut them?
Probably 30 minutes.
30 minutes, wow. Well, I think it would probably take 2 guys in the field 8 to 10 hours to cut these rafters, and they probably wouldn't be as exact.
Probably not. These are cut to 30 seconds of inch accuracy.
Whoa.
So you're cutting a lot of stock right here. When it comes out, how do you know where everything goes?
Well, as it goes through, there's a printer in there that's printing on the spine of it where it goes and what it's used for. Something like the rafters are being cut now. Obviously, they get shipped right from this station directly after they're bundled. But other parts and pieces get gathered together and then get put together as components. So this is our wall framing table and assembly table. Components get laid in here and then clamped by this machine.
And the components at this point look pretty familiar.
Yeah, you can see you have everything marked off: king studs, jack studs, cripples. You also already built the window or door assembly. You put that in and drop that into place, ready to nail. And now you just put in individual studs.
So it's a lot like what you do.
This is a lot like the way we do it, except for one thing: we're not bending over like this to nail the studs. And I mean, you're working at a nice, comfortable height. You gotta save on your
no question about it. We've now built the panel. Now we want to make sure that it's good and square. So they'll take the panel, they'll slide it up against these dogs. Air pressure will pull it together and make sure it's square. And away they go.
That's pretty quick, because what we do is we have a chalk line and we hold the bottom plate to tack to the floor. And we'll take a couple of tape
How about the bank store?
make it square, knock it left or right.
Where to move?
Square, tack it up there, and then drop it.
Where to boo?
So now we
Where to
tack this
boo?
plywood down so it's square. We're going to cut the opening.
Tommy, what do you think of that?
I think that's pretty good. It's a router with a drilling bit in it with a self-following end. So they're just taking it right around the opening, get a nice, neat cut. I like that.
You don't have one of those.
No, but I think I will.
Wow. Opening done.
That's nice.
So now we're going to do the final operation on this panel, which is nailing off for each stud. And it's all done with this row of guns. You'll see how quickly and easily this is. I know you'll appreciate this, Tom.
Tommy, you don't have one of those either.
I don't have one of those. What do we got? 20 guns there. They're all 6 inches on center.
Yep.
One shot. So what do you do with high wind zones? You have the options in there.
Well, in a high wind zone, we'd have to do 3 inches on center, and
Mark, can you show Tommy how that works? We just do a 3-inch shift and nail it again.
So when it's nailed off, panel's done?
Panel is complete. That's the end of it. Ready to be wrapped up and shipped to the job site where the carpenters will install it in the wall. So in our plant here, if something in the house is made of wood, we pretty much make it here. For example, we're making a fireplace mantle right here, making doors and stairs and exterior trim in that section, exterior detailing on this section here.
Cabinetry going in.
We are making a mudroom bench there.
When you say we, how many people are we talking about total?
Well, the whole company has about 100 employees. It can be as many as 50 out here from time to time.
Wow.
So this is where we make doors and windows.
Oh boy, look at this. Solid mahogany styles and rails.
That's right.
And look at the mortise and tenon joint. Really nice. They go together beautifully.
Something's selling a kit in the candy
Yeah,
shop.
look at the tenons. These are really going to be strong and last for a long time.
Absolutely.
And I love the fact that you're doing these muntins right here. I see you put these together and make them right here, individual pieces.
We do, and you'll notice they're very authentic in the profiling that we use, which is a very important part of our operation. We want to make sure that we're doing historic design and detailing.
Right, and that dimension is key right there.
Yeah.
I mean, these are also going to be individual lights of glass as opposed to simulated lights of glass in this door.
Yeah, that's right.
And look at this way these tenants go right into these little mortises. What a beautiful fit.
Satisfying, isn't it?
Oh, very satisfying.
So when this is all assembled, that's the door or window.
Yeah.
What do you do about the trim? Interior, exterior?
Yeah, well, the exterior trim is all pre-painted and applied here. So in the field, there's no extra work to do. Interior trim gets pre-cut, bundled, and shipped to the field to be applied in place.
Wow, well, being painted on the outside, that's a big deal.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Come this way, guys.
Beautiful stuff.
So this area is where what we call the rough mill. And this is where we turn rough mahogany, for the most part, into finished trim, both exterior and interior. You guys can see that's a custom molding that you can't buy off the shelf. We make these here. We copy old historic moldings. This is one we use all the time. It's called the folding mold.
Well, even if you could buy this profile off the shelf, you can't buy it in mahogany.
No, you can't. We do a lot of molding with solid mahogany because it's rock resistant.
Inside, outside, all the different profiles, everything you guys are making here.
Yeah, we cut our own knives. We have our own grinding machine here, and we copy a lot of historic moldings just to make sure that the authenticity is accurate.
How important is that to you guys to get that unique historic look?
Yeah, it's very critical for us. A lot of the parts and pieces that we put on a house, we want them to as a unit, make sure that the house looks truly like an old house.
Okay, so we've got some moldings going. I know the framing's probably going to take a little while. How much longer on that? How long do you ship to this?
Probably another couple of weeks on framing, and actually the first load of framing material is going out to you guys today.
All right, love to see that.
Yeah,
Appreciate the tour.
Hey, I'm so glad you came.
Tommy, you guys want to keep talking shop?
Oh, yeah. We got a lot to talk about.
All right, thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Jeff.
Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Kevin, how you doing?
All right, doing all right. Good to see you.
Good. This is Mike Tigris, project manager here at Common Homes.
Mike, nice to meet you. So, you get the tour today? You see the whole operation?
I did. I saw the whole factory. Very impressed.
So you know how everything's going to arrive and what you've got to build.
Yeah, Mike and I were in the office. We went over all the plans and exactly how the panels need to go together.
So what does project manager up here mean?
That means I take the project from the design phase through into production and then out onto the trucks and into the field.
Into the field. So this is not a handoff from you right here. You're actually going to see us on the job site?
You will see me on the job site. I'll be following this truck essentially to the site and I'll be providing some technical support for Eric and company.
All right. Well, we are excited to get that down to the North Shore. I guess I'll see you guys next.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
the North Shore, work continues on the site work for our new house. Many of the trees that were once on the lot have been cleared away. And it's time to think about the foundation. But a very big problem is right here. A rock ledge that pretty much sits exactly where the new house wants to be. Ed Eagley and his crew's going to help us with that problem. Ed, what's your plan?
We're going to blast this ledge out of here so it's small enough to remove the vegetable.
You might have the best job ever.
A lot of people think so.
So how deep are you going to drill?
This is about a 10-foot cut, so we drill about 3 feet below that, so we'll be drilling 13-foot holes in this area.
How many holes will you put in?
70, 80 holes.
Like a piece of Swiss cheese?
Yep.
All right, what do you use it for a drill bit?
It's steel bit, steel casing, carbide insert. It is very, very hard steel.
How many holes can you get out of a drill bit?
300.
All right. Are you ready to go?
We're ready to go.
I have my ear protection. Let's go. Once the holes are drilled, it's time to load them with explosives. Each hole gets a nitroglycerin primer with an attached detonator cap. The hole has water. We use hydrolyte as an explosive. If the hole is dry, we use a measured amount of ammonium nitrate. Pea stone goes in on top of the explosive to contain the blast. The fuses are clipped together and all connect to one main lead line. Heavy mats made of old radial tires are laid on top of the blast site to contain the explosion. Each mat weighs about 5,000 pounds. Without the rocks would blow everywhere. Ed's running what looks to be a wire, but it's not. It's a hollow tube filled with a chemical. We'll attach a blasting cap from a safe distance. We'll actually ignite the chemical inside the tube and thereby ignite the explosives down inside the product.
Pete's going to detonate the shot, and he can explain to you how that the detonator works.
Best job. You get to blow it all up. All right, so how do you do it?
All we have here is it's called a mushroom starter. It's a 209 shell primer.
So that goes right there.
Right in there.
Put it in now.
Put it in there.
Sure.
You get our lead line. Yeah, we're doing this. Yep. Lead line.
So what's that hollow tube?
Yep. And it's right here. Put the top on. Wait for our signal lines. It's up.
That explosion took the top of the ledge right away, and we're down at least 10 feet. So now the operator will clear away the rubble and stone, and they'll do a series of other blasts, maybe 3 or 4 more.
contemplated a new addition for the past 9 months. I'm not talking about a new family room. I'm talking about a new addition to the family. The last time we saw April, she was just a few days away from her delivery date. But today, I am happy to report that Sophie is the newest member of the Hart family, and she is a happy, healthy little girl.
Well, it's been a couple weeks now, and the blasting is finally complete. And now we're ready to pour a foundation for our new house. So, Eric, the blasting was quite an experience.
Yeah, it was, Norman. It took a lot longer than we had originally anticipated. Not only did we have to blast for the house itself, we also had to blast for the septic tank, the line going to the septic field, and the water line coming to the house.
Right, so this site is basically all rock.
Yes, it is.
Well, it looks like you're ready to start pouring the foundation for our new house. You've got the footings in place, and you're starting to use the forms. And it's a typical form system.
Yeah, it is a typical form system. Using 1 1/8 plywood and 2-foot sections. When you get to the smaller areas for layout, we'll end up increasing that increment to get the layout. And before the concrete is installed, we'll spray the interior with an oil.
That gives you a nice smooth finish and it makes it easier to release the forms.
Scott McKenzie, my form guy.
Scott, you have a typical concrete form system here, and I see you're adding some steel as well.
Yes, number 4 bar, depending on the specs, is top and bottom. And yeah, we just tie them together to start from foundation.
You guys have it easy. I remember when we had a little spinner, you had to put the tie around it, spin it around, and tighten it up. That's great.
Yeah, this is much easier and faster.
But, you know, in some parts of the country, they do concrete block foundations. But for my money, a solid concrete foundation with steel in it.
Absolutely.
To finish the form, staging goes up to allow easy access. The 2x4 is bracketed to the top and straight to the wall. So you have all the forms in place, and there's no forms along the back wall because it's going to be a walkout basement. That's true. Right? And you have a pump truck here, so you're going to pump all the concrete into those forms.
Yep.
First truck has arrived. What kind of mix are we using?
So we're going to do a little bit of a looser mix so that we can get it to the pump. We're going to put 36 yards of concrete into this foundation, and it looks like we're ready to go.
All right, you move pretty quickly.
Yep.
This pour will take 4 concrete trucks. The pump operator controls the flow through a pipe supported by a 100-foot crane. One of the form guys controls the business end of the pump. They fill one section at a time, then move on. great progress here today. It only took about 5 hours for the guys to set all these forms and pour the concrete. Yeah, we did a good job. He's putting the anchor bolts right now, which is going to attach the house to the foundation. Right? And after, what's the next step out here? We're going to strip these forms tomorrow. We're going to waterproof the foundation, put in a perimeter drain, do the foundation for the garage, backfill, and get ready for the house. Right. Well, that's going to happen next time because a truckload of material is going to show up here when we start to build this house. Looking forward to it. So until then, I'm Norm Abram. I'm Eric Kaminsky from This Old House.
Next time on This Old House, it is a big day here on the North Shore job site. The trucks start arriving, and they are carrying the framing materials for the new electric farmhouse that we're building. And our homeowners learn about their new landscaping plan.
That's exactly what we're doing. Just did a great job of realizing our vision for this property.
And we install a perimeter drain to protect our house.
We're going to get a lot of water in this area with all the ledge we took out.
That's next time on This Old House.
Today on This Old House, it is a big day here on the North Shore job site. The trucks start arriving, and they are carrying the framing materials for the new electric farmhouse that we're building. And our homeowners learn about their new landscaping plan.
Exactly what we're doing.
Looks pretty bad right here.
Are you kidding me? Is this place really worth saving? We could do better than this.
Time to get to work. Nice and easy, nice and easy. Everybody together.
Oh, yeah. The right plant in the right place. Good. It's state of the art. Perfectly square. All in all, a good day's work.
Hi there, I'm Kevin O'Connor, and welcome back to This Old House. It is a big day here on our North Shore job site. In just a little while, the trucks start arriving, and they are carrying the framing materials for the new electric farmhouse that we're building. Now, everything was designed and partially assembled in a factory building in Vermont, about 200 miles north of here. And once those trucks arrive, Eric Kaminsky and his crew are going to start assembling our new house. But before that happens, we've got a couple things we need to check off the list. Bill Holton is our local inspector. Hey, Bill, good to see you. Morning. Eric, good to see you again. So we have got footings and foundation poured, right? We want to move forward with the framing. So we can keep this sign off from you, correct? If we can't go forward, can you give us the okay?
Okay.
What is it that you're looking for at this stage?
Well, before we bury this foundation, and this is the last time we're going to see it before it's all backfilled, I want to check and make sure that will sit on the footing properly, space, the walls are in the center of the footing. Right. Check the anchor bolts, the distance between the anchor bolts. The anchor bolts are going to hold the framing, hold anchors there to the system. So, and we'll be pretty much
Good. Well, I mean, it's an important step, right? Because this is what's holding up our house. And as you say, we'll never see this again once this is back to our activity. So, what do you have to do? You have to walk him around?
Yeah, so we're just going to walk around. We're going to take a look at the setup here, how everything is poured in line with everything. You know, everything he just discussed to make sure we're in accordance with what he needs.
Hopefully we'll pass.
Let's go. So, Bill, the footings down in here. We've got the foundation wall sitting half on this footing. We've got proper alignment. Walls are set. We've got the big footing over here that we're going to be using for the fireplace. It's going to sit on this. That looks great. You want to go up top and take a look at the bolts, waterproofing, and the exterior drainage?
This looks great.
Garage over on top of that ledge and down. Now that we're up top here, we can look at the proper spacing, the bolts that we have that's going to hold this house down under this foundation. We've also got the insulation, the drainage, and we're going to continue this right around the property. We've already done it on this side, but we're going to go to daylight around this corner of the foundation. Yeah, great job. So, how did we do?
Yeah, did a great job. It's good foundation, good footings, everything lines up. Looks good.
Come by. I do. Okay, thanks. So, with that signed off on, and then we got the trucks coming with the framing material. We're ready to start framing? No, before we get to the framing, Kevin, we got to do the exterior perimeter drain, the insulation in the backfill. Yep. After we took the forms off, we waterproofed this. That's that black coating right there. We're going to get a lot of water in this area. So the last thing we want is to get the basement wet. I mean, you're going to have a lot of water running off the roof during a rainstorm. But like you say, this ledge, I mean, you guys basically have yourself a swimming pool.
We did. So we had to take extra precautions to make sure we don't have a wet basement.
So waterproofing on the foundation, I see that. I see a pipe here. So this is the perimeter drain we're working on?
Yeah, it's a perforated pipe. It's got holes all the way around it.
Okay. And what's the formula here, the recipe?
So basically, we lay down a bed of crushed stone. We lay that pipe on top. On top of that pipe, we put some more crushed stone and landscape fabric. So when we backfill, that dirt doesn't clog those holes.
So you got a nice clear channel for the water to run into the pipe. Obviously, you got to get it away. Where does it go?
With the grading we have on this property, we're able to run it to date. That end of that drain is going to be 20 to 30 feet past this foundation.
So we can finish like this?
Yeah, let's do it. So Kevin, we're going to have some stone drop down into this foundation. We're going to spread it around and get that pipe laid out.
Sounds good.
Let's drop this right here. Let's back off a little bit.
So what do we got? Like 3-4 inches of stone on the bottom here?
Yeah, roughly 3 or 4. We just want to keep that water, give it a good place to go.
4-inch pipe?
Yep. Perforated all the way around.
Just going to bring it right around the corner?
Yep. Roll this right out through here.
Gravel below and on top of the pipe allows for easy access for water to enter through the perforated holes. Gravity will then take the water around the back of the house.
Looks like we're ready for the next bucket. You got enough around that corner?
Yeah, this is good here.
Spread this stone, Kevin, and then I can have you go get some insulation. We can start installing that. All right, we're ready for insulation.
All right, so rigid boards there. Just going to lay them in there. You got to secure them or anything?
Just going to lay them in there. The backfill's going to hold them in place.
What do you get for an R guy off of these?
Now, these are R10, the rigid insulated panels. Code requires us to have a certain insulation with the concrete. Concrete makes up for some, and then we put the pink R10 one layer on the outside before backfill. Take that other one from me. Got it?
You want this one in or you want to cut first?
Let's hold off on that one. We'll lay the fabric down now.
All right.
If you want to grab that end of the landscape fabric, we'll lay this down over the pipe. So the reason we're laying this fabric down is when we go to backfill, we want to make sure none of the dirt or anything clogs up these holes that we've got down here in our perimeter drain. So we're going to lay this down prior to backfill, so we'll get proper drainage when this all gets filled in. Kevin, it looks like we're all set here. We're ready to backfill.
All right. Kevin, as you can see, we've taken out 2 areas here in the footing that we run that some of the drain through.
Right. So that gets us through that, and we get it, 10, 15 feet away from the main foundation. It's not the daylight yet, but this is far enough so you can keep working.
Yeah, we'll determine the length on this when we come up with final grading, but we're ready to go on this garage foundation.
And so after that, we're pretty close to starting to frame up this house.
Yep, we certainly are.
Awesome. All right, thanks, Eric.
Thanks a lot.
The foundation passes inspection, the perimeter drains are in place, basement slabs are poured. The most
Where
recent
is
house
Richard
construction, we now be waiting for
Please
trucks.
be mine. I would do anything for it to be
Framers
mine.
will build this house over the course of weeks. But today we're getting a truck that we can pre-cut section.
I would do anything for it to be mine.
Mike Jingers is the project manager from the factory. Hey, Mike, good morning. Good morning. Hey, Eric. Hey, how you doing? So, what are we expecting?
3 tractor trailer loads of framing material, pre-cut, all panels, 3 days.
So, tell me about the process. What happened on the other end?
Well, on the other end, we have a factory that we pre-cut all the materials through these big machines, and we load it on a truck and send it down. We started about a week ago, and the trucks are on their way.
Pretty amazing coordination.
It is.
How do you interact with Eric as the general contractor?
Well, it's my job to inform Eric of how the package is coming, how to put it together, and go over the plan.
Oh, Asian chicks. Oh, that's that you, Gary. Could be, though.
It all goes together.
It all.
All right, so just wait for the truck.
Yes.
Damn.
Swing into here, the end swing wide. Yep, obviously lots of there. You're gonna swing in here. You can pull straight in. You can loop all the way right around right now. So you don't have to reverse it.
Have you come back to this one?
Watch your
By the
step
card
up there.
now. Holding hands and taking pictures. That you could be complaining about. Holy fuck.
You're good. You're good. You're good. Here's a little wrinkle. Getting the truck onto the site. Incredibly tight turn right here. We got trees and we got power lines. So I want this guy, like I said, this guy, I want him to get over tighter, back up and get over tighter. Get the lull, take it down there, grab the forks, get that. I need him to back up and get over. Can you go that way with the lull?
What's so gangster?
Just have to get it. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Who's driving the lull? Okay, you want to grab that
right
and
now.
down with me?
That's good for right now. We're gonna go get the big fork.
Oh, okay. I'll be right where they
Watch that wire above, Mike. Are those individual? Can they move?
No, it's together.
Tip it. There you go. Got it.
Yeah, good.
Matt, you want to guide him back?
Yeah. Oh, movie, you're Indian, baby.
First truck barely made it into the job site. To save time, Eric and Mike decided to unload the later trucks out the main road. All right, so you got 3 big trucks coming. How do you figure out where to put it? Color Homes provides us with this book. It details the book. It details exactly the stack number and the reference. That's where it's going to go. So in accordance to this book, we know which A starts with a
1 is going to be first floor. B2 is second floor. And they correctly labeled all of these packages. So it makes it relatively easy to get off. Even you
Enough framing material for the entire house will come off of these trucks. The next problem is organizing where the stacks are stored. First floor stacks go near the building site. Second floor and roof material can go farther away in the backyard.
What we got in the truck is mostly second floor, so second floor walls. You can tell by the stack numbers here. Yeah, and then we've got a little bit of room.
And the stack numbers correspond to the book that they did.
Yeah.
For the unloading.
Yep.
Okay, that's great. Let's unload it. Thanks. Up and tip. There you go. Watch Lou. Come down a little bit, Charlie. That's a 16 that goes in the backyard. Yep. Well, Eric sorts out the delivery. The homeowners even sort out the landscaping on their very raw 4 acres of land. Roger recommended they contact landscape architect Tim Turner. He's here today. Hey guys, how are you? Thanks for joining us today. So this started as a big hunk of forest.
Correct.
What were you thinking?
So the homeowners are building a new home, but it looks historic. It's like a historic farm. So we want to make sure that the home feels like it's always been here. And one way we do that is by preserving some of the mature trees on the property. We have 2 beautiful old oak trees that we're preserving. Another way to do that is to use reclaimed materials. So we have a lot of reclaimed granite, both curb stock and cobbles, and also brick. Another thing that we're doing here is we have a big turnaround in front of the garage over there that we're going to pave with macadam, which is a traditional way to pave roadways. It kind of looks like crushed gravel.
How's this look to you guys? It looks great. I mean, one of the things that really drew us to the lot was the rawness of it. And there are sort of 3 aspects of the property that we really want, that signify that, and that we really want to put on stage for the finished product. And those 3 elements are the 2 field oaks here, and also the piece of wood to incorporate.
I see that right here.
Right. So there was an existing cart path